foundation will help them go. So, and I think that's what you've seen with some of the things that we did last month or earlier this month with New College, to be able to put a lot of trustees on that board. You know, this was a college that the legislature thought about just mothballing or folding it into UF or USF or something like that. It's not been able to have the enrollment that you would want, the test scores. There was a report, I think, a couple years ago that came out that was very withering, kind of in the criticism. And here's the thing. If it was a private school making those choices, it's fine. I mean, what are you going to do? But this is being paid for by your tax dollars. And I can tell you, I've talked to people who live in Sarasota who didn't know what New College was. And in statute, it's supposed to be, in Florida statutes, it's supposed to be our premier honors liberal arts college in the state of Florida. And yet nobody even knows what it is. And so the mission has been, I think, more into the DEI, CRT, the gender ideology, rather than what a liberal arts education should be. And so we're going to be able, I think, to offer some reforms that are really, really going to be positive. And when we announce the trustees, I mean, you have people asking, how do I apply? The professors are asking, how am I able to come join? Because they want to get out of the stuffy environment that pervades so many university campuses. And so I think those changes have been positive. I think they have a board meeting later today in Sarasota, which will be very, very interesting. But what we're doing is we're putting our money where our mouth is. And so I'm working with the legislature. We're going to be very soon, when the LBC meets, which I think is going to meet pretty soon.
King Jr. delivered his final speech the night before he was assassinated.
We will continue in Tyre's name to head up to Martin's Mountaintop. Wow. That's why we wanted to start this right on this sacred ground.
While police are still investigating Nichols' death, on Monday, 2 more officers were suspended without pay. The Memphis Fire Department also firing 3 of its personnel.
What happened to Tyre is a disgrace to this country.
A total of 7 police officers have been disciplined. 5 were seen on body cam video restraining, tasing, and pepper spraying Nichols, who died 3 days after the encounter. Those 5 have been charged with second-degree murder.
Justice for Tyre! Justice for Tyre! Let's make sure that his death was not in vain.
Vice President Kamala Harris will be attending Nichols' funeral in Memphis on Wednesday. The eulogy will be given by the Reverend Al Sharpton. In New York, Rich Dennison, Fox News.
An ice storm hitting Oklahoma to Texas has been creating problems for commuters in those areas, with some pretty slick and treacherous conditions out there. And that's hitting the roads pretty hard, creating a lot of problems for commuters. And this is all part of an Arctic blast moving across the country. Here's more from our Fox weather team.
Don't get out on the road. Go out in the yard and make ice angels.
An ice storm leaving behind dangerous road conditions across the south and central U.S. on Tuesday. From Oklahoma to Texas, rain and snow fell onto roads, creating a sheet of ice on major highways. Here in Tennessee, a multi-vehicle accident in Memphis sent several people to the hospital, while in Austin, Texas, first responders raced to numerous crashes. State officials are urging people to stay off the roads with icy conditions expected through the morning commute on Wednesday.
The times we almost wrecked, it was either coming down a hill or coming to a stop, and there was zero traction, so the truck would just keep sliding, meaning if we didn't stop in time, we're going into the intersection hitting someone else.
Forecasters say this storm is part of an Arctic blast that's bringing below average temperatures to much of the country. The conditions force the cancellation of hundreds of flights and closed schools and businesses. Through Wednesday, ice remains the biggest threat, with several states bracing for a quarter-inch or higher. In Texas, all of this precipitation knocked out power to thousands of people.
The Public Utilities Commission expects to see some local outages as a result of icing of electric infrastructure and power lines. The power grid is functioning just fine as we speak.
Later this week, forecasters expect this same storm to plummet temperatures in the Northeast. We'll be tracking that for you as well. In Marion, Arkansas, Will Nunley, Fox Weather.
Police in Lakeland, Florida believe 4 shooters were involved in a drive-by mass shooting earlier this week. And original reports say that there were 10 victims in total. And we are now learning, as of last press conference, the last press update from officials there, that there is an 11th victim. Fox's Ken Suarez reports.
6 seconds of gunfire from a passing vehicle. 11 people left behind, injured, 2 critically. One of them shot in the face.
It's a sign of the times. People are pulling out guns and doing whatever they want to do nowadays. You know, it doesn't really matter who, what, when, where, why, what time of day.
Police say they've gotten a number of calls from people in the neighborhood with information. Still, they don't have a motive. Drugs, gang activity? Well, they haven't been ruled out. On Tuesday, leaders from the African American community came together in front of the Lakeland Police Department, praying for calm.
We ask, Father God, that you would grant peace on this day, that by your spirit, through the word of your son, that you would influence those who have influence over whether there's retaliation or retribution.
We just got through celebrating Dr. King's birthday a couple of weeks ago, and in his words, love conquers hate. So we really want to focus on that. We want to focus on supporting Lakeland Police Department.
Investigators are looking for 4 people, at least 2 of them gunmen. An officer patrolling a West Lakeland neighborhood may have discovered a clue to help track them down, the suspected getaway vehicle.
We have a high level of confidence that we have located the vehicle, and this was the photograph of the vehicle that we put out last night from Ring camera video, and this is a picture of the vehicle that we located this morning.
Detectives hope if they find the owner of the vehicle, they'll be one step closer to finding a suspect, or several of them.
New York Congressman George Santos is stepping away from his House committee assignments as the investigations against him grow. While many in both parties say that he should resign, the freshman lawmaker says he's not going anywhere. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
It's been a rough start for embattled New York Congressman George Santos.
Ow. Guys, you gotta relax. You're assaulting me.
Now he will temporarily step down from his House committee assignments.
Nobody tells me to do anything. I made a decision on my own.
Aside from the slew of reports about the fabrications he made about his resume, family heritage, education, and so on, he's under a House Ethics Committee investigation for his financial disclosures.
I'm confident I'll be clear because I have nothing to hide.
He agreed with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on Monday his presence on recently appointed committees has become a distraction for the party.
I think it was an appropriate decision that until he can clear everything up, he's off the committees right now.
But that's not all. There are state and federal investigations into the Santos campaign finances, and reports found an unusual and highly improbable number of campaign charges just below the threshold to require receipts. Plus, he faces fraud charges in Brazil for using a stolen checkbook more than a decade ago.
I don't understand what the play of the day is. We have said from the very beginning that George Santos is not fit to serve on any committees.
According to a Newsday Siena College poll, in his district, 78% of his own constituents say Santos should resign. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And that'll do it for our first block of news here on today's top stories here on Live Now from Fox. And that's kind of what we do here. We track the latest stories from around the country and around the world, and also focusing on live events. We'll keep an eye on to see if anything happens this morning, any live events we can dip into, but we'll certainly have all the top stories for you all around the country, as I mentioned. But let's take another look outside. There it is, looking at downtown New York City, again outside the Fox News Channel offices there. Pretty chilly morning, seeing some snow, and that is causing problems across the country, as you saw in that story earlier. But we want to take a quick break here. We'll come back with today's top stories. You are watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. We got a lot of winter weather around the country happening right now, so I want to take a look over at the White House. Looks a little chilly there. Not seeing a lot of precipitation like that. Downtown Fox News Channel, New York City shot. I think I see a few snowflakes there, but we are seeing that winter weather across the country, like I said, causing some problems there for commuters all around the country, particularly in the heart of the country. But I do want to play a story for you that you may have missed before we went to break there at the start of our last news block. Now, today, the family of Tyre Nichols, they're demanding nationwide police reform ahead of his funeral that will be happening today at 11:30 a.m. And as we have reported, Tyre Nichols died after a violent interaction with those 5 former Memphis police officers. Fox's Rich Dennison has that story.
We are going to continue to fight this fight around police brutality and killing until we get federal laws changed.
A call to action from the family of Tyre Nichols, the 29-year-old Memphis man brutally beaten by police during a traffic stop earlier this month. On the eve of Nichols' funeral, his family is demanding more transparency and accountability from the Memphis Police Department. They delivered their message inside the historic Mason Temple, the same place Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his final speech the night before he was assassinated.
We will continue in Tyre's name to head up to Martin's Mountaintop. That's why we wanted to start this right on this sacred ground.
While police are still investigating Nichols' death, on Monday, 2 more officers were suspended without pay. The Memphis Fire Department also firing 3 of its personnel.
What happened to Tyre is a disgrace to this country.
A total of 7 police officers have been disciplined. 5 were seen on body cam video restraining, tasing, and pepper spraying Nichols, who died 3 days after the encounter. Those 5 have been charged with second-degree murder.
Justice for Tyre! Justice for Tyre! Let's make sure that his death was not in vain.
Vice President Kamala Harris will be attending Nichols' funeral in Memphis on Wednesday. The eulogy will be given by the Reverend Al Sharpton. In New York, Rich Dennison, Fox News.
And witness testimony continues in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. Yesterday, that's Tuesday, the defense tried to discredit a key piece of evidence in the case in order to raise questions about whether Murdaugh is the person responsible for those murders. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary has that story.
Sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
Did you hear now, they or I? I will still testify that my hearing, I hear I.
Another day of intense cross-examination in the double murder trial of former South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh, accused of gunning down his wife Maggie and son Paul on the family's hunting estate in June of 2021. On Tuesday, jurors listened to what prosecutors say is Murdaugh incriminating himself during an interview with investigators 3 days after the murders. The defense, however, tried to cast doubt on their claim during cross-examination with one of the investigators.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
Did you hear they then? No, sir, I did not.
SLED Special Agent Jeffrey Croft also repeatedly questioned on why Murdaugh's comment was not followed up on during the interview or in the weeks after. Earlier in the day, Croft also admitting no murder weapon was ever found at the scene.
You ever found the murder weapons? Not that I'm aware of, sir.
On Tuesday, a Verizon analyst was also called to testify as prosecutors used cell phone data to piece together a timeline of Maggie and Paul's final calls and texts before the murders. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seary, Fox News.
After a very scary situation for residents of one Oceanside, California neighborhood, well, the folks there are calling it a miracle after hearing and seeing a skydiver plummet to the ground when their parachute malfunctioned. Our Fox reporting team over on the West Coast has more on that story.
It felt like forever just looking at him going,
we stood there in like shock, just going, he has to be dead.
Amber Sweet Smith describing the moment seeing the skydiver who hit the ground outside her family's Oceanside home last Friday evening. The skydiver was on a jump with Go Jump Oceanside from the nearby airport. He plummeted to the ground as his parachute failed to completely open. Smith says her husband was outside at the time.
We usually hear the screaming or, people laughing just in the air. And he heard like an unusual scream, looked up, saw the guy, and went probably in his head, oh, he's going to hit our house.
Another neighbor says she saw the skydiver coming down.
It looked to me like the parachute was ripped. It was like, it was just like all ripped into pieces. And he was yelling, and then people started coming out of their houses.
Smith says the skydiver first hit her neighbor's roof, then fell into their yard.
It felt like the whole wall like shook almost. It was scary.
As she and her husband went to help the skydiver, a Go Jump instructor promptly landed in the street.
One of the other parachuter guys, that he said he saw him and knew he was in trouble and landed in the street. So he was pretty helpful back there too.
First responders arrived in minutes and got the man to a hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries.
We're just grateful to hear that he's fine, a few broken bones and that's it. So, looking at him when he did the first moan and everything, it was like, oh my gosh, this is a miracle.
Well, new technology is helping the Florida coast prepare for those massive storm surges that can happen during intense storms like a Category 5 hurricane. Here's a story out of West Palm Beach, Florida, with more on this new and important technology.
This is Osprey Park. It sits next to the Intracoastal Waterway in West Palm Beach.
So take me into the future here.
Yeah, so
let's
okay.
Go.
So put the goggles on and tighten the back of it.
Dr. John Rennie heads FAU's Center for Urban and Environmental Solutions.
So you should be sitting close to where you're actually sitting right now.
Here, look along with me. You'll have the two-dimensional view of what these virtual reality glasses show me in 3D. Here's a simulated near Category 5 hurricane, like Ian.
And now a storm and a king tide. Wow. And suddenly, wow, Osprey Park's largely underwater.
Now, picture Ian and add 1 foot of sea level rise.
As I look in my 360 view, I'm sitting in the water.
All you see here is the result of storm data, hurricanes, tides, king tides, projected sea level rise from FAU researchers, brought to 3D life by Virtual Planet Technologies.
So now you're hundreds of feet up in the air, like right up.
I'm sitting at a picnic table and I feel like I'm 500 feet high. If I'm looking at an Ian-style storm plus 1 foot of sea level rise, Osprey Park and homes on the other side of the street are being flooded badly. What a look at the future. And it's mind-boggling and scary at the same time.
The work is part of a $450,000 state grant sought by West Palm Beach and FAU to aid in storm planning.
A picture's worth 1,000 words, so, in this case, you're inside the picture.
A picture that does not have to end this way.
It shows what are some solutions. And so one solution is raising the seawall right here much higher. So now we're proposing building new parks, new islands out here to kind of...
Man-made islands.
Man-made islands, just like Peanut Island over here.
Man-made islands that would act as a buffer.
Yeah. And create wonderful park space for people to use every day.
Safer coastal communities and more affordable ones, too. Alternative futures if we seize them.
The reality is that if we can begin to implement these adaptation solutions, I think there could be a win-win where we could bring down our insurance costs and make the affordability for residents of our communities more affordable.
And we're going to go ahead and take one quick commercial break, but when we come back, we're going to have more on Black History Month today. It kicks off Black History Month as it is the first day of February, and also looking at some impacts that social media could have on your mental health and your kids' mental health. Plenty more to come right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Zach Warner, your host this morning. It is 5:24 here on the East Coast and 2:24 over on the West Coast. We appreciate you all joining us this morning to get you caught up on today's top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. Let's go ahead and take a look outside here, a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. Pretty chilly day across the country. As I mentioned earlier, we are tracking that winter weather that's causing problems for a lot of commuters around the country, particularly in the heart of the country where they're seeing some of the biggest issues there. But as I mentioned right before the break, it is the start of Black History Month. It is February, and our Fox Orlando team has more on a special and creative way to celebrate Black history, and it involves quilts. Take a listen.
The top floor of the Hannibal Square Heritage Center in Winter Park could be considered a library of sorts. But the stories of the community members aren't written down.
And these will go on a bigger piece.
Instead, they're woven into the quilts on display.
You decide the story you want to tell. We all have an infinite number of stories, and I think that our stories as African Americans are compelling, and the world really needs to hear them.
The new story quilting exhibition was curated by a group of quilters in celebration of Black History Month. Story quilting is a form of quilting where the artist, either literally through pictures or figuratively through shapes and designs, tells you a story.
It doesn't have to be representational to be a story, right? But every piece here has a narrative.
In the exhibit, you'll see quilts about family, spirituality, nature, and justice.
This one is called Parole Denied, and it's from a time when I worked in law.
Lauren Austin helped organize the group over a decade ago. She says a sisterhood was formed around the mountain of fabric and beads, and their stories were archived for the generations that follow.
What I was doing initially was taking my photos and making quilts with them for my family so that they could go on the wall and we could tell the happy stories all the time, and that they could be helpful even if it's a difficult story.
Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
And while it took some adjusting, the pandemic taught many of us it's possible to do our jobs from home. But a new study is revealing just how much time the average person, an average employee, is saving by not commuting to the office. Fox News' Ted Linder takes a closer look at how people are choosing to spend their newfound free time.
While the topic of working from home can be polarizing, a new study from the National Bureau of Economic Research finds employees who don't commute often spend the time they would be traveling to the office working instead. According to researchers, working from home saves the average American about 55 minutes of traveling per day. But while the average person dedicated 40% of their saved time for doing extra job assignments, about 34% was devoted to leisure activities like exercising and reading. And 11% was committed to childcare.
People have learned that if you can work remotely, a lot of things can get done, and you can balance your personal and your work life better in many situations.
Besides creating a smoother work-life balance for many people, working fully remote or doing a hybrid scenario also saved people money on transportation. But while the study found remote work had people working more, business experts say not being in the office has made some people nervous about how their bosses view their productivity.
One thing that remote workers suffer from is that nobody sees when they do their work. So there has been a study that showed that people engage in increasing spontaneous one-on-one video meetings simply to make sure that they're being recognized for being present, for being engaged.
Ted Linder, Fox News.
Well, the Surgeon General is warning parents that their children may be too young to handle the drama and danger of social media. A growing number of studies and medical professionals point to the apps and the negative effects they can have on young people's mental health. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter have one thing in common. You must be at least 13 to sign up. But the Surgeon General says that age is too young.
It's a time where it's really important for us to be thoughtful about what's going into how they think about their own self-worth and their relationships.
The Surgeon General is sounding the alarm as some medical experts blame rampant use for some cases of depression and suicide.
We know that they make children targets of online bullies as well as online predators.
Earlier this month, researchers at the University of North Carolina found constant social media use at an early age could affect neural development. The study of 6th and 7th graders suggests constantly checking platforms like Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram makes young people hypersensitive in anticipating social media feedback. Even Congress is looking to take action by potentially regulating social media.
We have got to look at these social media companies and require them to be more responsible about how they are addicting our kids.
Mental health now tops the list of concerns among parents, with 40% saying they're worried about their children struggling with anxiety or depression. Several parents say they're not letting their children go on social media, at least not until they can handle it.
It's a digital drug, and it's intoxicating for our children.
Meta rolled out child safety features for Instagram and Facebook in the wake of accusations that its platforms harm children. TikTok CEO is also expected to appear before Congress in March, where he could testify about the app's effects on young people's mental health. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Well, it's no secret that human trafficking is a heinous crime. And as we observe National Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we want to bring you a closer look at a multi-billion-dollar industry that targets the most vulnerable, here in the United States as well as abroad. The scourge of human trafficking is one of the biggest crises of our time. And right now, 25 million people worldwide are being pushed into forced labor or the sex trade against their will, generating at least $150 billion a year. A lot of this activity taking place right here in the U.S. Fox News senior correspondent Eric Shawn has the story on how this can happen and what's being done to stop it.
Narco slaves are being forced to work at gunpoint, sometime until the point of death. Children as young as 13 are working graveyard shifts in slaughterhouses, and little girls are sold into forced sex that they endure day after day after day, just to pay the drug cartels.
One of the heartbreaking tolls of the migrant crisis is human trafficking for labor or commercial sex work. The feds say trafficking has been an illegal booming business for the Mexican-based cartels that ship their human cargo across the border, but it also happens across the country. Teresa Flores is a human trafficking survivor turned activist.
I was initially raped and drugged, and then they took pictures of this, and they blackmailed me for 2 years to try and earn them back while they earned a lot of money.
ICE says arrests for human trafficking jumped from 1,746 in fiscal year 2020 to 2,360 in fiscal year 2021. But the cases seem far greater than that. The Biden administration has authorized $14 million to help combat trafficking. The nonprofit activist group 3 Strands Global Foundation runs trafficking awareness classes in Texas.
Vulnerability is what makes individuals at risk. And so someone who may be experiencing poverty, homelessness, someone who has been abused, whether domestic violence or sexually, someone who's been involved in our child welfare system, those vulnerabilities are what traffickers prey upon.
3 Strands Global hopes to help break the cycle of trafficking, but observers note as long as the problems at the border continue, so too will the exploitation. In New York, Eric Shawn, Fox News.
And we're going to take another quick commercial break, but before we do that, we'll take another look outside here at our live cameras that we have all around the country. This, of course, in Arizona at State Farm Stadium. That's where the Super Bowl is going to be, where preparations are being made for that big day right now. But stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. I'll have plenty more for you to get you caught up on today's top stories from all around the country and around the world. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It is 5:36 on the East Coast and 2:36 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate you all joining us this morning to get you caught up on today's top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. And so let's go to this story right here. Now, this is something we've been covering over the past couple weeks. Those protests that were happening in Atlanta, and it's because of that police training facility that was proposed in an area that protesters were calling Cop City, and that's where we saw a lot of this violence that you're seeing right there on your screen. But we are learning that the city has come to an agreement about that training facility. There was a press conference yesterday where the city spoke about this. So here's more from city officials on that new police training facility in Atlanta. Take a listen.
All right, thank you all for joining us today. We are here today with our partners at DeKalb County to announce about the future of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. The Public Safety Training Center will be a vital piece of infrastructure that will serve the training needs of our fire and police departments and be a true community asset to our residents. The facility will be built on City of Atlanta owned property in unincorporated DeKalb County. So we've been working with CEO Thurman and his team at the county as we have developed our plans. Today, I am pleased to report that we have reached an agreement with DeKalb County to issue the construction permits and begin to move the project forward. I'm going to turn it over in a minute to DeKalb County CEO Michael Thurman to discuss a few of the details in the agreement between the city and the county. But before I do, I wanted to say a few words about the Public Safety Training Center and help to set the record straight about some of the misinformation that's out there. The Public Safety Training Center meets a critical need to train both our fire and our police personnel. And so I've asked Fire Chief Smith and Police Chief Shearbaum to tell you a little bit more about the training needs that they have in just a minute. They will tell you that our current facilities are woefully insufficient to meet the needs of our public safety personnel and the demands of the community that asks for them. The Public Safety Training Center is going to include a variety of pieces of training infrastructure. I won't go through all of it, but there'll be an emergency vehicle obstacle course for fire and police officers to do their driving training, and academy housing for fire and police recruits, a fire department burn building, stables and pasture land to house our mounted patrol horses, a kennel and an indoor-outdoor training center for our canine units, and so much more. Since my time on the Atlanta City Council, I have been a major proponent of high-quality training and police reforms. I've doubled the funding for our pre-arrest diversions work and helped lead adoption of policing reforms like the 8 Can't Wait measures to help community involvement. The City of Atlanta has the most extensive training requirements in the Southeast. Our training includes vital areas like de-escalation training techniques, mental health, community-oriented policing, crisis intervention training, as well as civil rights history education. This training needs space, and that's exactly what this training center is going to offer. I know there have been questions about the environmental impact of this project, which is a focus of this agreement we're announcing today with DeKalb County. The 85-acre facility will be constructed on a set of parcels owned by the City of Atlanta that totals more than 380 acres. The rest of the land, which is roughly 300 acres, will continue to be green space available to the public. This essentially is a huge park, about the size of Atlanta's largest park, and it will be a park that will have a training center on a modest footprint within it. This is Atlanta, and we know forests. This facility will not be built over a forest. The training center will sit on land that has long been cleared of hardwood trees through previous uses of this site decades ago. Arborists have confirmed the existing vegetation on this land is overwhelmingly dominated by invasive species like vines and brush, softwoods and weeds. Much of the site contains rubble from the old buildings that were there and asphalts that are covered up old parking lots. The parcel is the original site of the police and fire department's training centers and has been in continual use for outdoor tactical training for Atlanta's public safety agencies for more than 50 years. Our development partner has committed to replace any hardwood tree that will be destroyed in construction with 100 hardwood trees for each one. as well as replacing invasive species with hardwoods. So the site will include double erosion control to ensure viability of Entrenchment Creek, the main waterway in the South River Forest Basin. The site itself will have green space open to the public, featuring trails, ball fields, and picnic areas. My administration is aggressively committed to environmental protection. We have been uniquely focused on expanding our protected green spaces in the city. In my first year of office alone, the City of Atlanta and our partners acquired an additional 260 acres throughout the city to be used for parks and green space. This announcement we're making today is due in large part to the extensive input from the community that we received over the last year plus through the Community Stakeholder Advisory Committee. This committee includes representatives from neighborhoods in DeKalb County and neighborhoods in Atlanta. These are leaders from the most immediately adjacent neighborhoods who support this project and are actively working to make it even better. Through the engagement with that committee, we have already made several enhancements to our plans, adding a minimum of 100-foot tree buffer along the residential-facing aspects of the facility, adding additional community uses, including a pavilion and accessible meeting spaces for the community. We moved the planned firing range to the southern portion of the site, closest to the industrial park, away from the residential areas. The committee will continue to be engaged to seek input on the project as it develops. This will be a true community center. In fact, we will also use this site to house a community watch training program for our communities. I want to take a moment to thank CEO Thurman for working with us to move this project forward. He is a passionate advocate for his constituents and a trusted partner. He is just as committed to public safety, to the environment, to workforce development, and to our youth as we are here in the city of Atlanta. I thank him and the county for their partnership, and I invite him to the podium to share a few words about our partnership going forward. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me say to Mayor Dickens and his staff, I want to compliment them for their openness, their honesty, their dedication to working towards, I think, a compromise of a solution that will allow the construction of the Public Safety Training Center to move forward, but more importantly, particularly from the perspective of the residents who for decades have invested we will say, and we are saying to them, that we will protect the neighborhoods, the families, the individuals, and most importantly, we will protect the South River Forest Basin, which is a unique natural resource. There's nothing else like it inside of 285. And it was our #1 priority, along with protecting the residents, to protect this beautiful, beautiful forest. I'm encouraged that Mayor Dickens and his staff recognize the importance of doing just that, not just to protect this natural resource, but to enhance it as well. Let me go back for the land development permitting process. I want to say this. The land development permitting process in DeKalb County is an apolitical process. I was often asked during this time, Mr. Mayor, why can't we speed it up? And some people would ask me, did you make a call? My #1 priority was to protect the professionals in our land use planning and sustainability department, to protect them from any political interference or public pressure. These are men and women who are professionals, they're engineers, and I just want to thank Mr. Marcus Robinson, who's the director, for leading them in a way that this 11-month process that they went through by analyzing the application submitted to us and making sure that we protect the adjacent landowners as well as the South River Forest. I must also acknowledge, I think the mayor mentioned the Citizen Advisory Committee. These citizens volunteered their time to advocate on behalf of themselves, their families, and the DeKalb County residents who live within the South River Basin. I especially want to recognize Ms. Allison Clark, who chaired that committee. And they were honest, they spoke truth to power, and as a result of their efforts, we believe that the protections and enhancements went really above and beyond the development policies and procedures of our county. I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Larry Johnson as well as Ted Terry, who represent that area. Talked to Commissioner Johnson this morning. He has been an honest broker, an advocate for this community. Let me just mention the 5 different independent third-party reports that were generated by our planning and sustainability department that helped and informed them in this process. One, there was a site plan study, grading and drainage plans, stormwater management and hydrology report, an erosion and sedimentation and pollution control plan, a tree protection and replacement plan, a stream buffer variance request, a biological assessment of any critical habitat in endangered and threatened species, and a flood study. This is what informed and shaped our ultimate decision, which was to issue the land development plan. It wasn't politics, it wasn't political pressure, it was objective, professional assessment of the information that was provided to us. The mayor mentioned some of the enhancements that went above and beyond our land development policy. Very much encouraged by this, and very much encouraged that our partners will have this training facility. But we know something. The most, I think, impactful crime deterrent is the opportunity to have and maintain honest labor. A major part of the enhancements will encourage contractors who will be working under the direction of the City of Atlanta to hire residents in the community, as well as to access local businesses. I'm encouraged that the mayor and his staff have reached out to the public school district to create a cadet training program. The most effective crime deterrent ever created is honest labor generated by honest men and women. I believe that by moving forward with these initiatives, more protection for the community, more support for economic growth, sustainable growth, we will be able to accomplish great things. And the last thing I'll mention, that this agreement that you will have in your possession will encourage and support. We've reached out to the Atlanta Regional Commission, CEO Anna Roach. This is a multi-jurisdictional natural resource. Although the proposed training center sits on City of Atlanta owned property, the South River Forest actually sits in the City of Atlanta as well as in unincorporated DeKalb. We will be engaging the leadership, the direction, the expertise of the Atlanta Regional Commission to help us develop multi-jurisdictional strategies to manage, to enhance, and protect the South River Forest. Once again, I thank the mayor, I thank his staff, but most importantly, I celebrate the residents of DeKalb County, who long before we were called to this moment, invested in the South River Basin. They bought the houses, they mowed the lawns, they planted the trees, they loved this community. They were my highest priority, to protect their interests, to protect their livelihoods, and to protect this beautiful, beautiful natural resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO Thurman. Next, you'll hear from our Atlanta Fire Rescue Department Chief, Rod Smith, who will give you an overview of some of the the opportunities that we will have for the training center for our fire department, and then I'll bring up Chief Shearbaum. Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Atlanta Fire Rescue is the largest fire department in the state of Georgia, and we employ over 1,200 members. We are in desperate need of a modern training facility for the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. In fact, we have been operating in a fractured state for over 30 years. Many of you may not know that we have been training our members classroom only in an unoccupied elementary school for a number of years. Matter of fact, I was trained in this school. It has since become condemned. We also do not have a live facility to train our members. The members have had to be bused to DeKalb County. They've had to be bused to Douglasville in order to learn live fire training. This initiative will set Atlanta Fire Rescue apart from its counterparts because we will also gain a public safety driving course. The heavy vehicles that you see running up and down the road, we need places to train and get our members up to a point where they can provide the services that the citizens of Atlanta deserve. So, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you and your administration for moving forward with this initiative. It is much anticipated, and we look forward to providing the best services that we can to the citizens of Atlanta.
And what you've been listening to there is a press conference that happened in Atlanta there from officials talking about a deal that has been reached for that training facility. Now, we saw a lot of violence over the past couple weeks in Atlanta due to an officer-involved shooting, but also because of this training facility. A lot of people calling that area Cop City, but it looks like the city has reached a deal to be able to get that to go forward. Now, what happens with the general public and protesters remains to be seen, something we'll certainly keep an eye on. And my name's Zach Horner. I'm your host here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us this morning. We do have to take one more quick commercial break this hour. Stay with us, though. Well, plenty more for you on the other side of this break, right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It is 5:55 here on the East Coast and 2:55 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate you joining us this morning. It is February 1st, the start of February, a new month and a lot of news stories and plenty to keep on top of here at Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead and go to this story here, a big story of the day. The family of Tyre Nichols is demanding nationwide police reform, and this is ahead of his funeral that will be happening later today at 11:30 a.m. As we have reported before, Tyre Nichols died after a violent interaction with those 5 former Memphis police officers. Fox's Rich Dennison has the story.
We are going to continue to fight this fight around police brutality and killing until we get federal laws changed.
A call to action from the family of Tyre Nichols, the 29-year-old Memphis man brutally beaten by police during a traffic stop earlier this month. On the eve of Nichols' funeral, his family is demanding more transparency and accountability from the Memphis Police Department. They delivered their message inside the historic Mason Temple, the same place Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his final speech the night before he was assassinated.
We will continue in Tyre's name to head up to Martin's Mountaintop. That's why we wanted to start this right on this sacred ground.
While police are still investigating Nichols' death, on Monday, 2 more officers were suspended without pay. The Memphis Fire Department also firing 3 of its personnel.
What happened to Tyre is a disgrace to this country.
A total of 7 police officers have been disciplined. 5 were seen on body cam video restraining, tasing, and pepper spraying Nichols, who died 3 days after the encounter. Those 5 have been charged with second-degree murder.
Justice for Tyre! Justice for Tyre! Let's make sure that his death was not in vain.
Vice President Kamala Harris will be attending Nichols' funeral in Memphis on Wednesday. The eulogy will be given by the Reverend Al Sharpton. In New York, Rich Dennison, Fox News.
An ice storm hitting Oklahoma to Texas has been creating problems for commuters in those areas with some pretty slick roads. You can see the video right there, and treacherous conditions out there on the roads as people are just trying to make it around town. And this is all part of an Arctic blast moving across the country. Here's more from our Fox weather team.
Don't get out on the road. Go out in the yard and make ice angels.
An ice storm leaving behind dangerous road conditions across the south and central U.S. on Tuesday. From Oklahoma to Texas, rain and snow fell onto roads, creating a sheet of ice on major highways. Here in Tennessee, a multi-vehicle accident in Memphis sent several people to the hospital, while in Austin, Texas, first responders raced to numerous crashes. State officials are urging people to stay off the roads with icy conditions expected through the morning commute on Wednesday.
The times we almost wrecked, it was either coming down a hill or coming to a stop, and there was zero traction, so the truck would just keep sliding, meaning if we didn't stop in time, we're going into the intersection and hitting someone else.
Forecasters say this storm is part of an Arctic blast that's bringing below average temperatures to much of the country. The conditions force the cancellation of hundreds of flights and closed schools and businesses. Through Wednesday, ice remains the biggest threat, with several states bracing for a quarter-inch or higher. In Texas, all of this precipitation knocked out power to thousands of people.
The Public Utilities Commission expects to see some local outages as a result of icing of electric infrastructure and power lines. The power grid is functioning just fine as we speak.
Later this week, forecasters expect this same storm to plummet temperatures in the Northeast. We'll be tracking that for you as well. In Marion, Arkansas, Will Dunley, Fox Weather.
And police in Lakeland, Florida believe 4 shooters were involved in a drive-by mass shooting earlier this week. Now, original reports said that there were 10 victims in total. We are now learning, as of the last press update from officials, that there's actually an 11th victim. Fox's Ken Suarez reports.
6 seconds of gunfire from a passing vehicle. 11 people left behind, injured, 2 critically. One of them shot in the face.
It's a sign of the times. People are pulling out guns and doing whatever they want to do nowadays. You know, it doesn't really matter who, what, when, where, why, what time of day.
Police say they've gotten a number of calls from people in the neighborhood with information. Still, they don't have a motive. Drugs, gang activity? Well, they haven't been ruled out. On Tuesday, leaders from the African American community came together in front of the Lakeland Police Department, praying for calm.
We ask, Father God, that you would grant peace on this day, that by your spirit, through the word of your son, that you would influence those who have influence over whether there's retaliation or retribution.
We just got through celebrating Dr. King's birthday a couple of weeks ago, and in his words, love conquers hate. So we really want to focus on that. We want to focus on supporting Lakeland Police Department.
Investigators are looking for 4 people, at least 2 of them gunmen. An officer patrolling a West Lakeland neighborhood may have discovered a clue to help track them down, the suspected getaway vehicle.
We have a high level of confidence that we have located the vehicle, and this was the photograph of the vehicle that we put out last night from Ring camera video, and this is a picture of the vehicle that we located this morning.
Detectives hope if they find the owner of the vehicle, they'll be one step closer to finding a suspect, or several of them.
And another story we've been following closely here at Live Now from Fox. New York Congressman George Santos is stepping away from his House committee assignments as the investigations against him grow. While many in both parties say that he should resign, the freshman lawmaker says he's not going anywhere. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
It's been a rough start for embattled New York Congressman George Santos.
Ow! Guys, you gotta relax. You're assaulting me at that.
Now he will temporarily step down from his House committee assignments.
Nobody tells me to do anything. I made a decision on my own.
Aside from the slew of reports about the fabrications he made about his resume, family heritage, education, and so on, he's under a House Ethics Committee investigation for his financial disclosures.
Confident you'll be clear. I'll be clear because I have nothing to hide.
He agreed with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on Monday his presence on recently appointed committees has become a distraction for the party.
I think it was an appropriate decision that until he can clear everything up, he's off of committees right now.
But that's not all. There are state and federal investigations into the Santos campaign finances, and reports found an unusual and highly improbable number of campaign charges just below the threshold to require receipts. Plus, he faces fraud charges in Brazil for using a stolen checkbook more than a decade ago.
I don't understand what the play of the day is. We have said from the very beginning that George Santos is not fit to serve on any committees.
According to a Newsday Siena College poll, in his district, 78% of his own constituents say Santos should resign. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And we do need to take another commercial break, but before we do that, let's take another live look outside, looking at Washington, D.C. there. You see the White House early morning. Pretty chilly there. We saw a few snowflakes on the camera as we're seeing a lot of that winter weather across the country, something we're tracking here at Live Now from Fox. But as I mentioned, we do need to take another commercial break. We'll be right back with more top stories from around the country and around the world right here. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It is 6:05 here on the East Coast and 3:05 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning to get you caught up on the top stories from all around the country. Plenty going on, plenty to track, and plenty we are keeping our eye on. And in that last block, before we took that break, we covered the Lakeland, Florida shooting, where we now know 11 victims were a part of that shooting. I want to take you to the latest press conference from officials there. Now, this happened yesterday, but it's the latest information that we have on that shooting. So I want to play a little bit of that for you, just so you can get a little more information on what happened there. Take a listen.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out on a short notice this morning. I want to provide you an update of what we learned since we last updated the press last night at 7 o'clock. Just for the record, my name is Sam Taylor. I'm the Chief of Police Department. To my right and your left is Assistant Chief Marvin Tarver, who's over our Uniform Services Division, Neighborhood Services Division, which is the uniform guys. To my left and your right is Assistant Chief Steve Pacheco. He's the Chief of Detectives over the investigation. And next to him is Assistant Chief Hans Lehman, who's over our Special Operations Division, our bureau rather. So I'll recap exactly what we talked about last night, and then I'll provide you with a little new information that we were able to come across today. So yesterday we started to receive multiple phone calls, 911 calls at about 3:43 yesterday afternoon of a shooting that had just occurred in the 900 block of Iowa Avenue at Plum. Officers arrived at the scene within 1 minute. We had 4 uniformed patrol officers on the scene. We had 3 victims that were transported from the scene with gunshot wounds by emergency medical services, our ambulance. The other victims were transported in personal vehicles to Lakeland Regional Health. After the officers got there, we learned that a dark blue Nissan Altima was the suspect vehicle, or the vehicle that was firing at the victims from the roadway with dark tinted windows. It drove north on Iowa Avenue and then turned right or east onto East Memorial Boulevard. The vehicle was described, as I said, as a dark blue Nissan with dark tinted windows and a temporary tag. We gave you that information last night. As of last night, we had 10 victims. 2 had sustained critical injuries. 1 was shot in the abdomen. The other one was shot in the face or the jaw area. And the other 8 had non-life-threatening injuries. As of this morning, we're going to up the victim count to 11. We had another individual that showed up at Lakeland Regional Health as a walk-in, so now we have a total of 11 victims. He also sustained minor injuries. All of our victims are male, and we gave you the age ranges yesterday. Total victim count now is 11. 2 victims still have very serious injuries. 1 is in surgery, or was in surgery last night at Lakeland Regional Health. The other one was transported to Tampa General Hospital. The gentleman that was shot in the face is now at Tampa General Hospital being treated for his injuries. We're expecting the other 9 victims to be released from the hospital today. They will be treated and released, so they will be available. The detectives have interviewed all the 9 victims that were able to speak with us. The other 2 victims obviously are in surgery and have not been interviewed as of yet. We're certainly grateful to everyone that called us as a result of the information that the media put out last night. We received numerous phone calls. We've got a lot of information. And as I mentioned yesterday, we feel pretty confident that there are at least 4 victims, or 4 suspects, 4 shooters that were in the vehicle. Let me back up, 4 people that were in the vehicle. At least 2 of them were shooting. So at least 4 people that were in the vehicle, we believe, and at least 2 of them were actively involved in the shooting. There may be more that were involved in the shooting. This morning, we believe we have located the vehicle. So we have a high level of confidence that we have located the vehicle, and this was the photograph of the vehicle that we put out last night from Ring camera video. And this is a picture of the vehicle that we located this morning. As I say, there's still some lab work and some processing that needs to be done on this vehicle, but we have a high level of confidence that this is the vehicle that we were looking for. We do not have anyone in custody yet. However, I will tell you that detectives worked throughout the night to identify suspects, and we have some, I will classify as very promising leads, some very promising information, and we are actively pursuing all those leads right now as we speak. with that, I'll answer any questions that you have. I think that's all. I do want to mention the partnerships that we have with all of our agencies. I had the Polk County Sheriff's Office reach out to me last night. I had the U.S. Attorney reach out, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, ATF, Homeland Security, just all of our partner federal agencies. We do have ATF is here this morning. We have been in contact with all of our federal partners, and they have been tremendous. They've all offered their assistance, and we are going to take them up on some of their offers of help, particularly as it comes to the lab processing and the processing of some of the evidence that we believe to be in the vehicle. And we are going to take them up on their offer to expedite the processing of that evidence. So, and I'll leave it at that. So,
any idea of motive?
Ken?
Any idea of motive?
Not yet. We don't have our suspects yet. Obviously, we found a quantity, as I told you last night, we found a quantity of marijuana at the scene that was packaged for sale. So, I mean, you can draw the nexus. That's probably has something to do with narcotics.
Where was the vehicle located?
Where was the vehicle located? It was located in Lakeland. I want to leave the exact address right now. I don't want to give you the exact address. It was located in a neighborhood in West Lakeland.
Chief, there are people in that neighborhood who believe that this is a result of gang violence. Is there anything you can say? Are there any signs that that's existed?
We don't have any indication that that is the case. That may very well turn out to be at the end of the investigation. If that's the case, we'll certainly let you know that. But because we're so early into it and we don't have our hands on the suspects yet, but we've heard the same thing. But I don't know that to be true.
I know you don't have suspects yet, but is there?
We do have suspects. We have people that we're very interested in. We don't have our hands on them.
Are they from out of town?
They are.
Are there 4 suspects?
As of this morning and late last night, I don't want to put a number on it, but we have more than one. I'll leave it at that.
Is the vehicle registered to anybody, or is that a possible suspect?
It's yes and yes. It is registered to someone, and that is a possible someone that we want to speak with. Yes, sir.
How far out of town are we talking?
Polk County area.
Polk County area.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
What led to finding the car?
I'm being very careful in the words that I choose. We had an officer drive by and notice it parked in a neighborhood.
Last night you mentioned efforts to mitigate crime in that area. What has the police department done in that area?
We have certainly, as I mentioned last night, there are a lot of good people that live in the neighborhood. Certainly it's a challenged area. We are constantly, with our neighborhood liaison folks, are constantly working with the people in that area to improve their lives, and we can get you a list of everything that we've done as far as, we've done quite a few search warrants, and we've tried to remove the criminal element out of that neighborhood to the extent that we can. But we worked with that neighborhood for many, many, many years and trying to help them improve it. Sure, absolutely. We also have some video that will release to you, some Ring camera video that we've been able to obtain that Robin will put in a drop box for you, or get it to you however you want us to get it to you, that shows the vehicle, and it's got sound with it as well. So
Crime Stoppers offered the reward money last night, rather.
$5,000. Yes.
Yeah, $5,000. Should we read into it that it's been difficult to get information from people in that neighborhood?
Oh, no, I wouldn't read into that at all. I wouldn't characterize it that way at all. In fact, we've had quite a few people call us from that neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods. We've had very good cooperation from all the neighborhoods that we've asked for help from. Yeah, I would not say that at all. So we haven't given out the reward yet, but that money is still available if someone would like to give us a phone call. That money is still available. All right, you guys gonna let me off the hook easy? So.
Well, I just wanted to ask if that's the neighborhood that you said has been a challenged neighborhood and you put a ton of effort into that neighborhood. There's been some concern that this was drug related. If that's the case, how was drug dealing going on in a corner that's like block off the main intersection?
Yeah, we're not there 24 hours a day. I don't have an officer that's posted up there all hours of the day, and I asked the same question. So I don't know. I don't have an answer for you other than the fact that we're not there all the time. we do the best we can with what we have, and we certainly have put quite a few people in jail from that area that are trying to remove the criminal element, but we're not there all the time. So about as quick as we leave, then they go back to selling their wares. So.
What's the turnaround time for the Ring Doorbell video?
We'll have it to you.
30 minutes, within an hour, yeah. Yeah, we're trying to get that to you before your noon.
Do you anticipate arrests by the end of the day, given everything that you know now?
I'll answer that question this way. It would not surprise me, but it would not surprise me if we don't arrest anyone either. So I've been in this long enough to know that, to try not to put any timelines on myself. But I do know the detectives were out all night last night. They went home and grabbed about 3 hours of sleep, and then they were back this morning by 7:30. They were back working on it. Obviously, the vehicle is a very significant part of this, and the evidence that we find in the vehicle is going to be very significant, and we've got to write some search warrants. We did recover some firearms from the vehicles that were transporting the victims to the hospital last night, so we've got to vet our way through those as well and find out who those firearms belong to, who's the owner of those firearms, I guess. So, good question.
Can you give us an estimate of how many officers and detectives were working overnight along with any agencies that were helping in the search?
Yeah, we had at least 25 uniform officers, and I had at least 15 detectives out last night, along with the Sheriff's Office Real-Time Crime Center. They were involved as well. Okay.
Has there been any interaction with the Lakeland CRA, because that is the Midtown CRA district, and they own several properties adjacent to where this occurred?
I have not personally spoke with them. I can't speak to it.
And what you've been listening to there is an update from officials in Lakeland talking about the latest information on that shooting that happened in Lakeland, Florida. Now, our Fox 35 team over in Orlando, they've been covering this as well, and they're reporting that one more person actually showed up to the hospital after that Monday drive-by shooting, bringing the grand total of victims to 11. And now they are looking for a dark blue 4-door Nissan Altima, and they believe there might have been 4 shooters involved. So this is something we'll certainly be keeping an eye on and tracking the latest information. You see on your screen right there, that is the car they are looking for right now. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what new information comes of this story. But we do need to take one more commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. I am your host, Zach Horner. We do appreciate you joining us this morning to get you caught up on the latest stories from around the country and around the world as well. We take another live look outside. There is the White House in Washington, D.C. on a cold day here, the first day of February, February 1st. We'll have plenty more coming up right after this commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It is 6:21 here on the East Coast and 3:21 over on the West Coast. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Plenty to get caught up on with the top stories of the day from around the country and around the world as well. Let's take a look outside, another live look that we like to do here every once in a while as we have these live cameras across the country. You're taking a look at downtown New York City. Pretty cold day. Earlier when we took this shot, you saw a few snowflakes popping around there as that winter weather is making an impact around the country. Not as much there as it is in other parts, but you'll see more of that here in just a little bit. But I do want to go to a story as it is the beginning of Black History Month. So we want to cover that here on Live Now from Fox. So let's go to this. This is the first day of Black History Month, and our Fox Orlando team has more on a special and creative way to celebrate the month, and it involves quilts. Take a listen.
Library of sorts, but the stories of the community members aren't written down.
And these will go on a bigger piece.
Instead, they're woven into the quilts on display.
You decide the story you want to tell. We all have an infinite number of stories, and I think that our stories as African Americans are compelling, and the world really needs to hear them.
The new story quilting exhibition was curated by a group of quilters in celebration of Black History Month. Story quilting is a form of quilting where the artist, either literally through pictures or figuratively through shapes and designs, tells you a story.
It doesn't have to be representational to be a story, right? But every piece here has a narrative.
In the exhibit, you'll see quilts about family, spirituality, nature, and justice.
This one is called Parole Denied, and it's from a time when I worked in law.
Lauren Austin helped organize the group over a decade ago. She says a sisterhood was formed around the mountain of fabric and beads, and their stories were archived for the generations that follow.
What I was doing initially was taking my photos and making quilts with them for my family so that they could go on the wall and we could tell the happy stories all the time, and that they could be helpful even if it's a difficult story.
Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
And while it took some adjusting, the pandemic taught many of us it's possible to do our jobs from home. But a new study is revealing just how much time the average employee is saving by not commuting to the office. Fox News' Ted Linder takes a closer look at how people are choosing to spend that newfound free time.
While the topic of working from home can be polarizing, a new study from the National Bureau of Economic Research finds employees who don't commute often spend the time they would be traveling to the office working instead. According to researchers, working from home saves the average American about 55 minutes of traveling per day. But while the average person dedicated 40% of their saved time for doing extra job assignments, about 34% was devoted to leisure activities like exercising and reading, and 11% was committed to child care.
Your personal and your work life better in many situations.
Besides creating a smoother work-life balance for many people, working fully remote or doing a hybrid scenario also saved people money on transportation. But while the study found remote work had people working more, business experts say not being in the office has made some people nervous about how their bosses view their productivity.
One thing that remote workers suffer from is that nobody sees when they do their work. So there has been a study that showed that people engage in increasing spontaneous one-on-one video meetings simply to make sure that they're being recognized for being present, for being engaged.
Ted Linder, Fox News.
The Surgeon General is warning parents their children may be too young to handle the drama and danger of social media. A growing number of studies and medical professionals point to the apps and the negative effects they can have on young people's mental health. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter have one thing in common. You must be at least 13 to sign up. But the Surgeon General says that age is too young.
It's a time where it's really important for us to be thoughtful about what's going into how they think about their own self-worth and their relationships.
The Surgeon General is sounding the alarm as some medical experts blame rampant use for some cases of depression and suicide.
We know that they make children targets of online bullies as well as online predators.
Earlier this month, researchers at the University of North Carolina found constant social media use at an early age could affect neural development. The study of 6th and 7th graders suggests constantly checking platforms like Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram makes young people hypersensitive in anticipating social media feedback. Even Congress is looking to take action by potentially regulating social media.
We have got to look at these social media companies and require them to be more responsible about how they are addicting our kids.
Mental health now tops the list of concerns among parents, with 40% saying they're worried about their children struggling with anxiety or depression. Several parents say they're not letting their children go on social media, at least not until they can handle it.
It's a digital drug, and it's intoxicating for our children.
Meta rolled out child safety features for Instagram and Facebook in the wake of accusations that its platforms harm children. TikTok CEO is also expected to appear before Congress in March, where he could testify about the app's effects on young people's mental health. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Human trafficking is a heinous crime, and as we observe National Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we want to bring you a closer look at a multi-billion-dollar industry that targets the most vulnerable here in the United States as well as abroad. The scourge of human trafficking is one of the biggest crises of our time, and right now 25 million people worldwide are being pushed into forced labor or the sex trade against their will, generating at least $150 billion a year. A lot of this activity taking place right here in the U.S. Fox News senior correspondent Eric Shawn has the story on how this can happen and what's being done to stop it.
Narco slaves are being forced to work at gunpoint, sometime until the point of death. Children as young as 13 are working graveyard shifts in slaughterhouses, and little girls are sold into forced sex that they endure day after day after day, just to pay the drug cartels.
One of the heartbreaking tolls of the migrant crisis is human trafficking for labor or commercial sex work. The feds say trafficking has been an illegal booming business for the Mexican-based cartels that ship their human cargo across the border, but it also happens across the country. Teresa Flores is a human trafficking survivor turned activist.
I was initially raped and drugged, and then they took pictures of this, and they blackmailed me for 2 years to try and earn them back while they earned a lot of money.
ICE says arrests for human trafficking jumped from 1,746 in fiscal year 2020 to 2,360 in fiscal year 2021. But the cases seem far greater than that. The Biden administration has authorized $14 million to help combat trafficking. The nonprofit activist group 3 Strands Global Foundation runs trafficking awareness classes in Texas.
Vulnerability is what makes individuals at risk. And so someone who may be experiencing poverty, homelessness, someone who has been abused, whether domestic violence or sexually, someone who's been involved in our child welfare system, those vulnerabilities are what traffickers prey upon.
3 Strands Global hopes to help break the cycle of trafficking, but observers note as long as the problems at the border continue, so too will the exploitation. In New York, Eric Shawn, Fox News.
And there's plenty more to come on this edition of Live Now from Fox. Plenty of top stories to track from around the country and around the world as well. Let's take a live look real quick before we go to a commercial break. Looking at New York City there, dark skyline, but we're waiting for that sun to peek up over the horizon as we continue to follow the biggest stories of the day. Stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It is 6:33 on the East Coast and 3:33 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning to get you caught up on the top stories from around the country and around the world. So let's start with this here. This is a story we've been tracking over the past week or so. Witness testimony continues in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. And yesterday, on Tuesday, the defense tried to discredit a key piece of evidence in the case in order to raise questions about whether Murdaugh is the person responsible for those murders. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary has more on that story.
Sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
Did you hear now, they or I? I will still testify that my hearing, I hear I.
Another day of intense cross-examination in the double murder trial of former South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh, accused of gunning down his wife Maggie and son Paul on the family's hunting estate in June of 2021. On Tuesday, jurors listened to what prosecutors say is Murdaugh incriminating himself during an interview with investigators 3 days after the murders. The defense, however, tried to cast doubt on their claim during cross-examination with one of the investigators.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
Did you hear they then? No, sir, I did not.
SLED Special Agent Jeffrey Croft also repeatedly questioned on why Murdaugh's comment was not followed up on during the interview or in the weeks after. Earlier in the day, Croft also admitting no murder weapon was ever found at the scene.
You ever found the murder weapons? Not that I'm aware of, sir.
On Tuesday, a Verizon analyst was also called to testify as prosecutors used cell phone data to piece together a timeline of Maggie and Paul's final calls and texts before the murders. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seary, Fox News.
After a very scary situation for residents of one Oceanside, California community, well, they're calling it a miracle after hearing and seeing a skydiver plummet to the ground when their parachute actually malfunctioned. Our Fox reporting team over on the West Coast has more on this story.
It felt like forever just looking at him going, we stood there in like shock, just going, he has to be dead.
Amber Sweet Smith describing the moment seeing the skydiver who hit the ground outside her family's Oceanside home last Friday evening. The skydiver was on a jump with Go Jump Oceanside from the nearby airport. He plummeted to the ground as his parachute failed to completely open. Smith says her husband was outside at the time.
We usually hear the screaming or, people laughing just in the air. And he heard like an unusual scream, looked up, saw the guy, and went probably in his head, oh, he's going to hit our house.
Another neighbor says she saw the skydiver coming down.
It looked to me like the parachute was ripped. It was like, it was just like all ripped into pieces. And he was yelling, and then people started coming out of their houses.
Smith says the skydiver first hit her neighbor's roof, then fell into their yard.
It felt like the whole wall like shook almost. It was scary.
As she and her husband went to help the skydiver, a Go Jump instructor promptly landed in the street.
One of the other parachuter guys, that he said he saw him and knew he was in trouble and landed in the street. So he was pretty helpful back there, too.
First responders arrived in minutes and got the man to a hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries.
We're just grateful to hear that he's fine, a few broken bones, and that's it. So, looking at him when he did the first moan and everything, it was like, oh my gosh, this is a miracle.
And one of the many big stories we're following today, the family of Tyre Nichols is demanding nationwide police reform, and this ahead of his funeral that will be happening later today at 11:30 a.m. And as we have reported here, Tyre Nichols died after a violent interaction with those 5 former Memphis police officers. Fox's Rich Dennison has that story.
We are going to continue to fight this fight around police brutality and killing until we get federal laws changed.
A call to action from the family of Tyre Nichols, the 29-year-old Memphis man brutally beaten by police during a traffic stop earlier this month. On the eve of Nichols' funeral, his family is demanding more transparency and accountability from the Memphis Police Department. They delivered their message inside the historic Mason Temple, the same place Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his final speech the night before he was assassinated.
We will continue in Tyre's name to head up to Martin's mountaintop. That's why we wanted to start this right on this sacred ground.
While police are still investigating Nichols' death, on Monday, 2 more officers were suspended without pay. The Memphis Fire Department also firing 3 of its personnel.
What happened to Tyre is a disgrace to this country.
A total of 7 police officers have been disciplined. 5 were seen on body cam video restraining, tasing, and pepper spraying Nichols, who died 3 days after the encounter. Those 5 have been charged with second-degree murder.
Justice for Tyre! Justice for Tyre! Let's make sure that his death was not in vain.
Vice President Kamala Harris will be attending Nichols' funeral in Memphis on Wednesday. The eulogy will be given by the Reverend Al Sharpton. In New York, Rich Dennison, Fox News.
And for the next story, we actually want to go to an interview that we did. One of our producers did, Tania Sims, speaking with somebody about the topic of watching videos like the Tyre Nichols video where he was attacked by those 5 officers and the impact that can have on people. So I actually want to play that for you real quick. It's valuable information and important to hear, so take a listen.
This is a story we've been covering since the beginning. Tyre Nichols was beaten severely by 5 Memphis police officers after being pulled over on suspicion of reckless driving. The 29-year-old died in the hospital 3 days later. On Friday, body cam footage of the beating was released to the public and caused an outpour of protests and conversations surrounding around police brutality. Here to talk to you more about the impact of watching videos such as that is Monica Williams, clinical psychology. Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Absolutely. So, this was something very difficult for people to witness. It was shared with the public. How can witnessing something like, a video like Tyre Nichols or even a video like George Floyd, how does that impact people?
Yeah, I mean, it's always stressful and distressing and sad to see someone beaten, brutalized, killed, and actually seeing this happen can be traumatic. I mean, if you think about it, watching someone die, that's not something that we do every day. And so when you see somebody's life taken from them or beaten to the point where their life is hanging in the balance, I mean, this can be emotionally devastating. It can cause symptoms of trauma. It's like sleeplessness, anxiety, depression, flashbacks. So this is pretty serious business.
Absolutely. And so now, are there certain groups that this impacts the most? I mean, we've experienced this with George Floyd. A lot of the Black community was hurt by this, and then witnessing something like this again, how does this impact them specifically?
Oh, absolutely. So the more a person can relate to the victim, the more distressed and the more impacted they're going to be by seeing these acts of violence. And so people who are members of marginalized communities, Black and brown communities that have been over-policed, people who may have had negative experiences with law enforcement, anyone like this is going to be at higher risk of being distressed and maybe even traumatized by seeing these things.
Wow. And so with that being said, in your expert opinion, I mean, I know you've probably talked to so many different people who have experienced a lot of different traumatic things. And so in your opinion, do you think that videos such as these should be shared out to the public?
Well, actually, I think that these videos should not be widely released. I don't think it's healthy for a person's mental health, for their psyche, to see this kind of graphic violence. And I mean, if you step back from it and think about it a minute, how could this possibly be good for your emotional and mental health? And also, you have to consider when you release these things widely onto the internet, onto social media, sometimes people see these images without wanting to. Sometimes children see the images, and we know this isn't good for children. And as an example, when George Floyd's death happened, my niece, actually, she's in college, she got a text from someone saying, hey, look at this. She didn't know what it was. She clicked on it and watched in horror as George Floyd's life was snuffed out of him. And she was traumatized. She was crying all night. She called me in a panic. And so you have to consider that this will be the result of putting these things out there everywhere on the media.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, people are seeing this sometimes without warning, or they're scrolling on, the internet and it just pops up. And so, what are some things that people can do when they see something traumatic like this? Should they just avoid social media when, what are something that they can do?
Well, I think people should ask themselves, is this something that I need to watch? Do I actually need to see this? And certainly there are some people who do need to see it. I mean, we need footage like this to hold law enforcement accountable, to give the families closure, to help move ahead legal proceedings. But does everyone need to see it? Absolutely not. It really doesn't, it really doesn't help anything. It doesn't really provide more than you can provide by writing a nice article about it that has details. You could even put pictures in the article, but you don't actually need to see the person beaten to death from 5 different angles. This is really just too much. And so if someone feels like, I don't know if I want to see this, they probably shouldn't see it. I mean, I actually made a choice not to see it myself. For many years, I would watch these things because I felt it was important to be informed and important to know what was going on. I felt like I needed this to be able to do the work that I do. And then I realized, you know what, I don't. It's not good for me. It's not good for my mental health. I can be outraged. I can decide I want to do something about this without actually seeing this act happen. So, so to your point, sometimes people do become traumatized from watching these sorts of things. And there are things people can do to help themselves if they find themselves in that position. One of the first things is to seek social support. Generally, I encourage people to find support in their own communities among people who really understand and get it, and who can, provide, that little bit of encouragement, close friends, caring family, allies. And I would say limit exposures to cues of racism while you're recovering from the trauma of seeing something this horrible. And that could mean signing off social media for a while. It might mean just kind of going to your own quiet place and not being disturbed. It could mean taking time off work. Also, I would say participate in restful, grounding activities, self-care, very important, maybe spiritual practices, meditation, journaling, or art. And then if the symptoms continue, I would say seek some professional help from a culturally competent provider, a counselor, a therapist, a psychologist, a psychiatrist. These would be resources for people who continue to feel distressed long after having watched some footage like this.
Wow, thank you for that insight. Like we said, it's definitely something traumatic that people witness and not something that they see all the time. Well, thank you for joining me, Monica Williams, clinical psychologist. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to speaking to you again.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
This is
And very important stuff there. You always have to mind your mental health, and everyone at home watching, make sure you're taking care of yourself, and take some time for yourself if you need to. It is 6:47 here on the East Coast and 3:47 over on the West Coast. We do need to take another quick commercial break here as we take a live look outside at New York City. Looks like it's starting to get a little lighter out there as the sun tries to peek up over the horizon. Pretty cloudy there. You can almost feel the chill looking at that shot there. But there's plenty more to come here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this short break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to turn to this story. It's about the Rust movie set shooting. Now, Alec Baldwin, as a result of that shooting, is facing involuntary manslaughter charges, a story you've seen right here on Live Now from Fox. So we have from our Live Now team, they spoke with an expert talking about the difference between live rounds and dummy rounds. So I do want you to take a listen to this. You can learn a little bit more, so stand by.
New Mexico prosecutors there in Santa Fe have formally charged actor Alec Baldwin and that armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, from the set of the film, that Western entitled Rust, where cinematographer Helena Hutchins was accidentally shot and killed. I have the statement of probable cause in my hand. It's about 20 pages here outlining the probable cause into those charges. And here I just want to put up some of the video from the scene. We all remember it very well. October the 21st, 2021. That's when we were getting news that this was all unfolding. Now the actor Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez Reed formally charged on counts of involuntary manslaughter for their role in the accidental shooting death of the cinematographer on that film set, Helena Hutchins, who left behind a husband and a young child as well. Well, earlier today on Live Now from Fox, we've been speaking with experts about this, including those who know a thing or two about weapons safety on film sets as well. And so we want to play out that interview with Steve Wolf and my colleague, Andy Mack, here on Live Now. Let's play out that conversation.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, and we are now learning that actor Alec Baldwin and a weapons specialist have been formally charged in that involuntary manslaughter in the fatal shooting in New Mexico on the movie set of Rust. And of course, we want to do more insight into what this means and the safety protocols that maybe weren't in place that led to this tragedy there. We're going to be joined now by Steve Wolf. Thank you so much for joining us. You've spent 25 years in TV, film, live events. You're the president of Wolf Stunt Works. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. First, just take me through a little bit of what we know about this event and how it turned bad so quickly.
Well, the reason that it turned bad were because the two primary rules of firearm safety were not observed. One, all guns are always loaded. Two, never allow a gun to point at something you don't want to destroy. So it doesn't matter whether you're on set, what the protocols are, even if you're in a gunfight, these rules always apply. And simply acknowledging and following those rules would have made this accident impossible.
Definitely.
So,
it is a very sad situation, as the person that died, Helena Hutchins, and also director Joel Souza, injured during this, but it obviously was a tragedy. One of the big elements we're looking at now is the bullet, or the fact that it was an actual live round. Give me the difference in between an active live round and possibly a dummy round that is used or should have been used on a set.
absolutely, Andy. So a bullet is actually the part that comes out. And the part that what you put into the gun is called a cartridge. So a cartridge consists of a bullet, a casing, a primer, and the gunpowder inside it. What was supposed to be put in were dummy rounds, and dummy rounds are quite easily distinguished by these holes that are drilled in them, as well as the BBs in there that rattle. So, any 6-year-old kid, you pick up a rattle, even a 6-month-old baby, you could tell if something rattles or not. And this is what was put in there. So this is actually a live round. It's got the bullet, it's got the casing, it's got an intact primer, it's got gunpowder. So these are very, very different. If you look at them, you can see very clear distinctions between them. However, if you don't look at them, you're not going to see these distinctions. And the problem that happened on the set of Rust is that nobody opened the gun to look inside and see what was in there. So they did not treat this as a loaded gun. A loaded gun, by the way, technically is loaded until you have personally cleared it yourself, and then it reverts to loaded status as soon as it leaves your hands. So what is supposed to happen is the armorer is supposed to pick up the gun, which is loaded because she hasn't checked it, check it, verify what's inside, and then she hands it to the performer. Once it leaves her hand, what is it? It's a loaded gun again. So then the performer supposed to open the port, and this is not asking too much of an actor. All we're asking is that they open this and pull this back, rotate through here, and check to see that there's no ammo in there. So that's not difficult. If an actor can remember 120 lines of dialogue, they could certainly figure out how to do this. But that's what was not done. And then the gun was pointed at someone, then their finger was on the trigger. So just a cacophony of errors stumbling one on top of the other caused this accident.
Correct.
There was basically no safety supervision in place.
How often, as a safety expert there, how often is it checked? How much frequency is there between handing it from the armorer to the actor? How often does that happen, and maybe how many times is that safety checked?
It's checked every time the gun is picked up. So when you pick up the gun, you pick it up with your finger off the trigger. You keep the gun pointed in a safe direction. Then you open it, you inspect it, you verify that it's unloaded. Now you can handle that gun and do whatever needs to be done with it. But as soon as this leaves my hand and therefore is no longer under my control because I've handed it to someone else, now technically it is once again reverted to the loaded gun status, at which point the person who takes the gun has to check it as well. And that was also not done. So nobody checked it, not the armorer, not Mr. Baldwin, and the guy who picked it up and yelled, cold gun, didn't check it either. So many violations there and lots of opportunities where they could have discovered this before it turned into a fatal incident.
Of course, Alec Baldwin is amongst them, charged with involuntary manslaughter. Also, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, who supervised weapons on the set of that Western Rust. To become an armorer, you potentially have to be qualified to become that position. How does that process work, and maybe how do people circumvent those to find themselves as a safety expert on a set like this?
Well, ultimately, the qualification for something is just that someone will hire you for it. That doesn't mean that you know what you're doing or that you're good at it or that you're safe. The proper process for learning any job, stand next to someone who does that job, right? If you want to become a reporter, you go out with the reporter crew and eventually you learn how to do it. If you want to be an armorer, you stand next to an armorer by working as an armorer's assistant until you've learned how to do it. So this process of apprenticeship is very important. And then you slowly take on responsibility while your mentor or the person who's teaching you watches how you handle things and makes sure that you're doing it properly. And then eventually you're ready to do it on your own. In this case, that process also was not done. The armorer was supposedly working under something called the armorer mentor, which was listed on this call sheet. This is not a title that exists anywhere in the real world. The armorer is the person who's responsible, and the armorer is the person who's on set and is checking the guns. If you're not doing that, you're not making a safe set.
Definitely. Obviously, very interesting dynamics here with both of Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed there, supervised the weapons on the set. This wasn't necessarily the most high-budget film. Rust in Santa Fe, shot just outside of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Now, what's the difference between maybe a high-budget film and a low-budget film? Maybe how many armorers would be on a high-budget film versus just maybe a handful or one on a low-budget film? Can you give me a little bit of difference there?
For me, the distinction between high and low budget is what does it ultimately cost you, not how much did you plan to spend. And in this case, Rust is one of the highest budget movies because if you look at the millions and millions of dollars in lawsuits and in prosecution, this is a very expensive movie. And so the idea that you could take a shortcut and make a low budget movie by hiring unqualified people and an inadequate number of them is a fallacy. And again, I've seen a low budget movie turn into a multi-million-dollar fiasco because basic safety protocols were not followed.
And correct, and this may trigger some, no pun intended there, trigger some other protocols being impacted in the movie industry. Can you describe maybe what this set of Rust and this tragedy may help with safety protocols on future films?
Well, Andy, the safety protocols around firearms are very clear and really haven't changed much, in the past years because they haven't needed to. These protocols are sufficient for making sure that nobody gets hurt, but they're useless if you don't follow them.
That is very, very true. And obviously you have a ton of a background in this and different sorts of things. And we've seen just movies, obviously, using the real thing, and directors and producers make that call. Is there a way around this? Is there a way that maybe a fake gun be used, or a different way? Are there different things that maybe could have also prevented this tragedy?
Absolutely. You don't have to use real guns. They're plentiful, and that's why they're typically used in preference to guns that have been modified so that they are not capable of firing. That is certainly, advancing another level of safety. And then there's really no reason to have anything other than dummy rounds, because even the blank effects can be put in post with CGI. That capability is growing tremendously. So considering that with a blank, you don't get recoil, there's really no reason to even use blanks. A blank is what killed John Hexam when he put it to his head and thought, oh, it's just a blank. There's no such thing as just a blank. The hot expanding gases from that blank took a section of his skull and pushed it through his brain. So there's no room for playing around with guns. You've got to follow the rules. It's serious business. And when you don't, you see what happens. People die.
Definitely. And also the fact that Alec Baldwin is the main headline in this as involuntary manslaughter there. He has certainly had a ton of experience in the movie industry, also possibly handling guns as well. Maybe how does that maybe help his case, and maybe how does that hurt his case? Because he's been around in these scenarios quite a bit, and nothing's like this has happened, and maybe he thinks that nothing can happen. How much maybe does that experience both help and hurt him in this scenario?
In this case, that experience hurts him, because one of the statutes for involuntary manslaughter in the state of New Mexico is that you have to have been aware of the risk, and then you have to have disregarded the risk. And based on the pedigree of films that Mr. Baldwin's done in the past, he's very aware of the risk, and he's worked with professional armorers, and he described in great length on his 2020 interview what it's like to work with a professional armorer, how they check the gun, they hand the gun to you. If you touch the gun in any way, they take the gun away from you, they recheck it, they admonish you, they put it back in your hand and say, don't do that again, I'm watching you. And that wasn't happening on this movie set. Not only
and those generators, unlike in Winter Storm Uri, those generators are now winterized and hardened against this kind of extreme cold.
Chairman, building on that, a quick question. I talked to a energy expert. He was concerned about the wind farms and how much they add to the grid right now. Are there any signs showing that the wind farms are freezing up, and what's being done to prevent that?
We have seen some icing on wind generators, and ERCOT's forecasting is taking that into account. We don't expect much wind generation throughout this winter weather event, but despite that, we have adequate reserves and are prepared to meet all the demand for electricity in Texas.
So if we lose any farms, Mr. Vegas, we're okay?
Yes, what we've already seen about 10,000 megawatts of wind farms iced up and not able to deliver power, but that was part of our forecast. We didn't anticipate having much wind supply this event. So we have plenty of supply from dispatchable thermal generators that are online and running, and so we don't expect any issues from that.
Sorry, the light problem earlier this week.
Fox News caused the power to go out. All right, well, listen, thank you all very much, and a very special thank you to all first responders who are working 24/7 to protect our fellow Texans.
and of course leaders of NASA and leaders of our military, private sector partners, to all of you. This is a wonderful afternoon of celebration, the celebration of excellence. So today, for the first time in nearly 17 years, we award the highest civilian
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning. Let's move right along with our top stories during the 7 o'clock hour. We are continuing to follow the heartbreaking story of Tyre Nichols. Now, the family of Tyre is demanding nationwide police reform on the day of his funeral. Here's more from Fox's Rich Dennison.
We are going to continue to fight this fight around police brutality and killing until we get federal laws changed.
A call to action from the family of Tyre Nichols, the 29-year-old Memphis man brutally beaten by police during a traffic stop earlier this month. On the eve of Nichols' funeral, his family is demanding more transparency and accountability from the Memphis Police Department. They delivered their message inside the historic Mason Temple, the same place Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his final speech the night before he was assassinated.
We will continue in Tyre's name to head up to Martin's mountaintop. That's why we wanted to start this right on this sacred ground.
While police are still investigating Nichols' death, on Monday, 2 more officers were suspended without pay. The Memphis Fire Department also firing 3 of its personnel.
What happened to Tyre is a disgrace to this country.
A total of 7 police officers have been disciplined. 5 were seen on body cam video restraining, tasing, and pepper spraying Nichols, who died 3 days after the encounter. Those 5 have been charged with second-degree murder.
Justice for Tyre! Justice for Tyre! Let's make sure that his death was not in vain.
Vice President Kamala Harris will be attending Nichols' funeral in Memphis on Wednesday. The eulogy will be given by the Reverend Al Sharpton. In New York, Rich Dennison, Fox News.
Again, Nichols' funeral is taking place today at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure that you are staying tuned into Live Now from Fox as we are continuing to cover every angle of this story. Moving right along with other top stories this morning, we're following an ice storm that has been crippling travel across the South. Further north, people are bracing for the coldest temperatures in several years. Here's more from Fox weather correspondent Will Nunley.
Don't get out on the road. Go out in the yard and make ice angels.
An ice storm leaving behind dangerous road conditions across the south and central U.S. on Tuesday. From Oklahoma to Texas, rain and snow fell onto roads, creating a sheet of ice on major highways. Here in Tennessee, a multi-vehicle accident in Memphis sent several people to the hospital, while in Austin, Texas, first responders raced to numerous crashes. State officials are urging people to stay off the roads with icy conditions expected through the morning commute on Wednesday.
The times we almost wrecked, it was either coming down a hill or coming to a stop, and there was zero traction, so the truck would just keep sliding, meaning if we didn't stop in time, we're going into the intersection hitting someone else.
Forecasters say this storm is part of an Arctic blast that's bringing below average temperatures to much of the country. The conditions force the cancellation of hundreds of flights and closed schools and businesses. Through Wednesday, ice remains the biggest threat, with several states bracing for a quarter-inch or higher. In Texas, all of this precipitation knocked out power to thousands of people.
The Public Utilities Commission expects to see some local outages as a result of icing of electric infrastructure and power lines. The power grid is functioning just fine as we speak.
Later this week, forecasters expect this same storm to plummet temperatures in the Northeast. We'll be tracking that for you as well. In Marion, Arkansas, Will Dunley, Fox Weather.
All right, the time here, 7:13 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because on the other side, we are having a conversation with Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomosetti. We're learning more about New York Congressman George Santos. He is stepping away from his House committee assignments as the investigations against him grow. That story and more up in 2 minutes. All right, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Scandal-plagued Republican Congressman George Santos is now sharing his side of the story on his mounting lies. Joining us now live with more is Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomosetti. Briella, you're joining us with the latest not only from Santos, but you're also talking about some of his colleagues that we've also heard from.
Yeah, that's right. Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker, we heard from George Santos himself. The story is always basically keeping us on our heels, but today activists here in Santos's Long Island district plan to hand deliver a petition to his office. That's right behind me. That petition has more than 90,000 signatures. It is calling on him to resign. We have heard that many times before. And Santos has also repeatedly said that he will not step down. But many are wondering if his decision to back away from 2 House committees marks the end of the road.
It's been a rough start for embattled New York Congressman George Santos.
Ow. Guys, you gotta relax. You're assaulting me.
Now he will temporarily step down from his House committee assignments.
Nobody tells me to do anything. I made a decision on my own.
Aside from the slew of reports about the fabrications he made about his resume, family heritage, education, and so on, he's under a House Ethics Committee investigation for his financial disclosures.
I'm confident I'll be clear because I have nothing to hide.
He agreed with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on Monday his presence on recently appointed committees has become a distraction for the party.
I think it was an appropriate decision that until he can clear everything up, he's off the committees right now.
But that's not all. There are state and federal investigations into the Santos campaign finances, and reports found an unusual and highly improbable number of campaign charges just below the threshold to require receipts. Plus, he faces fraud charges in Brazil for using a stolen checkbook more than a decade ago.
I don't understand what the play of the day is. We have said from the very beginning that George Santos is not fit to serve on any committees.
According to a Newsday Siena College poll, in his district, 78% of his own constituents say Santos should resign. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Are you considering resigning?
No, I'm not.
Republican Congressman George Santos has once again made it clear he doesn't plan on giving up his seat. The embattled politician responded to reporters' questions as he arrived for work Tuesday morning. In a rare sit-down interview, he also admitted this.
And I've learned my lesson, and I can guarantee you that from now on, anything and everything is always going to be above board.
Santos, though, says he will step back from 2 lower-profile panels to which he was appointed by party leaders several weeks ago. The freshman congressman told his GOP colleagues he will recuse himself from the House committees on small business and science, space, and technology to focus on serving his constituents. In a prepared statement, Santos said, quote, with the ongoing attention surrounding both my personal and campaign financial investigations, I have submitted a request to Speaker McCarthy that I be temporarily recused from my committee assignments until I am cleared. It continues, it is important that I primarily focus on serving the constituents of New York's 3rd Congressional District and providing federal-level representation without distraction. Furthermore, he thanked Speaker McCarthy for meeting with him to discuss the matter.
I think it was an appropriate decision that until he can clear everything up, he's off the committees right now.
So I think that he probably made the right decision, and when he comes back, we'll have a spot for him.
Santos is facing numerous calls to resign from both sides of the aisle amid a federal probe into his campaign finances. He's also facing harsh criticism for lying about his work in academic history, about having Jewish ancestry, and for claiming his mother died from a 9/11-related illness when documents show she wasn't even in the country on the day of the attacks. Leaders from Santos's Long Island district are now calling on the Federal Election Commission to include ghost donations from his 2020 campaign as part of their investigation into him.
We are here to say that it is unacceptable. We are here to say that ghost donors and these donors that do not exist should land him out of the United States Congress.
Okay, so Nassau County legislator Josh Lafazan, who you just heard from there, sent the Federal Election Commission a letter questioning $30,000 in donations from donors who now we're learning may not even exist. 2 donors answered phone calls from Fox 5 last week. They said they did not want to talk about their personal contributions. Rain.
Brielle, a huge thank you to you. We had a little Santos block there. First, we heard from Lauren Blanchard, our national correspondent, but you're bringing us a local perspective and talking to his constituents right there in New York City. So what are people there saying? What are the polls? Do people want him to resign?
Yeah, that seems to be the general consensus from both sides of the aisle here on Long Island. So that's according to a new Siena College and Newsday poll. 70% of those constituents say they want Santos to step down. even though he said over and over he is not going to resign. Now, 75% of those constituents say they do not think at this point he can even be an effective representative with everything that's going on. Seems to be one new development after another. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Right, a huge thank you to our entire Fox 5 New York team. The time here, 7:21 on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all nationwide and international headlines here on the show. Let's take a Live Now look from the United Kingdom. We are watching Prime Minister questions. We have PM Rishi Sunak taking questions from Parliament as we are learning more about bullying allegations from the Deputy Prime Minister. So again, let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered from the House of Commons.
In emergency care and the ambulance services, they recognise that this plan will deliver reduced waiting times and improved care across the country, including in Labour-run Wales, where there are some things we can benefit them from.
Mr. Speaker, if you grow up in Norfolk and you want to be a dentist, the nearest place you can train is in Birmingham or in London. So it's not really surprising, is it, that in Norfolk we have a dearth of dentists, whether it's NHS or private. We also know that where there is a dental training school, more dentists end up working locally. So will my right honourable friend agree to look again at the benefits of establishing a dental training school alongside the excellent medical school at the University of East Anglia?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend will know that there are around 400 dentists with NHS activity in Norfolk and Waveney, but he's right, the Centres of Dental Development build on the existing local infrastructure to help retain and recruit dentists, and I would advise him to encourage his local integrated care board to look at proposals for one of those centres in his area.
Mary Kelly Ford.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister once said that he didn't have any working class friends. So we may not be aware that today 500,000 hard-working people are on strike, including in his own constituency. Tory Britain isn't working. Is the Prime Minister going to get a grip and negotiate with working people, or does he intend being remembered as the PM who silenced and sacked hard-working nurses, paramedics, teachers, rail workers and firefighters in a cost-of-living crisis?
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to teachers, we've actually given teachers the highest pay rise in 30 years. includes a 9% pay rise for newly qualified teachers and record investment in their training and development. I am clear that our children's education is precious and they deserve to be in school today being taught. And actually the party opposite would do well to say that the strikes are wrong and we should be backing our school children.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, suicide is the biggest killer of young people under 35 in the UK. My constituent, Andy Airy, along with Tim Owen and Mike Palmer, are the three dads walking. Andy, Tim and Mike each tragically lost their precious daughters, Sophie, Emily and Beth, to suicide, and have campaigned tirelessly through charity walking for suicide awareness and prevention to be included in the school curriculum. I've been humbled to support them, including joining them on their UK walk as they came through Penrith, with their petition which is due for parliamentary debate on the 13th of March, and with my early day motion which has support from right across the House. Would the Prime Minister join me in paying tribute to the three dads? And would he meet with me and the three dads to discuss suicide prevention and ultimately save young lives in the future?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course I pay tribute to Andy, Tim and Mike, especially for channeling their own personal tragedies into such positive action to prevent this happening to other families. That is inspiring and they deserve enormous credit. The government is taking action to improve the provision of mental health services for young people in schools and colleges, but I would be delighted to meet with him and Andy, Mike and Tim to discuss what more we can do.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that welcome. Ordinary people didn't need to hear an IMF forecast to understand that the UK economy is the worst performer amongst the leading nations in the world. They live with it every day. People know their energy bills are through the roof. They know that 750,000 households face defaulting on their mortgages while house prices fall. And they know that food prices are rising at a record rate of 16.7% as of today. The Prime Minister is 100 days in office, his party 13 years in power. In all that time, does the Prime Minister ever reflect that the only thing that the Tory party has been good at is pushing people into poverty?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, it is wonderful to hear from the right honourable gentleman, and lovely to see him in his place. What I would say is that we're continuing to deliver for people across the UK, including and in Scotland. He mentioned poverty. Poverty today lower than when the Conservatives first came into office. Inequality lower than when the Conservatives first came into office, and the number of people in low pay the lowest on record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in my constituency there is a great sense of shock and disbelief following last night's horrific dog attack that killed a 4-year-old girl. The police investigation is still going on and it wouldn't be appropriate to speculate on the circumstances, but it would mean a great deal if, on behalf of the House, the Prime Minister could send our condolences to the family and to the community, and to thank the emergency services for dealing with this situation with their customary compassion and professionalism.
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend and send my condolences, and I'm sure the whole House's condolences, to the girl's family and the community after this horrific incident. And I join him in thanking the emergency services. They have responded rapidly and professionally, and I know that my honourable friend himself will be supporting them and his constituents during this difficult time.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This past weekend... Can I blame the pain? Can I blame the painkillers? Apologies, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. This past weekend, I visited a charity which was hosting an exhibition in my constituency about metastatic breast cancer. which claims 31 lives each day in the United Kingdom. And the women there asked me to convey at the first opportunity to the government the need for more awareness, more support, more research, and more drug availability. Can I ask the Prime Minister if he will do that, if he will help to bring that support? But also, I have written to the Scottish Government asking for their support, if in his next meetings with the First Minister he would mention it to her.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I pay tribute to the charity that the Honourable Lady mentioned and for the work they do? She's absolutely right. Awareness is key in tackling and identifying breast cancer symptoms early. One of the reasons why we're investing more in diagnostic and screening tools to make sure that we can detect more cancers earlier and treat them and ultimately save people's lives. I would be happy to pick up this particular topic with the First Minister when I next speak to her and ensure that we are working together to improve cancer services for everyone, regardless of where they live in the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the United Kingdom government's negotiations with the EU regarding the Northern Ireland Protocol, would the Prime Minister kindly confirm to the House that the sovereignty of the United Kingdom and its four nations will not be compromised?
Mr. Speaker, I can give my honourable friend that assurance. I know this is something that he cares passionately about. The implementation of the protocol is having an impact for communities in Northern Ireland. That's why it needs to be addressed, and that's what we are attempting to do through constructive dialogue. But the goal in that must be to ensure Northern Ireland's place in our precious union.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the election of the fascist Israeli government in December last year, there has been an increase in human rights violations against Palestinian civilians, including children. So can the Prime Minister tell us how he is challenging what Amnesty and other human rights organisations are referring to an apartheid state?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady also failed to mention the horrific attacks on civilians inside Israel as well. And it's important in this matter to remain calm and urge all sides to strive for peace, and that's very much what I will do as Prime Minister and in the conversations that I've had with the Israeli Prime Minister.
Sir John Hayes, final.
Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the British people had the wisdom and foresight to take back control from foreign lawmakers, and when they did so, they believed we were taking back control of our borders. Yet since that time, we have faced wave after wave of illegal migration. So will my right honourable friend, without further delay, bring forward the necessary legislation to turn back the tide and fulfil the promise that was made to the British people then?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes an excellent point. That's why one of this government's 5 priorities and promises to the British people is indeed to stop the boats. We will introduce new legislation that makes it unequivocally clear that if you arrive in this country illegally, you will not be able to stay. We will swiftly detain you and remove you to your own country or a safe third alternative. That's the right and responsible way to tackle this problem.
Completes questions.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. It looks as though this live event is coming to a conclusion, but we were taking a live, raw, and unfiltered look as Prime Minister Rishi Sunak took questions from Parliament live from the House of Commons. Now, one of the last questions that he faced was about the Israel-Palestine conflict. We know that the situation in the Middle East has been coming to the forefront of the conversation, especially following Secretary of State Antony Blinken's recent visit there in the past few days. So let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and then we'll get you all up to speed on that story and other international topics right after this. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:38 a.m. We'll get to your international stories in just a bit, but first, let's revisit a story that we have been following for some time. Witness testimony continuing today in the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh. On Tuesday, we did see the defense try to discredit a key piece of evidence in the case. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri for more.
Sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
Did you hear now, they or I?
I will still testify that my hearing, I hear I.
Another day of intense cross-examination in the double murder trial of former South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh, accused of gunning down his wife Maggie and son Paul on the family's hunting estate in June of 2021. On Tuesday, jurors listened to what prosecutors say is Murdaugh incriminating himself during an interview with investigators 3 days after the murders. The defense, however, tried to cast doubt on their claim during cross-examination with one of the investigators.
It's just so bad. It's so bad.
Did you hear they then?
No, sir, I did not.
SLED Special Agent Jeffrey Croft also repeatedly questioned on why Murdaugh's comment was not followed up on during the interview or in the weeks after. Earlier in the day, Croft also admitting no murder weapon was ever found at the scene.
You ever found the murder weapons?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
On Tuesday, a Verizon analyst was also called to testify as prosecutors used cell phone data to piece together a timeline of Maggie and Paul's final calls and texts before the murders. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. The time there is 7:40 a.m. This is going to be the location of a very high-stakes meeting taking place today at the White House. President Biden sits down for the first time with the new Republican Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Now, among other things, the two will have to find a way to raise the nation's debt ceiling or risk a first-ever default. Here's more.
On the second day of this week's infrastructure investment tour, President Biden in New York to talk about a tunnel beneath the Hudson River, which has long frustrated commuters with backups and delays.
This is just the beginning of finally constructing a 21st century rail system that's long, long overdue in this country.
President Biden is highlighting what government spending can positively do.
We finally have the money, and we're going to get it done. I promise you, we're going to get it done.
The message is opposite of what Republicans are saying as they point to inflation, a possible recession, and a $31 trillion national debt. They want to cut government spending.
It's a recklessly irresponsible position for President Biden to take, to say just give him more money so he can keep spending money that we don't have.
To get the cuts, some Republicans are prepared for hardline negotiations with the White House over raising the debt ceiling.
Will you negotiate with McCarthy?
Show me his budget. Show me his budget.
Speaker Kevin McCarthy is meeting with President Biden on Wednesday. They have both been outspoken ahead of this sit-down over where they will and won't budge.
Why would you play political games? I'm not. I'm going to sit down with him, find and get this done.
President Biden plans to release his budget proposal in early March. House Republicans say theirs is due in April. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And bringing you all the latest international news, Moscow warning additional Western weapons could escalate the fighting in Ukraine. This comes as Russian forces ramp up their attacks on civilian areas. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft sat down with our national security expert. The two discussed this topic and more. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We want to bring in a national security expert, Hal Kempfer, with updates on the war in Ukraine as we approach the 1-year anniversary. And Hal, thanks so much for being with us yet again. We had an extensive conversation last night. You sent something to me, though, this afternoon saying that Putin is readying yet another mobilization effort to mark the 1-year anniversary in this war. How many more troops, Russian troops, can we expect on the front lines, Hal?
Andrew, there's a discussion of about 200,000 right now. Institute for the Study of War has been looking at this for quite some time. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of indicators that he was looking at some sort of mobilization coming soon for a spring or late winter offensive. The number now is about 200,000, but a number of those are being pushed into the Donbass region. Now, interestingly, today, there is some discussion that a number of these attacks that have been occurring in the Donbass region on that eastern front appear to be coordinated, and there might be some larger offensive underway right now. It's just not quite clear because, frankly, the Russians, the way they coordinate their tactical evolutions isn't very good. So what could be a series of what look to be smaller attacks could also actually be part of a larger offensive that they're trying to manifest. Nonetheless, there is a lot of pressure going on the east. They do want to take Bakhmut, that city. They have had some incremental gains around there. With that said, they've been doing so at a horrendous price in terms of loss of life, averaging between 600 to 800 plus troops being killed every single day, Russian troops, and also a tremendous loss of equipment as well. So they are making incremental gains, but they are looking at some sort of push. And I think that's recognition certainly now, and maybe the tank decision had a lot to do with it, that once those Western main battle tanks come in, that their window of opportunity to really push forward will have been closed effectively.
Hal, so in addition to the Institute for the Study of War, the UK Ministry of Defense puts out pretty periodic updates about how things are going on the battlefield. I want to put up the one that they posted on their Twitter today. We could kind of go through some of the, I guess, highlights of this. I'm going to give kind of the short version. They say, kind of to what you were alluding to, that things are not progressing for Russia. A stalemate, in a sense, is happening, right?
Well, they threw that 155th Naval Infantry Brigade into the fray. This is what's interesting. A couple things came out today. One is, of their elite airborne forces, since the beginning of the war, the Russians have lost 50% of their airborne troops. That's just a phenomenal loss. The other problem is they don't have a non-commissioned officer corps at the junior level like we've talked about. Our NCO corps is the backbone of how we do business in the military. They don't have that in Russia. They rely on junior officers. Their junior officer depletion, if you will, attrition on the front lines has left about a 40% gap in manning, which means that a lot of these attacks, like what you see here, they go forward, but they just don't have that junior level leadership up there to push those offenses forward. So they're making a lot of effort in the East. They're taking phenomenal losses, but they're simply not making any gains. And if you look at the losses in personnel and equipment that they are exchanging for very modest gains in terrain, it's nonsensical, except in the Russian political sense. For them, it makes sense because they have to keep pushing forward no matter what.
Hal, in a sense, though, in the scenario where 200,000 more, Russian conscript troops enter Ukraine, what does that look like for Ukraine's chances, though? Can they fend off that many more Russian troops?
Well, Andrew, they can. It's not going to happen all of a sudden.
Oh, okay.
All right. They have to mobilize. All right. They're pushing troops in, but they do have to mobilize. Indications from around Russia, from the various districts and areas, say that they have not received orders to do that mobilization just yet. Now, of that 300,000 they mobilized last fall, a large number of those, potentially 40, 50%, have not been put into the fight. That may not be completely correct, but that's what it looks like. And that's kind of what they're pushing in now, and they've been trying to train those troops up. Some of the troops they mobilized, they sent right in with virtually no training, and a lot of those troops were killed in very short order. But they're sending in troops now. They're doing this push now. I think they're trying to find any way they can to make some gains, because as time goes on and those main battle tanks come in, but also recognizing it's not just the main battle tanks. Already this week, the Bradley vehicles, those armored vehicles, some call them tanks. They're not really tanks, but they're infantry fighting vehicles, were announced as being literally underway. They're loaded up on ship. They're heading into into Europe to go into Ukraine. So they're going to be there within a few weeks. They'll be on the battlefield. That's going to make a big change. And that's what the Russians are realizing, is that they're going to have to see some of these objectives soon, or the window to do so will be very difficult. And even with that big
said government-compelled speech was unconstitutional. They said that in the 1950s. Yet these state institutions are requiring it. It's wrong. And it is a political litmus test of ideology, so that they only bring in those who fit whatever the dominant ideology is on those campuses, and we all know what that is. In Florida, we reject that. In Florida, we are a marketplace of ideas. We believe in pursuing academic excellence, and that is our goal. We will be focused on academic excellence at all of our institutions, and we pursue the goal of education, and we reject indoctrination. Thank you for your time.
It's great to be with you. I'd like to talk a bit about DEI and what it really means, because many of you probably heard of it at first a few years ago. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. That sounds great. Include a wide range of people, treat people equally, and make sure that people of a variety of backgrounds feel included. But this is a lie. It is an Orwellian misuse of language that manipulates you into feeling that this is a good thing, while under the surface it's something quite different. So I'm going to give you a bit of a very quick lesson in what it really means and what it looks like in universities. I've reported on it elsewhere, and I'm going to be starting to report on it here in Florida. Beginning on Thursday, I'll be releasing one report per week exposing what's really happening in these DEI departments here in this state. I'm going to warn you, it's pretty ugly stuff. And the idea is quite simple. They take the ideologies of critical race theory, radical gender theory, they divide the world into oppressor and oppressed, and then they actually train students, faculty and staff members here in the state of Florida, that certain people are oppressors, certain people are oppressed. They have scholarships that are racially segregated, in which, for example, white students are barred from applying, which, last I checked, should be illegal under the Civil Rights Act, and yet they're doing it. They're doing it very publicly, and they're proud of what they're doing. And so you have also stuff like, training kids to feel guilt and shame for their white privilege. Something that I saw at Florida State that surprised me was a new one, also shaming Christian students, saying that they're guilty of, quote, religious oppression, and they need to atone for their, quote, Christian privilege. That was a new twist on that. And these are the kind of programs that are driven by the bureaucracy. And I've talked to a lot of folks in the bureaucracy. I've done a lot of reporting on this. And here's the basic fact, and here's how I think it's going to change with this initiative. The bureaucrats feel like they run the show. They feel like they're in charge. They feel like they're the authorities. And just by exposing what they're doing, they feel like the public is intruding. That's not how it's supposed to work. These are public institutions supported by taxpayers, and they're governed by the legislature. They're governed by the public officials. And so what I think is really important here, you have an ideology of diversity versus an ideology of equality, treating people equally. We can have that philosophical debate, and we should, because most people, once they understand what's happening, would oppose this DEI ideology. But the deeper context and the deeper importance of this initiative, it's reestablishing public control and public authority over the public universities. And so look, you can have two different kinds of people. You can have rule by the bureaucracy or rule by the people. And in many states, they've opted for the former, but in Florida, with this bold initiative, the governor and the legislators are saying, no, no, no. We see the problem, we're understanding the problem, we're going to reestablish the rule of the people over our institutions, and it's deeply unfair for every Uber driver, waitress, and mechanic in the state of Florida to take money out of their paycheck to then funnel that money to these DEI bureaucracies that are a total waste of money, but even worse, training people in an ideology that is harmful to kids, harmful to faculty, and harmful to staff. And so behind the scenes, I've spent the last few weeks as a new trustee here at New College talking to students, faculty, and staff, and they won't say it publicly but because they're intimidated by their colleagues and by these bureaucrats. But privately, they'll say, these DEI bureaucracies add nothing to the kids' education. they filter out faculty on the basis of ideology. You actually have to sign a loyalty oath to radical race and gender theory in order to just be considered for employment. And then they actually harm students because they limit the discourse. They restrict the open and free debate. And so we have a chance, though, to reestablish the authority of the public, and also just to remind people that the purpose of the university is not to push political activism. It's to train good students, good citizens in pursuit of knowledge, in pursuit of the true, the good, and the beautiful. And I think that the DEI officers are unfortunately totally against this. And so I'm excited in my role, in a couple hats, in my role as an investigative journalist, going to be actually showing you what this stuff means, what it looks like, the actual ideas underneath the surface of euphemism. But also as a trustee at New College, I think you're going to see, we're going to have a board meeting later today, maybe some of the media is going to come with us. I think you're going to see us modeling the new standard that's being set. And that's really what this all boils down to. The governor has the courage to set a new standard. The legislators have the courage to set a new standard and back it up with an investment and say, this is going to be a place where equality, merit, and colorblindness are the law of the land. You know? And so it's very simple. Equality means treating everyone equally, regardless of their background, regardless of their identity. Merit means that we're going to prioritize the excellence of scholarship, the excellence of thinking, rather than what you look like or where your ancestors came from. And colorblindness means that every principle, every system of governance, every decision in the university should not play favorites on the basis of race or identity or politics, but should treat everyone equal. That's what I think this country is about. That's what we've been fighting for. We've been drifting away from it, and I'm so excited to be part of this great movement to reestablish it and send a beacon to all the other states in the country. You can actually change this stuff. Conservatives for many decades have been too scared to deal with the problems in the universities. And I know for a fact, scholars have, at Princeton, University of Chicago, University of Texas, and other Stanford and other Ivy League institutions have been calling me, publicly endorsing this initiative, and also saying we're looking to Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, as a bright spot to model for every other college in this country what can be done, how to lead, and how to establish the standard. So thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the legislators. I'm excited to get to work.
What an honor to be here. And first off, for the record, unlike our president, I don't have teleprompters telling me what to say. My name is Emily Sturge, and I'm a sophomore at the University of Florida. And sadly, my university has fallen corrupt to the woke ideals being taught by leftist professors in the classroom. I have professors who are telling me that America is the most racist nation. I have professors who are lecturing the importance of the COVID vaccine instead of actual coursework. And I have professors who are telling me that in this country, women have no rights. Me, I'm a woman. I'm up here today on the stage with Governor DeSantis. I think I'm doing just fine. Courses at public universities have essentially become how to be a leftist 101. And students, as these professors are lecturing these woke ideals, students are in the classrooms and they're nodding. And students like me who speak out and offer a differing perspective, I'm vilified by those students. When I set foot on my campus 2 years ago, I made a promise to myself. I would stay true to my conservative values, and I would remain steadfast in my faith. If there's two things that matter to me in this world, it's my faith in my country and my faith in my God. Amen. And just saying those things, just for that belief, is putting a target on my back, on my campus. I've been vilified by other students on my campus. I've been called every name in the book. I've been called, for being proud to be an American, I've been called racist. I've been called xenophobic. I've been called misogynistic, anti-woman. You name it, I've been called it. But I'm going to wear those names as a badge of honor because they sound an awful lot like what the fake news media is calling DeSantis. So not only have I been under attack by students, I've also been under attack by professors, and I'm seeing that in the grades I'm receiving in my research.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Quickly approaching that 8 a.m. Mark here on the East Coast. So let's move right along with our top stories. This story coming from Washington, D.C. So there's a new effort on Capitol Hill to get federal workers to stop working from home. House Republicans have introduced what's called the Show Up Act, a new bill that would force the return of big numbers of federal workforce to in-person offices. So joining us now live from Washington, D.C. is Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. Good morning, Bob. What more can you tell us? This is quite the bill.
Yeah, hi there, Rain. Good morning. If it sounds familiar, this Show Up Act, it's because when Democrats controlled the last Congress, Republicans pushed this through, at least tried to. It didn't get anywhere. Basically, that was back in May. So now that Republicans are in control of the House of Representatives in this 118th Congress, they've introduced this new legislation. Kentucky Republican Jim Comer, who is the chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability. It used to be the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. It's now Accountability, has introduced this legislation. There may be a vote as early as this week on the House floor on this, and basically what this Show Up Act would do is require that federal government employees who have been mostly working from home during the pandemic come back into the office at pre-pandemic levels. It would not do away with telework altogether, but mostly. One of the arguments is that productivity across the board at government agencies is way down. Republicans in Congress blame that on the federal workers who are staying at home. They also say there's a lot of office space, not the federal buildings, but the office space that the federal government leases for all these workers that are primarily empty, and it's costly. And so there is a cost savings factor involved as well. You talk to those who are against this, and they say, look, productivity for those who work at home is very high, and it's good for recruiting and retaining federal workers. So we'll have to see. There was a survey recently by the OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, surveyed something like 500,000 federal workers and found that 25% of them, Rain, said that they work from home at least 3 days a week. So there is, quite a bit of the workforce that is still working from home. Some in Congress are saying, let's try to get back more to normal for a number of reasons and get those workers back into their desks in the office space here around Washington and across the country.
Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard, thank you so much for joining us with that update.
You bet, Rain.
All right, let's go ahead and actually stay on this topic because
Good morning.
It did take some time.
Hello. I felt you there. How are you?
All right. It looks like Bob was still making his way on our airwaves. Let's go ahead and turn his volume down, but we are going to continue to talk about the work commute because it did take some adjusting. The pandemic taught many of us it's possible to do our jobs from home, but again, just like Bob mentioned, a new study is revealing just how much time the average employee is saving by not commuting to the office. So let's check in with Fox News correspondent Ted Linder. He's bringing us a closer look at how people are choosing to spend their newfound free time.
While the topic of working from home can be polarizing, a new study from the National Bureau of Economic Research finds employees who don't commute often spend the time they would be traveling to the office working instead. According to researchers, working from home saves the average American about 55 minutes of traveling per day. But while the average person dedicated 40% of their saved time for doing extra job assignments, about 34% was devoted to leisure activities like exercising and reading. And 11% was committed to childcare.
People have learned that if you can work remotely, a lot of things can get done, and you can balance your personal and your work life better in many situations.
Besides creating a smoother work-life balance for many people, working fully remote or doing a hybrid scenario also save people money on transportation. But while the study found remote work had people working more, business experts say not being in the office has made some people nervous about how their bosses view their productivity.
One thing that remote workers suffer from is that nobody sees when they do their work. So there has been a study that showed that people engage in increasing spontaneous one-on-one video meetings simply to make sure that they're being recognized for being present, for being engaged.
Ted Lindner, Fox News.
All right, switching gears here. The family of Tyre Nichols is demanding nationwide police reform in the wake of his death. Let's check in with Fox's Rich Dennison. He has more of this story.
We are going to continue to fight this fight around police brutality and killing until we get federal laws changed.
A call to action from the family of Tyre Nichols, the 29-year-old Memphis man brutally beaten by police during a traffic stop earlier this month. On the eve of Nichols' funeral, his family is demanding more transparency and accountability from the Memphis Police Department. They delivered their message inside the historic Mason Temple, the same place Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his final speech the night before he was assassinated.
We will continue in Tyre's name to head up to Martin's mountaintop. That's why we wanted to start this right on this sacred ground.
While police are still investigating Nichols' death, on Monday, 2 more officers were suspended without pay. The Memphis Fire Department also firing 3 of its personnel.
What happened to Tyre is a disgrace to this country.
A total of 7 police officers have been disciplined. 5 were seen on body cam video restraining, tasing, and pepper spraying Nichols, who died 3 days after the encounter. Those 5 have been charged with second-degree murder.
Justice for Tyre! Justice for Tyre! Let's make sure that his death was not in vain.
Vice President Kamala Harris will be attending Nichols' funeral in Memphis on Wednesday. The eulogy will be given by the Reverend Al Sharpton. In New York, Rich Dennison, Fox News.
All right, we heard right there from the family of Tyre Nichols. We heard from Reverend Al Sharpton and other prominent civil rights leaders ahead of his funeral taking place today. But live now from Fox's Josh Breslow had a one-on-one conversation with the past president of the National Bar Association, Carlos Moore, and he broke down the charges that we are seeing the officers face and the future of police reform.
Carlos Moore, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks for having me.
So first off, your reaction learning that there are now several more police officers that have been put on leave, so to speak, as a result of this situation here.
You know, I can't say that I was shocked having seen the video. I could see that there was a Caucasian gentleman involved, and that begged the question, why was he not charged and why was he not fired? It came out yesterday that he was in fact relieved of duty, but that is not the same thing as firing, and of course that's not the same thing as being charged as the other 5 black officers. And so the question that is in so many people's minds is what is different about this individual than the others. I believe the police chief has stated that this officer, who happens to be Caucasian, was there for the first interaction with Mr. Nichols, but he was not there for the second interaction. He was the one with the taser, though, and that seemed pretty serious for him to be tasing an individual without authority of law. And so that would at least be assault and battery, you would think. The chief never gave any reason, justifiable reason for stopping this man at any point that night. And so we do believe that, based on what I've seen and heard so far, that this new individual that has come to light should be charged with something, if it's nothing more than aggravated assault and battery.
Could you see any world in which this guy is not charged?
Yes, it's something, as my grandmother would say, something is not clean in the milk. We do believe that this man was protected for whatever reason. And in the Deep South, someplace like Memphis, there's always going to be a conspiracy theory. And this just goes into the conspiracy theory that they are protecting white individuals more so than black individuals. We do know that when it comes to white police officers, they are normally given the benefit of the doubt. I mean, justice has not been swift for those individuals that have assaulted black men and women in this country. But when black officers do it, we see that justice can be very swift. I mean, you have indictments in about 2 weeks' time. That is a record period of time. And so we want to know why the white officer was not indicted for the crime for which he committed, or the crimes for which he committed. If it was not murder, we do know that we can see assault and battery right there on camera.
Do you think we are going to see more people charged in this situation? Because as of right now, the 5 that you were just seeing on your screen are the only ex-officers who are charged.
I do believe that there will be others that will be charged. It still begs the question, why the delay for certain individuals? Justice, the cogs of justice have gone pretty fast for these 5 black officers, but they seem to be spinning a little slower for the white individual and others. And so we want to know who they're related to, who do they know higher up that's protecting them. But we do believe that this case is serious and that everyone should be treated equally. We want full justice for Mr. Nichols, but we also want to make sure that there's no difference, that justice is blind and that we're not getting favoritism based on the hue of our skin.
And in a case like this, speaking of course in criminal defense, where does the case go next? Because we know that the 5 officers have been charged. It is possible more people could be charged. What is next in this case now that the body cam video that people were waiting for has been released?
The officers have been charged. They have been indicted. The next thing will be an arraignment where they could stand before a judge and either plead guilty or not guilty. We have to assume that they're going to plead not guilty, and that thereafter a trial will take place. A trial or trials will take place for those 5 officers. They would have opportunity to go through discovery. There may or may not be any pleas. If there's no pleas, there will be trials, and the jury will get to decide their guilt or innocence, and then they will be sentenced if they're found guilty.
A question that always arises when you have a case that is so well known, it's so well publicized, just about everyone has heard it. Is it going to be difficult, and this is way down the line, if they don't plead guilty ahead of time and this all goes to trial? It'll probably be very difficult to find people for a jury that haven't heard about this case before.
Yes, that could be a double-edged sword, and so the attorneys for the defendants will have to give their best advice if they want to move for a change of venue. Because these are police officers and this is their community, they may be given the benefit of the doubt in their community. And so that is something the lawyers will have to consider. But with this being so high profile, with this being on video, and it seeming not to be justifiable in any stretch of the imagination, it will seem to be an uphill battle to get a fair trial in Memphis. But that is why you have voir dire and you have jury selection, and a good lawyer should be able to seat a reasonable and fair jury.
And we talked about this over the weekend, but just that body cam video was released late Friday night. Your thoughts overall as you're watching that? So many people have described it in so many different ways, saying it's graphic, horrific. There's some other words that have been used. What were your thoughts when you were watching it?
Brutal, heinous, sadistic, not justified under any stretch of the imagination. This was pure the hate, and it was murder. I can't think of it led to the death of an individual. And so we do believe that these individuals need to be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. And I still believe the charter should be upgraded from second-degree murder to first-degree murder or felony murder, because this murder was committed during the commission of another violent crime, kidnapping.
And we also talked about this over the weekend, but the difference between first-degree murder and second-degree murder, as of right now, these officers are charged with second-degree murder. What is the difference, and could that be upgraded at some point to first-degree murder?
The difference is the penalty, the potential penalty. The potential penalty for second-degree murder is 15 to 60 years in prison. Of course, first-degree murder, the potential penalty is death sentence or life in prison without the possibility of parole. And so those are two drastically different outcomes. And we believe, because of the heinous nature of the crime, that they should be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law, which is first-degree murder.
All right, Carlos, thank you so much for joining us again. We really appreciate it. Anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
No, the prosecutor has the ability to go back to the grand jury to try to get an indictment for first-degree murder, or he can independently recommend that they be charged and arrested for first-degree murder without going back to the grand jury. So he has a lot of power, but he could upgrade the charge independently, or he could take it back to the grand jury. He could punt it and take it back to the grand jury and let it be their decision. Or he's educated and he is the prosecutor duly elected. He knows the elements of the crimes, and he knows that he should know that with the kidnapping out there and then the death, he could charge these individuals with first-degree murder.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and 3 Memphis Fire Department employees have been terminated over their response to the Tyre Nichols scene. The Memphis Fire Department announced on Monday that 2 EMTs and 1 lieutenant were fired for violating policy and protocol during their response to Tyre Nichols on January 11th. Now, according to the department, Robert Long, Jermichael Sandridge, and Lieutenant Michelle Whitaker did not correctly assess Nichols. Reports say the 2 EMTs responded while the lieutenant remained inside of the vehicle, and the EMTs are said to have responded based on a pepper spray incident alone, not taking into account his other various injuries. So this news coming as more first responders are being held accountable for their actions after Tyre Nichols died 3 days later after that police encounter. The recent release of body camera footage depicting the violent arrests, and of course we know that his funeral is taking place today at 11:30 a.m. The family and other civil rights leaders, community leaders, calling for nationwide police reform in the wake of his death. So let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will have a live conversation with Charles Watson, our Fox News correspondent, who's bringing us a preview of the funeral and the push to reform police nationwide. All right, everyone, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here just past the 8:15 a.m. mark on the East Coast. We're continuing to bring you all every angle, every development when it comes to the Tyre Nichols death. We do know his funeral is set for today at 11:30 a.m. and any moment now we do plan to have a live conversation with our Fox News correspondent Charles Watson, who is on the scene there in Memphis. But before we bring him onto the show, let's stay on this topic and revisit an interview from our producers, Tania Sims, who sat down with a medical expert on the racial trauma that we may all experience when watching a traumatic video like the body camera footage, which was released last week. So again, here's that interview.
This is a story we've been covering since the beginning. Tyre Nichols was beaten severely by 5 Memphis police officers after being pulled over on suspicion of reckless driving. The 29-year-old died in the hospital 3 days later. On Friday, body cam footage of the beating was released to the public and caused an outpour of protests and conversations surrounding around police brutality. Here to talk to you more about the impact of watching videos such as that is Monica Williams, clinical psychology. Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
Thank you, absolutely. So, this was something very difficult for people to witness. It was shared with the public. How can witnessing something like, a video like Tyre Nichols or even a video like George Floyd, how does that impact people?
Yeah, I mean, it's always stressful and distressing and sad to see someone beaten, brutalized, killed, and actually seeing this happen can be traumatic. I mean, if you think about it, watching someone die, that's not something that we do every day. And so when you see somebody's life taken from them or beaten to the point where their life is hanging in the balance, I mean, this can be emotionally devastating. It can cause symptoms of trauma, like sleeplessness, anxiety, depression, flashbacks. So this is pretty serious business.
Absolutely. And so now, are there certain groups that this impacts the most? I mean, we've experienced this with George Floyd. A lot of the Black community was hurt by this, and then witnessing something like this again, how does this impact them specifically?
Oh, absolutely. So the more a person can relate to the victim, the more distressed and the more impacted they're going to be by seeing these acts of violence. And so people who are members of marginalized communities, Black and brown communities that have been over-policed, people who may have had negative experiences with law enforcement, anyone like this is going to be at higher risk of being distressed and maybe even traumatized by seeing these things.
Wow. And so with that being said, in your expert opinion, I mean, I know you've probably talked to so many different people who have experienced a lot of different traumatic things. And so in your opinion, do you think that videos such as these should be shared out to the public?
Well, actually, I think that these videos should not be widely released. I don't think it's healthy for a person's mental health, for their psyche, to see this kind of graphic violence. And I mean, if you step back from it and think about it a minute, how could this possibly be good for your emotional and mental health? And also, you have to consider when you release these things widely onto the internet, onto social media, sometimes people see these images without wanting to. Sometimes children see the images, and we know this isn't good for children. And as an example, when George Floyd's death happened, my niece, actually, she's in college, she got a text from someone saying, hey, look at this. She didn't know what it was. She clicked on it and watched in horror as George Floyd's life was snuffed out of him, and she was traumatized. She was crying all night. She called me in a panic. And so you have to consider that this will be the result of putting these things out there everywhere on the media.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, people are seeing this sometimes without warning, or they're scrolling on, the internet and it just pops up. And so, what are some things that people can do when they see something traumatic like this? Should they just avoid social media when, what are something that they can do?
Well, I think people should ask themselves, is this something that I need to watch? Do I actually need to see this? And certainly there are some people who do need to see it. I mean, we need footage like this to hold law enforcement accountable, to give the families closure, to help move ahead legal proceedings. But does everyone need to see it? Absolutely not. It really doesn't help anything. It doesn't really provide more than you can provide by writing a nice article about it that has details. You could even put pictures in the article, but you don't actually need to see the person beaten to death from 5 different angles. This is really just too much. And so if someone feels like, I don't know if I want to see this, they probably shouldn't see it. I mean, I actually made a choice not to see it myself. For many years, I would watch these things because I felt it was important to be informed, important to know what was going on. I felt like I needed this to be able to do the work that I do. And then I realized, you know what, I don't. It's not good for me. It's not good for my mental health. I can be outraged. I can decide I want to do something about this without actually seeing this act happen. So, so to your point, sometimes people do become traumatized from watching these sorts of things. And there are things people can do to help themselves if they find themselves in that position. One of the first things is to seek social support. Generally, I encourage people to find support in their own communities among people who really understand and get it, and who can, provide, that little bit of encouragement, close friends, caring family, allies. And I would say limit exposures to cues of racism while you're recovering from the trauma of seeing something this horrible. And that could mean signing off social media for a while. It might mean just kind of going to your own quiet place and not being disturbed. It could mean taking time off work. Also, I would say participate in restful, grounding activities, self-care, very important, maybe spiritual practices, meditation, journaling, or art. And then if the symptoms continue, I would say seek some professional help from a culturally competent provider, a counselor, a therapist, a psychologist, a psychiatrist. These would be resources for people who continue to feel distressed long after having watched some footage like this.
Wow, thank you for that insight. Like we said, it's definitely something traumatic that people witness and not something that they see all the time. Well, thank you for joining me, Monica Williams, clinical psychologist. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to speaking to you again.
And
right,
Tyre
thank you
Nichols
so much
will
for
be
having
laid to rest later on this morning in Memphis. Again, the 29-year-old died after a police beating at a traffic stop earlier this month. Joining us now live is Charles Watson with Fox News, live outside of the Mason Temple Church, where Nichols will be laid to rest. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us, Charles. What can you tell us ahead of his funeral?
Well, good morning, Rain. Thanks for having me. We know that the family of 29-year-old Tyre Nichols will celebrate his life today as they lay him to rest this morning. Nichols' funeral is set to begin in a couple of hours from now, 10:30 local time, 11:30 Eastern time, at the Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church here behind me, and the family will have quite the supporting cast here with them today. Vice President Kamala Harris is expected in Memphis this morning to attend the funeral at the request of Nichols' mother and stepfather. We're told the Vice President actually spoke to both parents on Tuesday for 30 minutes about Nichols' tragic death, and even got Nichols' mother, Rovon Wells, to smile a little bit as she tried to console her. We're also expecting the family of George Floyd to be in attendance today to offer their support. The Floyd family, who of course knows the pain of losing a loved one at the hands of police officers, has offered their condolences and will meet the family for the first time today. Moving forward, actually, both families will work together to push the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, as President Biden calls on Republicans in Congress to help pass that piece of legislation. We're also expecting to hear an impassioned eulogy from the Reverend Al Sharpton this morning, who just last night next to Nichols' family called for justice and police accountability for Nichols, who was savagely beaten by at least 5 now former Memphis police officers who are charged with second-degree murder and other offenses in his death. That beating was caught on video, taped, and released to the world just last week. We heard from Nichols' brother just last night as well, and he said the 29-year-old was the last person on earth who deserved to die in the way that he did. So you can expect today to be very emotional for the family and people in this community, quite frankly, Rain, and the honoring of Tyre Nichols will continue throughout the day. We were told he was a big San Francisco 49ers fan. He's from California, so they're going to light up the I-40 bridge here in Memphis red and gold to continue to honor Nichols. Rain.
All right, that was the latest from our Fox News correspondent, Charles Watson. Thank you so much for joining us with that update. And you can stream the funeral right here on Live Now from Fox at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The time is now 8:28. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are getting this live event into our desk from Washington, D.C. The GOP Hispanic Caucus is holding a briefing outlining objectives for the 118th Congress. Let's listen in.
American exceptionality. I just want to send a message to the news media, because remember that I was one of you for 35 years. We are very united. We're the Hispanic group, but we are not fighting against the other groups. House Freedom Caucus, we are all one party, and we are coming together, sitting at the table, discussing the issues, and reaching an agreement in good spirits. So we do not want to send the message that we are divided. We are very united. And the Hispanics are going to vote, and we're going to come to terms with what's good for the United States and future policy. So thank you very much for being here. We really would like for you to send the message that we're here to vote our values, and that the Hispanic issues are very much important to us, and that we're going to make sure that they will be voted on. So thank you very much. And I think now we're going to be talking to my wonderful dear friend, Nicole Maliatakis from New York.
Thank you, Maria. Good morning, everyone. Nicole Maliatakis, New York's 11th District. I represent New York City, Staten Island, and southern Brooklyn. And like my friends Mario and Maria, my mother fled the communist dictatorship of the Castro regime. And that is why, partly why I'm here today, is because I'm very motivated to work against and fight the socialist wing of our Congress that is looking to implement the very things that many of those we represent have fled, and they don't want to see take place in our great country. I have a very diverse district. My district's probably about 15% Hispanic, but I have a lot of other immigrant groups from all over. I would say probably some of the biggest are Egyptian community, the Turkish community, the Albanian community, Russian community, Polish community. So we have a very, very diverse district. It truly is a microcosm of the city of New York. And as was mentioned, the immigrant groups that I represent care about the same issues that everyone else does. It's inflation, it's the economy, it's the ability to stay in their own homes. It's the border crisis that is now affecting New York City. It is crime, specifically due to the policies implemented at our state level. And, we are here to give an alternative viewpoint. I'm the only Republican who represents New York City in Congress, and I'm certainly looking to bring a different perspective and have done such. I think for us, the goal is to really show Hispanics around the country that there is an alternative to what the Democrats are offering. And as you saw from this year's election results, in my district in particular, I mean, I won by 6, and then against the same person, I won by 24 this last go around. I think it was because you're seeing these both minority groups and immigrant groups recognizing that the policies that Republicans are offering actually provide public safety, they provide border security, they provide economic prosperity. And in particular with the border situation, and all my colleagues can comment on this, but in New York City, we're now facing a situation where the taxpayers are expected to pay billions of dollars to house individuals who have entered our country illegally.
All right, we're taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. as we continue to listen into the GOP Hispanic Caucus briefing. You see lawmakers here outlining their goals and objectives for the 118th Congress. But at this time, we do want to share a bit of breaking news from you all. This just coming into our live now from Fox desk. Tom Brady, NFL superstar, has announced his retirement, and he says this time it's for good. The NFL posted this on his Twitter just a few moments ago, thanking his fans and everyone for their support.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. I think you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
All right, there you have it. An emotional goodbye from Tom Brady, again retiring after 23 seasons in the NFL. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, let's head back out to Washington, D.C. again. The GOP Hispanic Caucus holding a live news briefing outlining their goals and objectives for this year.
Here is a product of the American dream. But also, I think all of you are a product of the American dream. We all have our different story, whether you immigrated here in your generation like I did, maybe the previous generation like my wife, or maybe further back like other families. Regardless, we are here because this country has given us the opportunity to go from point A to point B. And that's by keeping the federal government and all forms of government in their right place so that we can be free to pursue our dreams. That's why we're here. Por eso estamos aquí, para defender el sueño americano. That's why we're here, to defend the American dream. Thank you, everyone, so much. And now it's my pleasure to introduce my friend from Texas, Monica de la Cruz. Oh, that's okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Monica de la Cruz, and I am proud to stand here in front of you as a South Texan and a new member of the Congressional Hispanic Conference. You know, when my abuelitos came from Mexico, they had never imagined that their granddaughter, the granddaughter of a Mexican farm worker, would one day be standing here as a member of the People's House. The People's House. Can you imagine? My grandparents were humble, they were hardworking, and they taught our family to love this beautiful country and love God and love one another. You know, because of these values, today I have the distinct honor to represent and serve my community. I believe that these values are the reason why the Republican Party just had its best year ever with Hispanics in a midterm election. We have so much work still to do, but our best year with Hispanics in this great country. My colleagues and I are working hard to address issues that matter to Hispanics and really to all Americans. Issues such as lower prices for food and gas, a safe and secure border, clean water and parks for our kids, affordable and quality health care. I'd like to thank the Chairmans Diaz-Balart and Chairman Gonzalez for their leadership, and I look forward to working with my colleagues here to serve. Thank you. And let's see. I would like to, let's see, I think it's Ana Paulina, right? Carlos is, oh no, Carlos is right here. Thank you. Come on over, Carlos.
Thank you so much, and certainly a pleasure for me to be here. And I want to thank Tony and my very old friend Mario Diaz-Balart. I mean, you know, for being here. And yeah, I've known Mario for quite a long time. He's from Miami, and also my colleague from Miami, you know, Maria Elvira Salazar. Look, when you look back here, that's the future of the Republican Party. It's the beginning of the future of the Republican Party. And the reason why is because Hispanics, and I'm generalizing, but Hispanics in general hold the same values that we do. We value hard work, we value faith, we value God, we value family, we value opportunity, we value freedom. And that's why the proof is in the pudding as to why Hispanics are gravitating towards the Republican Party, because we hold their same values, and they're waking up to that fact. You know, as Nicole said, she won by, I think, 4 or 5 points initially. She won by 24 points the last election. In my election, my first election, I won by around 4 points, and this last election, I won by 27, close to 28 points. Why? The district didn't change, but more and more Hispanics are opening up to the fact that, yeah, it's the Republican Party that actually holds their value. And it's the same people voting again in 2 years' time. That's the huge swing to the Republican Party. And I believe that's going to continue across the nation. And this caucus, this group, is going to grow and grow and grow. Because, again, this is the future of the Republican Party and the future of America, too, because we're the largest minority population and we'll continue to grow. and become a bigger part of the American population and of America itself. That's a good thing. Look, I'm an immigrant. I came here when I was 6 years old. Actually, 6 years old, almost 7. I didn't speak a word of English, not one. And my parents came here fleeing communism and looking for opportunity, looking for freedom, looking for a place where they could, raise their children in a free way without the oppression of a socialist communist regime that we had in Cuba. And I remember, when I first got here, I still remember this, vividly in Miami at the time. Miami probably had about maybe less than 1 million people. Now has Miami-Dade has about 2.8 million people, and the biggest building there was the courthouse, 25 stories. Right now, we're building 1,000-foot skyscrapers. But I was wondering, what the future held for me. And again, in what other country could a kid who doesn't even speak the language when he gets here at 6 years old ends up not only being a fire chief, being a commissioner of a county, being the mayor of that county, of representing 2.8 million people, and then finally joining the halls of Congress, one of maybe 12,000 people in the history of the United States that ever have been in Congress. There's not many other places where you can say that happens. That's why we love America. That's why we will fight for America, and we will always fight for America and the principles that make America great, which is opportunity and freedom for our children and for us and our children. And so, again, take a good look, because it's just the beginning. Next Congress, we're going to be bigger. We're going to have more of us, and we're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And so a little bit in Spanish. Yo estoy muy orgulloso de estar aquí con mi colega Tony, y también mi amigo de muchos años, Mario Díaz Balart, y también con mi colega de Miami, María Salazar, con otros también miembros de este grupo de hispanos republicanos, que para mí este es el futuro del Partido Republicano, los hispanos. Y se ha demostrado con las últimas elecciones que más de nosotros fuéramos elegidos, y también que nosotros que allá estuvimos aquí, como Nicole y yo, y María y Mario, el margen de victoria ha crecido más y más y más. Y eso lo vamos a demostrar en la próxima elección, que vamos a tener más de nosotros aquí, que este va a ser, al final yo creo que va a ser el grupo más grande en el Congreso, porque vamos a tener tantos hispanos. Va a tomar un poquitico de tiempo, pero sí vamos a llegar ahí. ¿Y por qué? Porque los hispanos entienden que los principios del Partido Republicano son sus principios, que es la fe, la familia, trabajo, oportunidad. Y eso es lo que le da a nosotros esta gran nación. Y por eso es que nosotros estamos tan orgullosos de estar aquí, pero también tenemos el amor que tenemos para este país que se llama los Estados Unidos. Así que para mí otra vez un gran placer estar con todos ustedes. Y ahora, who do I turn it to now?
Anna Paulina.
Okay. Hi.
Thank you. Hey everyone, I'm Ana Paulina Luna. I represent Florida's 13th Congressional District. I also happen to be one of the first Mexican Americans to be elected from the state of Florida, and also one of the first minorities to be elected to my district. So it's been an honor and privilege. But I think everyone standing behind me agrees that, our voice is increasingly becoming more and more important, especially being that piggybacking off of what Representative Salazar said, that according to PUHispanic.org, Hispanic Americans are now the largest voting minority in the country. And I know that we win on the arguments. If we didn't, they wouldn't be working so hard at trying to suppress us every step of the way. There's been many left-wing outlets that have actually gone in, especially to the Miami-Dade area, in an effort to buy up conservative media so that we can't share our message. And when you hear the stories behind us, especially those who have family members that have fled communism and socialism, really what the left will try to do is undercredit that and really undercut the fact that these people genuinely have fears for good reason, because they experienced it. And unfortunately, a lot of times the left will try to discredit us and say that we're conspiracy theorists. And clearly, as you can see behind us, we are not. And so I'm very honored to be a part of this group. I'm very honored to say that there's a lot of us who are going to be championing this message. And I think look forward to taking back the House in 2024. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'm Lori Chavez DeReamer, representing the great state of Oregon. So from Florida to Oregon, we are across the country representing Hispanic Americans. My grandmother's family came here. She had a 6th grade education. She did work in the fields. I do not speak Spanish. I can't understand it, so do not talk about me in the halls. But that's right. I'm talking about all of you. But I will tell you this, that was something my grandparents were very proud of, that they wanted us to speak English. I'm 54 years old, and I think about it now, and who would have known that I would be standing up here to represent, my grandparents who worked so very hard for faith, family, freedom, hard work. I served as a mayor in Happy Valley, Oregon. And when you represent all of your district, you represent all heritages. We have a high Asian population, a big Slavic population. Hispanic population is quite small in Oregon, but that's changing. It is the fastest growing, and we have to make sure that we recognize that. And as a mayor, it doesn't matter really which party, you just want to recognize the values. And as a mom of twin girls who are finding their way in the world, we want to make sure that we have this pathway of what all of us bring. And as a business owner for 18 years, I think that's important to have Hispanic businesses open every single day, and we can change that American dream. And it might take generation after generation after generation, but we cannot quit. We have to stand up and we have to fight. And I cannot thank all of you for opening the tent. As freshmen, as we've come in, the first thing that happened is the Hispanic Caucus reached out and they said, welcome. Be a part of us. Let's speak in one voice as we move across. And again, Congressman Valadeo, we grew up in the same hometown of Central Valley of California, and now we're standing here as counterparts. And as my grandmother would say, I feel very blessed to have my comadres and compadres here, because it is a community that brings us together. And so thank you. Thank you very much. We will be a voice. We will be a united voice. We will always stand together. And when Tony and Mario had us come here this morning, they said, be here. Be here. It's important to speak as one voice and to show in numbers that we can change this country for the better. So this is the greatest country on earth, and we will fight for it every single day. So thank you. I will turn it back over to Tony to wrap it up.
Great. That's great. Yeah, we'll take a couple questions. I will start with Mariana.
Thanks. You all mentioned, you obviously come from different places, have very different experiences.
Hi, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3.
Understand each other, given your own background. Se entienden, regardless of the issue. Two-part question. You loosely talked about the issues that matter.
Sure.
I know you all are the House is really just starting its business. What specifically are the issues that you all want to take a united front on? And then secondly, I think one of those issues that we've already seen is obviously border security.
Sure.
I know Judiciary Committee is starting to talk about that, debate that today. Are you all united against any kind of legislation that, for example, as we've seen, blocks asylum? Any of those specific border security issues?
Yeah, every Republican ran on border security, on securing the border, from New York to Florida to Oregon to Texas. It's clear that the border crisis impacts every single state in America, whether it's fentanyl, whether it's terrorism, whether it's the sheer number of gotaways. Every single Republican ran on that. So we are absolutely united in finding solutions. And I think the key is solutions. What you see behind us today is these are government.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox, taking a live now listen from Washington, D.C. That's what we do here. We bring you all from live event to live event, ushering you all through the top stories and briefings of today. But at this time, let's go ahead and switch gears, because our friends at Fox Business, they're bringing us a brand new show. So we all know that rising inflation, the debt ceiling, and a potential recession has been at the forefront of the conversation. So Fox Business is at the top of Americans' minds, especially during this time of year. So again, our friends and colleagues over at Fox Business Network, they're going to cover and bring you all every angle, every vantage point that you need to know. They're rolling out a brand new show called The Big Money Show, which is breaking down all of the latest business talking points. And joining us right now is one of the beautiful hosts, Jackie DeAngelis, live from New York City. So Jackie, this is a very exciting time, launching a new show. Tell us all about it. What do Americans need to know?
Well, first of all, good morning, and it's great to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
What Americans need to know is that the Big Money Show is going to bring them the intersection of Wall Street, Main Street, and Washington, because you need context to make informed decisions, and you need to know what's happening everywhere, right, to be able to really read the market. So many people are struggling right now, as you mentioned, because inflation is high at 6.5%, and they're wondering, where do we go from here? How do I invest my money so I can actually make something compared to inflation, so inflation doesn't erode my dollar value? These are the kinds of things that we're going to be talking about and looking ahead. You know, it's been a rough 2 years over the course of 21 and 22. So people want to know what to expect for 2023. And I will tell you this, it's probably going to be a little turbulent, and this is going to go on for some time. But the better positioned you are, the more you know what is happening in the here and now, the better off you are to make investment decisions that impact you and your family.
Absolutely, Jackie, because as we all know, we've been covering it here at Live Now from Fox. We are definitely guiding viewers through a unique era, high gas prices, high inflation rates. What more will viewers gain from this show, and how will you use your expertise? I know you bring a lot to the table, so talk to us about your background and what you specifically plan to bring to the program.
Absolutely. Well, obviously I've covered the markets for a long time, but I really honed in on oil and gas for a long time too, and the energy industry. And obviously it's making headlines not just because of gas prices, but supply issues here at home. Also this push towards green energy, how that's going to work in the country, because we're not necessarily ready or have the infrastructure to be able to do that. So that's one aspect we can, certainly talk about. But the other aspect that I'm looking at this year and trying to help people with is that inflation is high and it's soaking, your budget. But something is happening that is different than we've seen in the last decade or so, and that's that interest rates are on the rise. Sure, it's not great if you want to go get a mortgage or an auto loan, or if you have a lot of credit card debt, but you know what? Savers, for the first time, are actually being rewarded in the bank. An online savings account is paying well over 3% right now. You can buy short-term T-bills for about roughly 4%. If you're looking for safer investment opportunities, it was for the last decade or so, the only place to put your money was the market. And so now people have some options. So we'll be talking about things like that. And listen, if you still want to put your money in the market, there are opportunities there too, because January, the S&P 500 saw its best January in 4 years. So even though some of the fundamentals are not great, rates are rising, and people do think we're headed into some form of a recession, stocks are still moving higher. And so these are the kinds of topics that we're talking about so people can better understand what's happening.
And you see, these are the exact things that people need to know. So right now we're showing our viewers a full screen of the upcoming show, yourself, along with your co-host. So talk to us about your co-hosts. We know Brian Brinberg and Taylor Riggs are also joining the show, offering their expertise. What perspectives can we expect them to bring?
So Brian is affectionately called the professor here. He is a professor of economics at King's College, so he has a tremendous amount of wealth and experience to bring to the table as well. And he looks at economic issues, from a more macro standpoint. He can really break them down. He can talk about historical perspective as well, because the market always moves in cycles, right? And so it is helpful in many cases to look back at what's happened to understand what will happen. Even though circumstances might be slightly different. So these are conversations he has. And Taylor Riggs came from Bloomberg News, and she's got extensive market experience as well. She's a CFA. She's taken all 3 levels of the exam. She talks about stocks and bonds. As I mentioned, there are opportunities in both right now. And so we bring it all. We're all from different parts of the country, too. Taylor's from California, Brian's from Minnesota, and I'm from New York in the East Coast. So we've all got different perspectives, talk to different people across the board, and we bring all of that and put it together for the viewer.
And speaking of opportunity, Jackie, let's take advantage of having you on the show, right? So let's talk about the business news of today. We do expect House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to have a conversation with President Biden about the debt ceiling. We know this has been at the forefront of the conversation for weeks now. What do viewers need to know?
Well, they need to know that we'll be hearing about this for some time, right? We did get an extension from Treasury. The government is going to pay our bills until June while, Washington figures this out. But the president has taken a pretty aggressive stance and said he's not going to negotiate with McCarthy, even though he's talking to him. But talking is always the first step. You know, it's not possible in Washington to say it's my way or the highway. We all know that. McCarthy is going to put a lot of pressure on the president to say, listen, we don't want the country to default on its debt. Of course, we will raise the debt ceiling, but we also need to know that some of this spending is going to get reined in, because we can't just keep raising the debt ceiling forever. Our kids and our grandkids are going to have to pay for our mistakes right now. And so these conversations will go on for a while. There'll be some market volatility around them as well. But generally speaking, most people feel that some agreement will be reached, because as I said, not reaching an agreement is catastrophic. It could send the world into a financial crisis. You know, we are the world's biggest superpower right now, and if we default on our debt, that's a big statement. So, you know, hopefully that won't happen, and both sides will be able to come to an agreement that they're both comfortable with.
All right, thank you so much for bringing us that context and analysis. That's exactly what you can catch on the Big Money Show weekdays at 1 p.m. Host Jackie DeAngelis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so time is now 9 a.m. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and we do continue to cover this breaking news with Tom Brady announcing that he is retiring again from the NFL, but now says it is quote unquote for good. He did just post a video on his social media, and we brought that to you a bit earlier on this morning as Rain Augustine was here. Our Fox 13 Tampa team breaking all of this down live, raw, and unfiltered. So I do want to check in with them for a look at the latest on this breaking story.
For good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time. So when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So it won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing.
Here I'm getting choked up there. Brady's announcement comes just a few weeks after the Bucs' devastating playoff loss to the Cowboys. It's also 1 year ago to the day that he first announced he was retiring. But we all know how that turned out, and Brady insists this time there is no going back. Now, of course, most of us know Brady has won 7 Super Bowls, most notably his win with the Bucs in 2021. As for what's next, well, last spring it was announced Brady had signed a massive contract with Fox Sports to move into the broadcast booth once his playing days are over. Now, it's unclear when that next chapter of his career will begin. Maybe he can take a little vacation, right? We'll have more on the GOAT and his retirement later this hour when sports director Scott Smith joins us live here on Good Day. Give the man a break.
Absolutely.
You know?
Listen, here's what we can say. Thank you for the memories, Tom Brady. Thank you for the memories.
Yes.
Because there were some good ones.
Some great ones.
All right, Jen, thank you.
You're welcome.
9:04, high-stakes meeting at the White House.
All right, right there, that was our Fox 13 Tampa team as they do continue to help us here cover that breaking news story. We are going to check in with them. As you heard, they did say that their sports director will be on at about 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So coming up here in about 30 minutes, we will take that live, raw, and unfiltered. But you could see everyone over there getting fairly emotional. This is just a silenced video of his announcement that was made via social media. There you heard it. If you were just watching us, we'll play it again here in a second. But Tom Brady, who did win a record 7 Super Bowls for New England and Tampa, now announcing his retirement, as you see on your screen, quote unquote, for good. Brady, the most successful quarterback in NFL history and one of the greatest athletes in team sports, posting that announcement on social media today, a brief video that lasted just under 1 minute. He said, quote, "Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good." Now, if you are just joining us here, I do want to play that video once again. Again, it is just under 1 minute long.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
And you could see so many people as you were watching Fox 13 Tampa getting very emotional over that announcement. You heard him talk a little bit about this, but he did briefly retire after the 2021 season, but wound up coming back for one more year with the Tampa Bay Bucs. He retires now at age 45, the owner of numerous passing records in an unprecedented 23-year career. So hard to believe there. So a year ago when he retired, it was the form of a long Instagram post. This time, obviously, he took to Twitter and kept it under just about a minute. But about 6 weeks later, he decided to come back for one more run. The Bucs, with whom he won a Super Bowl 2 seasons ago, made the playoffs again this season, losing in their playoff opener. And at one time, it begged the question about whether Brady would play again. Only a couple weeks later, he has now given that answer, saying, quote, "I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. I won't be long-winded. You only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last time." Of course, making light of the last time that he did announce that he was going to retire in that video that was posted on Instagram. Brady is the NFL's career leader in yards, passing, and touchdowns. He is the only player to win more than 5 Super Bowls and has been MVP of the game 5 times. Some people will consider him to be the GOAT, others maybe not so much. Brady has won 3 NFL MVP awards, been a first team All-Pro 3 times, and selected to the Pro Bowl 15 times. Now, we are trying to pull up just some of the tweets because, as you can imagine here, there are a lot of people who are talking about this, and they do have some very strong feelings here. So as we work to pull this up, we will bring you the latest here. Our producer, Tania Sims, working to pull that up for us right now. So Brady and supermodel Gisele Bündchen did finalize their divorce this past fall during the Bucs season. It did end a 13-year marriage between two superstars who respectively reached the pinnacles of football and of fashion. It was announced last year that when Brady retires from playing, he'll join Fox Sports as a TV analyst in a 10-year, $375 million deal. Not too bad, but you can imagine that, hey, we're Fox. You're going to be seeing a lot more of Tom Brady. He is not going away anytime soon. Do want to take a look at just some of these tweets once again that are coming into our newsroom here. Derek Jeter, big star, says, "Congrats, Tom Brady, on an unbelievable career. It was fun to watch." All right, this is Tom Brady's announcement that you saw there. We played it for you. He said, "Truly grateful on this day. Thank you." Prayers emoji and hearts emoji. Patrick Mahomes tweeting, "Three GOATs. As I told you, many people will refer to Tom Brady as the GOAT. Others, not so much." But there you can see it. Emojis of GOATs. JJ Watt saying, "Greatest of all time. No question, no debate. It's been an honor and a privilege." And what is that right there? A GOAT emoji. He said, "P.S. The newly retired group meets on the golf course every morning at 10 a.m. Drinks are on the new guy, so bring your wallet." Love JJ. He kept it a little comical as we were seeing a lot of people get fairly emotional. Now, this one from the NFL does provide more background on Tom Brady's 23-season career. It says 7-time Super Bowl champion, 5-time Super Bowl MVP, 3-time league MVP, 89,214 regular season passing yards, the first all-time, 649 regular season touchdowns, first all-time, 13,400 playoff passing yards, first all-time, and 88 playoff touchdowns. So the NFL obviously celebrating his career. As many will say, he is the greatest football player of all time. We are still cycling through several of these tweets here. The NFL actually announcing this is breaking, saying Tom Brady announces he is officially retiring. They followed up, of course, with that tweet that had just a little bit more information. "Watching Tom Brady get choked up announcing his retirement nearly brought me to tears. We'll miss you, GOAT," with a bunch of sad crying emojis. Tampa Bay Bucks saying hashtag "Thank you, Tom," prayers emoji, and guess what? Another GOAT and the number 12 there. So again, these are just kind of cycling through some of the tweets that are coming into our newsroom. But the big news here, Tom Brady announcing his retirement again from the NFL, but saying this time it is quote unquote for good. Brady did win a record 7 Super Bowls for New England and for Tampa. Again, we have been checking in with our Fox 13 Tampa team. We're working to get some experts to join us here, as we probably should have anticipated this was going to happen. We've known it was very likely, but we are working to get some experts on here to talk a little bit more about Tom Brady's amazing career. I am going to play that video for you once again. Again, only about 52 seconds long, but it is very emotional, so grab those tissues.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
And for so many people, it is such an emotional time there. If you're watching us, our Fox 13 Tampa team, we know he plays for the Bucs, so they are very emotional right now because they know him pretty well. They've talked to him several times, and a lot of people across the country feel the very same way. If you are just joining us, Tom Brady, who won a record 7 Super Bowls for New England and Tampa, officially announcing his retirement again, but saying it is, quote unquote, for good this time. Brady, the most successful quarterback in NFL history and one of the greatest athletes in team sports, posted that announcement you just watched on social media this morning, a brief video that lasted just under 1 minute. He said, quote, "Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good." He didn't leave people guessing. He just got that out there in the beginning. We know, of course, that he briefly retired after the 2021 season, but wound up coming back for one more year with the Tampa Bay Bucks. He does retire at age 45, the owner of several passing records in an unprecedented 23-year career. A year ago, when he retired, it was in the form of a long Instagram post, but about 6 weeks later, he decided to come back for one more run. The Bucks, with whom he won a Super Bowl 2 seasons ago, made the playoffs again this season, losing in their playoff opener, and at the time, it begged the question about whether Brady would play again. Only a couple weeks later, he has now given his answer. I do want to go through just some of those tweets once again, if you are just joining us, to give you kind of a look at how people are reacting here. That is the post from Tom Brady coming down about an hour ago, as he did announce in a minute-long video that he is retiring from the NFL. All right, we are going through just some of those tweets here. We do know that Derek Jeter actually tweeted a bit earlier about it. You've seen so many different people in the NFL and elsewhere who are sharing their thoughts here. Derek Jeter saying, "Congrats, Tom Brady, on an unbelievable career. It was fun to watch." And he, of course, shared that video, the emotional one from Tom Brady. This is one of my favorites here. I want to actually take down the banner so you can see the whole thing. JJ Watt saying, "Greatest of all time. No question, no debate. It's been an honor and a privilege." That is the GOAT emoji, as many people refer to him as the GOAT. He adds, this is my favorite part here, "P.S. The newly retired group meets on the golf course every morning at 10 a.m. Drinks are on the new guy, so bring your wallet." He keeping it pretty light considering just how many people are so emotional here. Patrick Mahomes tweeting out simply 3 GOAT emojis. GOAT, 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 as many people are calling him the GOAT. By the way, Mahomes is an American football quarterback, of course, for the Kansas City Chiefs. So he's met Tom Brady just a few times there, and that is why he made sure to say GOAT, GOAT, GOAT. The NFL itself tweeting out the stats for Tom Brady and his 23-season career. So hard to believe, that is a long time. So they said 7-time Super Bowl champion, 5-time Super Bowl MVP, 3-time league MVP, 89,214 regular season passing yards, 649 regular season touchdowns, 13,400 playoff passing yards, and 88 playoff touchdowns. Again, if you are just joining us here, Tom Brady, who won a record 7 Super Bowls for New England there and Tampa, announcing his retirement. Watching Tom Brady get choked up, announcing his retirement nearly brought me to tears. We'll miss you, GOAT. The NFL itself broke the news, writing, "Breaking, Tom Brady announces he is officially retiring from the NFL." Again, we are seeing so many tweets and messages that are coming in, so we are going to continue here to bring you the latest on the announcement from Tom Brady. It is 9:17 on the East Coast and 6:17 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we will get back into the headlines here and bring you the latest on this breaking news. Tom Brady announcing he is retiring again, this time for good, from the NFL. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do continue to cover this breaking news, a big announcement that, as you can imagine, a lot of people are talking about here. So I do want to get right into it. We're talking, of course, about Tom Brady. He did announce a bit earlier on today, maybe an hour ago, in this video posted to his Twitter page that he is going to retire, quote unquote, for good this time. He says this is the last time he is done playing in the NFL. Brady, who won a record 7 Super Bowls for New England and Tampa, has announced that retirement. Brady, the most successful quarterback in NFL history and one of the greatest athletes in team sports, posted that announcement that you're watching right there on your screen on social media this morning, a brief video that lasted just under 1 minute. He says, quote, "Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good." He briefly did retire after the 2021 season, but wound up coming back for 1 more year with the Tampa Bay Bucks. He does retire at age 45, the owner of numerous passing records in an unprecedented, hard to believe here, more than 2 decades, 23-year career. A year ago when he retired, he posted a very long Instagram post, but about 6 weeks later decided to come back for 1 more run. The Bucks, with whom he won a Super Bowl 2 seasons ago, made the playoffs again this season, losing unfortunately there for many people in their playoff opener. And at the time, it begged the question about whether Brady would play again. Now, several weeks later, he has given that answer, saying, quote, "I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. I won't be long-winded. You only get 1 super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. I really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all." So if you are just joining us, we've played this a few times. It's just about 52 seconds long, but I do want to play it again. It gets very emotional, especially toward the end.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. You only get 1 super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
All right, and if you were watching us a bit earlier, you did see our Fox 13 Tampa team speaking about this. They were getting emotional. A lot of people very emotional today at this news. Tom Brady announcing that he is retiring from the NFL, quote unquote, for good this time. This is a look at the tweet from the Tampa Bay Bucks. They said, hashtag thank you, Tom, with a prayer emoji and a goat emoji. A lot of people calling him the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Derek Jeter saying, congrats, Tom Brady, on an unbelievable career. It was fun to watch. J.J. Watt, I've showed this one a few times because it is my favorite. He said, greatest of all time. No question, no debate. It's been an honor and a privilege. GOAT emoji. P.S. The newly retired group meets on the golf course every morning at 10 a.m. Drinks are on the new guy, so bring your wallet. The NFL tweeting out the stats for that 23-season career for Tom Brady. So hard to believe it's been over 2 decades. 7-time Super Bowl champion, 5-time Super Bowl MVP, 3-time league MVP, 89,214 regular season passing yards, 649 regular season touchdowns, 13,400 playoff passing yards, and 88 playoff touchdowns. We see more tweets. Patrick Mahomes there with Kansas City tweeting out simply 3 GOAT emojis. GOAT, GOAT, GOAT. We also see here watching Tom Brady get choked up, announcing his retirement nearly brought me to tears. We'll miss you, GOAT. Again, this is the NFL tweeting there. Breaking, Tom Brady announces that he is officially retiring. If you are just joining us here, Tom Brady won that record 7 Super Bowls for New England and Tampa. We are expecting to speak with our Fox 13 Tampa team sports director coming up here in just about 20 minutes to break down that long, very lengthy career and what this news means. So many people are saying that, they expected this because he announced a year ago that he was going to retire, and here he is again saying, I'm done now, this time for good. It is 9:25 on the East Coast and 6:25 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we'll get back to the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back on Live Now from Fox, 9:28 on the East Coast and 6:28 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We have a lot to talk about, but before we get into some of the other headlines, I do want to talk about this one making headlines right now. Breaking news as Tom Brady, who won a record 7 Super Bowls for New England and Tampa, announcing his retirement, as one of our producers said, ... again, exclamation point. Brady, the most successful quarterback in NFL history and one of the greatest athletes in team sports, posted that announcement right there on your screen on social media this morning, a brief video that lasted just under 1 minute. As you know, he briefly retired after the 2021 season, but wound up coming back for one more year with the Tampa Bay Bucks. He now retires at age 45, the owner of several passing records in an unprecedented 23-year career. A year ago, he retired in the form of a long Instagram post. This time, he kept it short at about 1 minute there. We'll get to some other headlines in a second, but if you are just joining us, I do want to play that video for you one more time.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. I think you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
All right, so very emotional there. We are going to speak with our Fox 13 Tampa team sports director coming up here in just about 15 minutes. But for now, I do want to get into some of the other headlines that we are following today, as there are quite a few of them. So let's talk a little bit more about George Santos. This is a story you've heard a lot about over, I would say, the last few months here. More controversy surrounding Representative George Santos, who still maintains that he will not resign. Dr. Chris Hart is the Director of Masters in Psychological Science program there at Texas Women's University. He joins us now live to talk a little bit more about all of this. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
All right, so first off, what kind of guy are we talking about here? We seem to get a lot of lies, fabrications, and I mean, there's a specific type of person in politics who would do something like this.
Well, certainly we see patterns of politicians lying quite a bit about a variety of matters, but with George Santos, there is pretty good track record demonstrating he's taking it to the next level. So I study, along with my my fellow researcher, Drew Curtis. We just wrote a book called Pathological Lying. And in that book, we examine pathological liars in many different professional fields, including politics. And so George Santos seems to kind of fit the bill in that regard.
Does it almost seem like, I know we say politicians sometimes lie, people all over the place will tell lies, but in this case, it is just a little bit different, right?
It is. When we look at lying in the general population, what we find is that a very small subset of people do most of the lying. So it turns out that most people are honest most of the time. If we ask people, for example, how many lies have you told in the past 24 hours, most people say 0. A little bit more people will say 1. But we find that there are some people who say, I've told 20 lies in the past 24 hours. And so it turns out that about 5 to 10% of people end up telling about 50% of the lies that are told. And so when we look at people like George Santos, who have a long history of prolific lying, it seems to suggest maybe he belongs to that small subset of extremely prolific liars.
Would you refer to him, because I've heard this mentioned so many times, as possibly a pathological liar?
The way that the term pathological lying is used in the popular vernacular generally just means someone who lies a whole lot. As psychologists, when we think of pathological lying, you think of it as more of a mental health disorder. And so in order for us to say someone is a pathological liar, we would need to see, first of all, they're lying a whole lot. So he certainly meets that criterion. But we also want to see that the lying is causing distress in the person's life. That is, it's causing them a lot of negative feelings that they're trying to stop. It's also compulsive. That is, it's outside of their control, causes a lot of problems in their life. So he may or may not meet those criteria. But there's other mental health disorders that have pathological lying as one of the elements. One is antisocial personality disorder. And with antisocial personality disorder, people engage in a lifelong pattern of acting in extremely manipulative ways in which they're taking advantage of others, often through the use of deception, and typically without any remorse or guilt.
So I guess I'm just going to guess here that a lot of people, especially in psychiatry and psychology, are probably going to be almost studying this whole situation. I don't know if you agree here, but so many people, especially in those fields, seem to be paying close attention as this keeps on developing, and we hear more and more about George Santos.
I agree. I think anytime we see someone getting a lot of news attention for their dishonesty, a lot of focus, especially from people who are interested in mental health, start to pay attention. So whether we're looking at con artists or people like Bernie Madoff or Elizabeth Holmes with Theranos. We had these individuals that really rise up in the news exposure they're getting because of their dishonesty. And so people like me and my co-author, Duke Curtis, who like to focus on these types of people, really start to pay attention.
And I know in politics, as we talked about it a little bit earlier, there's always a little bit of lying, as there is in just about every aspect of life. I would almost say pretty much everyone tells a lie, right? This isn't just specific to one type of person. Just about everyone out there, whether they want to admit it or not, does lie.
Yeah, in our research, when we ask people, have you lied over the past week? About 95% of people across studies say, yes, I've lied at least once over the past week. So most people lie, but to varying degrees. And what we find with politicians is that politicians, based on their personalities, they are just as honest as typical people are. That is not the case that dishonest people migrate into politics. What seems to be happening is relatively honest people move into the field of politics, and then the demands of the occupation drive them to dishonesty. And what we find is that politicians who are willing to lie are actually more likely to be reelected.
Which is so interesting to think about, because then it calls into question a lot of different things, but also, you know, the party they're representing. A lot of people do look at them a little bit closer and say, why exactly aren't you doing anything about this? We did learn, of course, yesterday that he is going to step down temporarily from those House committee assignments, but not sure if he will join them once again. So much to this conversation. So Chris Hart, I do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Is there anything else you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Well, I think it'll probably come as no surprise that the more that liars are tolerated in our national politics, the lower the opinion of politicians becomes and the less trust people have in our institutions.
Makes complete sense to me. Thank you so much once again for taking the time to talk to us about this.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was good talking with you.
All right, everyone. So I do actually want to get back really quickly to this breaking news that we have been following all throughout the morning here. And if you've turned on a TV or checked your social media, it is likely that you have heard about this. Tom Brady, who won a record 7 Super Bowls for New England and Tampa, announcing his retirement. Brady is the most successful quarterback in NFL history and one of the greatest athletes in team sports. He posted that announcement on social media, I would say a little more than an hour ago, a very brief video that lasted just under 1 minute. He said, quote unquote, "Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good." I do want to head to a quick commercial break, but coming up here in about 10 minutes or so, we are going to hear from our sports director there at our Fox 13 Tampa team to help break down more about Brady and his very lengthy career. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox as we do continue to cover the latest on this breaking news that is developing over the past several hours. Tom Brady announcing his retirement from the NFL, quote unquote, for good. We are going to speak with our Fox 13 Tampa team sports director coming up here shortly, and we'll bring you the latest and have that conversation. There's a lot of questions I want to ask, and hopefully we can get those answered. The big question, of course, did we expect this? Because a lot of people will say, yes, we did. For now, though, let's actually head back out to Walterboro, South Carolina, as we do see the Alec Murdaugh trial back underway here. Alec Murdaugh, a South Carolina attorney there, a disgraced attorney at this point, who has been charged with murdering his wife and son. Again, let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
All right, and this is, we talked about this yesterday, but this is Maggie's location services, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what did we talk about for the majority of apps we see on the screen? How are location settings set?
For the ones pictured on the screen, there's the majority of them are set to while using.
Okay. And so in your opinion, knowing that and knowing what you've investigated in her database, why don't we see a lot of location data on her phone for the night in question?
It could have been from those apps not being accessed. It whether running in the background from previous in the day, with not being cleared out, or not started at a particular time of that day.
So Maggie's phone was not continuously recording location information, correct?
Not from the apps. In the cache database it was.
All right. But you don't have anything in that cache database, correct?
Not from that day, no, sir.
Because while she's out at Moselle, would she have been using her map to navigate?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So her phone was fairly well locked down when it came to location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right. We'll move on. I'm going to show you, which has been marked for this has been marked as States 285. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this, please. And what is that item, sir?
This item is
Morning, guys.
an Apple
I'll get to the
iPhone.
point.
It was submitted to me with a SIM card and a black case on it
When was it submitted to you?
in September of 2021.
And have you had an opportunity to examine that phone?
Yes, sir, I have.
And in your examination, were you able to determine who owns that phone?
Yes, sir. According to the account information I obtained from that phone, it belongs to Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, at this time, State would move Exhibit 285 into evidence.
Submitted.
All right. I'm gonna show you State's, what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 286. And you might need to open up the box to take a look at it. All right, and did you take a look at it? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and what is that inside that box?
Inside this box is a portable solid-state external drive that I received and placed a copy of the Celebrite extraction from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Okay. And so in your examination of Alex's phone, you did a extraction, correct?
Yes, sir, I did a full file system extraction.
Okay. Using what software?
I used GrayKey to collect the extraction. Then I processed it and decoded it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer and also Axiom by Magnet Forensics.
And you then placed a full copy of the Celebrite report on that hard drive, correct?
Minus several things. Due to the fact that Mr. Murdaugh is an attorney.
All right, everyone, you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered there in Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where the Alec Murdaugh trial is now back underway. We are about midway through week 2 at this point, and the trial is expected to last for possibly a month here. So we'll dip in and out of that coverage to bring you the latest. I do want to get back to a breaking news story that we have been following for the last couple hours. No surprise if you've checked your phone or any kind of social media here. Tom Brady, who won a record 7 Super Bowls for New England and Tampa, announcing his retirement, this time, quote unquote, for good. I do want to bring in Scott Smith here, Fox 13 Tampa sports director, to talk a little bit more about this. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, Josh.
So first off, the big question here, because a lot of people have different answers, did we expect this?
I think from a macro, yes. I mean, a 45-year-old quarterback, 23 years into the league. Last year, it was heavily anticipated that he would retire, obviously, especially with the announcement. But this year, I think there was a little bit more expectation of a return. I think with his off-the-field situation, kind of being put to bed, I thought a lot of people anticipated, especially those close to him that had discussed it at some level in the national picture, Rob Gronkowski, Julian Edelman, friends, close people close to him, saying that he had a desire to continue to play. His play really didn't fall off a ton last year. If you watch the tape, now, you know, the performance of the team as a whole did. So I think people thought that he was going to have an opportunity to hit free agency and maybe land with a new team, especially when you look at the San Francisco 49ers. They're kind of having a little bit of uncertainty at quarterback given the injury to Brock Purdy over the weekend, that maybe it would open the door for this return back to the San Francisco Bay Area, the home of Tom Brady, here in a 24th season. But of course, like last year on February 1st, an announcement of Brady's retirement.
Yeah, the anniversary there. So I don't know if you watched the video that he posted on Twitter. We know last year the Instagram video was fairly lengthy. This time he kept it under a minute, becoming very emotional there as he announced his retirement, again, quote unquote, for good this time. What were your thoughts watching that?
Well, I think it shows some sincerity. I think it shows some thought. I don't think he wanted to hype it up very much. Last year, we had gone through the whole thing. Everybody had kind of made their peace with Tom Brady and congratulated him on everything he had done. And he went through the whole retirement thing only to change his mind. And I think this time around, he wanted to make sure that it was a little bit more understated, that he didn't try to bring everybody back through that ringer again, that what he wanted to do was just kind of keep it, you know, very, very low key. And that's what that was. I mean, it's a selfie video on a beach somewhere. I mean, some have said that this is a video that was actually not recorded today, that it was recorded maybe yesterday or a couple days ago. So I think he has given it some thought, and he does have an opportunity now on the broadcast side here at Fox to join the ranks of the A-team and start calling some games, which is a whole new start for him. I think that there's some uncertainty, some excitement for him around that. But we know that Tom Brady and his competitive fire was one of the things that he wanted to make sure that when he was done, that he was really done. And I think that even watching that video and seeing some of the emotions that kind of popped up, I think you can sense that he has thought about this, not just this week, not just within the last couple of hours, but I think that this is probably a season's worth of time given to it, thinking through what he really wants to do with his future. And I think it's real.
And that's the question here, because we know a year ago we heard that he was going to retire. He came back a few weeks later. Do you think this is the end? Do you think Tom Brady is really retiring for good this time?
I think that this is a gentleman that is addicted to football. So I think that there will be impulses in him that will want to pull back and say, hey, maybe I can do it again. You know, if somebody wants to offer an opportunity to him and he starts to think about it and get excited, I wouldn't be surprised if some of those impulses kind of come back and a desire to play again. I just think beyond that, I think he has the more sensibility to realize his own proclivity to wanting to play, wanting to constantly compete. But I think he also realizes that he can't keep doing the retirement, unretirement thing. And I think the fact that I think his character will prevent him from doing the old switcheroo again. I think that he has thought about this. I don't think this is something that he just landed on recently. And so while I think there will be a temptation, there will be a pull, I think he resists. I think he stays retired.
Do you think it almost softens the blow that 1 year ago he had retired and then came back a short time later? So for fans, does it kind of soften the blow announcing a second time that he is retiring because maybe they'd already come to terms last year?
I think that's true. Yeah, I mean, I think that everybody had kind of conceived about life without football last year at this time and what it would look like, life without Brady, sorry, what it would look like for many young kids, a lot of folks, a lot of players in the league that their whole lives have consisted of Tom Brady, number 12, playing quarterback for the Patriots. And so trying to figure out what does the NFL look like when that guy is not the face of the league is different. So I think that, yeah, it has softened the blow a little bit. I think that everybody understands the reality of just the arc of a player's career and how he's probably doubled it and how he has been playing with Father Time for years now. And so everybody anticipated this day would eventually come. I know that people thought, well, you know, he's on the TB12 method. Maybe he could play till he's 50 years old. And maybe he could. Physically, maybe he could. If he had a really good offensive line and some weapons around him, maybe he could do that. But I think it's even appropriate that there's still some mystery. You know, he didn't go out while they didn't have to drag him off the field. You know, he was not weighing his team down at the end of his career. I think he still showed that he can lead, that he has it, that he can throw the ball. And so he leaves while he still has some ammo left in that arm, so to speak.
My last question for you here, does him leaving affect ticket sales there for the Bucs? Are fewer people going to want to go to those games knowing that he's not there anymore?
How can it not, right? Yeah, I mean, so last year when he retired, a lot of season ticket holders decided they were not going to renew at Raymond James Stadium. So what happened was when Tom Brady decided to return, then, you know, it's back to season ticket sales. And what they had offered was if you want to get back in and buy season tickets, you have to buy 2 seasons. So that would be last year and then this upcoming season, which of course will not feature Tom Brady. So perhaps a nice little marketing ploy by the team. But they did add, I believe, another 10, 12,000 seats in their south end zone to reach capacity for those Tom Brady fans and all the people that were excited about Bucs football. This is a team now, they're in dire straits salary cap wise. And so they're going to look a little bit different here in 2023. So I would assume, yeah, that the attendance is going to dip probably significantly unless what they have captured in their, I believe, third-year quarterback in Kyle Trask is some lightning in a bottle. So if he gets to start and they take off, then maybe they fill those seats back up. But I think there's going to be a natural dip when you lose the greatest player to ever play the game.
All right, Scott Smith there with Fox 13 Tampa, their sports director. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Is there anything that you want to add about Tom Brady before I let you go?
Well, I think his time in Tampa was a mystery. I mean, he really didn't, there was not a lot of opportunity for one-on-one time with Tom Brady. He was definitely a celebrity in our midst. So there was that component of it. But I think he was always such a true gentleman. He was great with the media, and he left this area with some indelible memories. I mean, there's things that he did here that this area has not experienced in a really long time. So it was a neat, special 3 years here in Tampa. up in New England. They got to experience it for 2 decades. But so I think folks here will look back fondly, and I wouldn't be surprised if next season his name is in the Bucs Ring of Honor, which is what they do to honor the greats in the franchise.
And possibly right here on Fox as well, if he does take a job on Fox. All right, thank you so much, Scott Smith. We appreciate your feedback there. All right, everyone, it is 9:55 on the East Coast and 6:55 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for our last commercial break of the hour, but we will be right back with more of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox as we do approach the 10 o'clock hour on the East Coast and the 7 o'clock hour on the West Coast. You're taking a live look there at the U.S. Capitol as we do get back into the headlines here. The Federal Reserve expected to announce its next interest rate hike today as Chairman Jerome Powell speaks around 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sinan Buber is the lead economist at ZipRecruiter and joins us now live to talk more about what we can expect. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Josh.
So first off, we do know, of course, that we are expecting it to be a little bit less of an increase than we have seen over the past few times. Talk a little bit more about that.
That is correct, Josh. We are definitely expecting to see a 25 basis point increase, smaller one than what we had in December, which was a 50 basis point increase. And the reason for that one is all the economic indicators for the last 2 months are pointing towards cooling labor market and a cooling inflation rate. Inflation rate is down to 6.5% right now. If you remember, we had seen over 9% in summer. And same with the labor market. The labor market tightness was a big concern for the Federal Reserve. Right now, we started the year back in 2022 with 500,000 new jobs every single month. We ended the year with little over 200,000 new jobs in December. So all the economic indicators are pointing towards a cooling, labor market and the inflation. That's why we're expecting the Federal Reserve to talk about a 25 basis point rate rather than a higher.
And what's interesting, a lot of people will repeat this and feel the same way, is that when Chairman Jerome Powell speaks, because he really only speaks when we do see these interest rate hikes, people really listen to what he has to say. He speaks briefly, he's pretty concise, and again, doesn't speak very often.
You're absolutely right. And today's 25 basis point increase will not be a surprise for the markets or the American society. What we are looking for, what the markets are closely paying attention, is the tone of the Chair Powell today. Is it going to be a hawkish tone or is it going to be a dovish tone? We are looking for signals in the policy statement about the future rate hikes. Will he talk about ongoing rate hikes in the future? Does that mean we're going to see another 25 basis point in March? Are they going to go beyond their terminal target rate that talk about 5.25% as the terminal? Are they going to go beyond that if that's what it takes to take the inflation down? These are the signals we're looking for in the policy statement today.
Anything else that we might expect to learn today? Again, he doesn't talk very often, and I feel as though last time he gave us a little more of an expectation of what we should expect as we do see possibly more interest rate hikes.
Yes, absolutely. So what we are going to close attention today is first the rate hike, the second, the signals for the future, and the third one is, are they going to keep the monetary policy tight when we're ending 2023? How long are they going to take to start easing the interest rates in the future? That's the third signal that we're looking for in today's speech. Markets are expecting to see any signals that the quantitative easing might come at the end of 2023, and we're not likely to hear the Chair Powell to talk about any quantitative easing today. So that might be a little bit disappointing for the markets.
But as you said, we really do anticipate exactly what is going to happen today with that 0.25 increase there. What exactly does that mean for the average American? Are they going to feel an impact from this in any way? And if so, how?
Well, so there is a direct impact. It's going to slow down the housing market significantly. So we're going to see the number of mortgage applications going down even further. The housing prices. So if you're trying to sell your house right now, you're likely to take another cut to be able to sell your house faster in the current market right now. In fact, the housing prices are going down for the last 5 months consecutively. The rents are likely to go down significantly. So most people will switch from buying a house to renting one right now. We're likely to see the inflation going further down, which might make the consumers a little bit happier.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here. Is there anything else you want to add about all of this and the economy in general before I let you go?
Well, I like to mention that the labor market has been very resilient and strong, and that's why we're one step closer to a soft landing right now than a recession. So that should give a peace of mind to everyone in the U.S. economy right now.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Once again, we should learn around, I would say, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time more about that interest rate hike, and we'll hear, of course, from Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. Thank you again for taking the time to provide that insight.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. It is now 10:03 over on the East Coast, and it is 7:03 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to bring you to a little bit of breaking news that we are following right now, so listen up. The FBI today now conducting a planned search of President Biden's Rehoboth Beach, Delaware home as part of its investigation in the potential mishandling of classified documents. That is according to the president's personal lawyer. The search follows a 13-hour top-to-bottom review of his Wilmington, Delaware home back on January 20th when agents located additional documents with classified markings and also took possession of some of his handwritten notes. As we do get more details on that, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. At 10:04 on the East Coast and 7:04 on the West Coast, I do want to head over to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And on the other side, we will bring you everything you need to know here on this Wednesday. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you the latest on this breaking story that we have been following here on Live Now. Tom Brady, who won a record 7 Super Bowls for New England and Tampa, announcing his retirement, this time, quote unquote, for good. Brady, the most successful quarterback in NFL history and one of the greatest athletes in the team, really just in the sport in general there, posting the announcement on social media this morning, a brief video that lasted just under 1 minute. He says, quote, "Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good." You know that he briefly retired after the 2021 season, but wound up coming back for another year with the Tampa Bay Bucks. He does retire at age 45, the owner of several passing records in an unprecedented 23-year career. A year ago when he retired, it was in the form of a very lengthy Instagram post, but about 6 weeks later, we know that he decided to come back for one more run. The Bucks, with whom he won a Super Bowl 2 seasons ago, made the playoffs again this season, losing in their playoff opener, and at the time it begged the question about whether Brady would play again. So again, Tom Brady announcing his retirement from the NFL, this time for good. We'll bring you the latest here as we do get more on that throughout the day. Do want to head back to the Alex Murdaugh trial we've been covering here. That disgraced South Carolina attorney is on trial for the murders of his wife and son. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Okay, I've located it.
All right. Okay. What time was this text sent?
This text shows us sent on June 7th, 2021 at 10:24:43 p.m.
All right, and this was sent to Rogan, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what does the text say?
It says, "Call me."
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 289. I want to ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is a Celebrite report that I prepared with timeline events for Alex Murdaugh's phone. The date filter was set for just the day of June 7th, 2021.
This time, State would move to enter Exhibit 289 into evidence.
No objection.
And State would ask that Exhibit 289 be under seal because there's some phone numbers displayed for privacy reasons.
No objection.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 290. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that document?
This is a copy of the Magnet Forensics Axiom report that I prepared for Alex Murdaugh's phone to show health database steps and movement.
Okay. This time, State will move to enter Exhibit 290 into evidence. Does not need to be under seal.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. And we're going to start looking through steps first, so the screen can show this. This is Exhibit 290, and it's not under seal. Let's take a look at Record 16 and Record 17. Can you see those? Let's adjust it a little bit. Can you see those on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And Record 16, what does that indicate?
Record 16 indicates that the phone recorded 49 steps on June 7th, 2021, beginning time 6:02:51 p.m., ending time 6:07:33 p.m. the same day.
All right. And Record 17, what does that show?
Record 17 indicates that the phone recorded 173 steps on June 7th, 2021, beginning at 6:14:42 p.m. and ending at 6:23:46 p.m.
You testified yesterday about steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, in terms of our ability to rely on any of those steps, what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, what is the reliability? What do these steps tell us? Excuse me.
It tells us that the phone recorded the steps. It's not 100% accurate as to that's how many steps were taken. It also will not tell where the start was, the stop was, as far as distances, anything like that. But it's not 100% accurate. It just says the phone recorded steps. It was in movement recording steps.
Okay. And generally, for a phone to record steps, what does that tell you? How does a phone, what kinds of motion?
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to the ongoing murder trial. This is week 2 for Alec Murdaugh, who is accused of murdering his wife and son. This trial expected to last for quite a while. We will bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox as it does continue. Do want to get into some of the other headlines here that we are following. A suspect in a violent kidnapping in Oregon died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound after being taken into custody following a standoff with law enforcement. That is according to police in Grants Pass. A lot to this story. So to help break it down, I do want to bring in Dan Springer with Fox News, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Dan, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, hey, Josh.
Yeah, a very interesting story here with a lot of different twists and turns, and that manhunt, as I mentioned, now over.
Yeah, what makes this case and this story so bizarre is how it ended. Because Benjamin Foster was the subject of a nationwide manhunt ever since last Tuesday, when police discovered that there was a woman beaten inside of her home in Grants Pass, Oregon, nearly to death. A friend of the victims came over and he identified Foster as the guy who was leaving and had just beaten up this woman. And so that touched off this manhunt, which spread out across the country. Really, the FBI got involved, the Oregon State Patrol got involved, and of course Grants Pass, which is down in southern Oregon. They were all looking for Foster for a week. They did find his car, and they arrested a woman about an hour away from his home who was aiding and abetting him. So they were hot on his trail, but they said that he may have changed his appearance. They were saying that he, may be looking on dating apps and looking for other victims. But where they found him ultimately was in the neighborhood where this assault took place a week ago. They found him, somebody saw him walking his dog in the neighborhood where the assault took place. Police were called. They surrounded the house actually where the assault took place and found him in the crawl space underneath that house. That touched off an hours-long standoff that lasted throughout much of the day yesterday, and ultimately Foster shot and killed himself as he was surrounded by police under the house where that assault took place. Josh?
And so there's still a lot left to figure out here. I do know that police there are expecting to hold a news conference at some point today where we could learn a little bit more about this because, you have a lot of details, of course, but there is still so much that we need to learn.
Well, I mean, they were thinking that he could have been anywhere across the country, that he may have changed his appearance. They were saying that people should look at his facial features because his hair probably had changed. He probably had shaved off his beard. So they were very keen on finding him. They brought in the FBI, as I said, and they really wanted to get him in custody as quickly as possible because he had done something like this before. He was actually charged and convicted twice in Clark County, Nevada, on similar domestic violence assaults. In one, he nearly killed a woman who he had been dating and held her captive in her place for 2 weeks. She had multiple broken bones, a broken neck, and so she was very beat up. And for that, he only got 2.5 years after a plea bargain agreement. And the police chief in Grants Pass was very upset that this guy was out and able to do this again. Because of that very serious case down in Clark County where he was able to plead down his 5 felony counts just down to 1. Josh.
I mean, that's crazy to hear. All right, Dan Springer there with Fox News. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us this case as it does continue to develop there.
You got it.
All right, 10:17 on the East Coast and 7:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox as we do continue to cover this breaking news all throughout the morning, and it's not going anywhere because a lot of people are talking about it and will be all throughout the day. That is the retirement announcement, the second time here, coming from Tom Brady, who does say that he is retiring from the NFL, quote unquote, for good. Brady, who won a record 7 Super Bowls for New England and Tampa, making that announcement via Twitter in a video that was just under 1 minute. He says, "Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good." I do want to play that 1 minute video for you right here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
All right, so a very emotional announcement there via Twitter by Tom Brady saying that he is retiring from the NFL, this time, quote unquote, for good. He did briefly retire after the 2021 season, but wound up coming back for one more year with the Tampa Bay Bucks. He retires now at age 45, the owner of numerous passing records in an unprecedented 23-year career. A year ago when he retired, it was in the form of a very lengthy Instagram post, but about 6 weeks later, he decided to come back for one more run. The Bucks, with whom he won a Super Bowl 2 seasons ago, made the playoffs again this season, losing in their playoff opener, and at the time it begged the question about whether Brady would play again. We have now learned as of this morning he will not, saying that he is retiring for good. Coming up here in about 20 minutes, we will speak with an NFL expert to help break down the impact of this announcement. And for many people, the question becomes whether they thought this was going to happen or not, and will he actually retire forever? We'll have all of that coming up here on Live Now from Fox. For now, I do want to head back into the courtroom there in Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where we are watching the trial for Alex Murdaugh. He is the disgraced South Carolina attorney accused of killing his wife and son. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
For example.
Correct, for that time frame of June.
Okay. For the time frame. Okay, and I'm going to show you, this is Exhibit 289, and this is under seal. All right, and we see lines 157 and 158 in this report, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is line 157 associated with?
Line 157 is associated with a text message.
All right, and that's a text message we just talked about in Alex's text message report, correct?
Yes, sir, it shows as an incoming text message.
All right, and I believe you just testified that that text wasn't read until the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was a second text at and this is line 159, and there was a second text that you've already testified about. And what time was this text?
It shows that it was June 7th, 2021 at 8:31:47 p.m.
And again, according to the text message report, when was this text read?
The next day, on June 8th, 2021.
All right, you just testified about the steps, and we can get the report back to you if you need to be refreshed. What time did Alex's phone start moving after that gap between 8:05 and 9:02?
It started moving at 9:02 after, there was that gap before, but it started at 9:02 recording steps again.
And those texts were not read at that time, correct?
Correct.
And we looked at a couple earlier texts in that thread, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And those texts have been read within 20 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir, approximately.
And in your analysis and investigation, did you review other texts that might or might not be in that report that's in evidence to review Alex's habit of when he read texts?
Yes, sir, I reviewed other texts.
All right, from the day of the murder?
From that day and previous days and days after.
And just in your general review, and I'm sure there's outliers, but what is Alex's general habit when he reads text?
Usually it could vary from anywhere from reading it within 5 minutes to 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, just depending. But it was generally within an hour's time it appeared that the texts were read.
And like I said, there's probably outliers, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But this particular thread we've been talking about with the group family thread, what was the topic they were talking about?
It was about his father being in the hospital.
Okay. And those texts weren't read till the next day, correct?
Correct.
All right. I am going to show you what's been marked for ID purposes. Item 274. Give me a second to find it. All right. And you recognize that item, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And what is that item?
This is an Apple iPhone that we received. Once the analysis was done, it has the account of Paul Murdoch.
And when did you originally get that item? Receive that item?
I would have to refer to my notes for the actual day it was submitted.
Do you have them with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you look at that, please?
Yes, sir. All right. It was August 13th, 2021.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, where had the phone been previous to you?
Previous to us, it was located in Charleston County in their evidence area.
All right. And that was Paul McManigal, correct?
Yes, sir. It has his sticker on there that it was in his possession.
And to your knowledge, was he able to access Paul's phone?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe he might have gotten a little just surface information from it, but to my knowledge, he was not able to access it due to the passcode.
All right. The phone was locked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got it in August of 21, was the phone still locked?
Yes, sir, it was.
And in August of 2021, did you have any tools available at SLED that would help you unlock that phone?
At that time, no, sir, it would not support that model and that iOS that was running on the system.
And these companies that develop software to access these phones, that software is continuously updated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that software isn't free, correct?
Correct.
And it's sort of like a game, isn't it? Apple, these companies discover an exploit on these phones that allow them to access it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Apple produces a software update that fixes that exploit, correct?
Correct.
And so it's kind of a continuous cycle of being able to access these phones and not, correct?
Yes, sir,
But
correct.
in August of 2021, you did not have the ability to access Paul's phone, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. So let's fast forward to March of 2022. Did it come to your attention that a fellow law enforcement agency had recently acquired a tool that could potentially access Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I spoke with John Van Houten of the United States Secret Service, and they believe they had the capabilities with the tools they had to obtain the passcode to this phone.
All right. And did you take that phone to Mr. Van Houten?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And approximately when was that again?
It was in March of 2022.
All right. And to your knowledge, was Mr. Van Houten successful in accessing Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I received a phone call from Mr. Van Houten stating he was able to do an extraction on the phone and that we were preparing it to put on an external hard drive for me to bring back and do my analysis.
All right. And you received what type of file extraction from Mr. Van Houten?
It was a Celebrite file extraction.
All right. Well, do you recall if it was a full file extraction or a physical file extraction or logical?
It was a full file system extraction.
And when you got that full file system extraction from Mr. Van Houten, what did you do with it?
I processed it with Celebrite Physical Analyzer and also verified the information with Axiom by Magnet Forensics.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Exhibit 274 into evidence.
Submitted.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's pre-marked as Exhibit 292, states 292, and you probably need to open a box. All right, you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is an external hard drive. It's a portable solid-state drive that was provided to me to place the phone reports on for Paul Murdoch's phone.
All right, and what does it contain?
It contains the Celebrite report for Paul Murdoch's phone.
And that's a full Celebrite report?
Yes, sir.
This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 292 in evidence.
Remove the previous objection.
And you're entering the entire download or entire extraction.
The full Celebrite report from the phone here.
And your objection is to the chain, not to the what's contained in it. Is that right? Okay, it's submitted.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to hand you what's Exhibit 293. Take a look at it and let us know if you recognize it.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
It appears to be my Celebrite report that I prepared for call logs from Paul Murdoch's phone with a date filter set for June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021.
Okay. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 293 in evidence.
Same objection.
And this would need to be under seal, Your Honor, due to phone numbers and private information.
All right, you can substitute a redacted copy.
All right, and we're going to publish this, so this will be under seal. And I'm going to direct you to phone calls that occurred on the night of June 7th. And let's look at lines 5 and 6. What do you see there?
Lines 5 and 6 show a phone call that was received June 7th, 2021 at 8:32:10 p.m. It was rejected.
Okay. That call was not answered, correct?
Correct. It shows as incoming and rejected.
And we see a name. What is that name?
Robert Boyle.
And then that's line 5, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is line 6 of the name?
It says Lucille Boyle.
Okay. And we encountered this with Maggie's phone. We have two different contacts because it's pulling from two different databases, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that number may be labeled as a different name in two different databases, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's look above that. So lines 3 and 4. And what do those lines indicate?
Those lines show that the phone had an outgoing call that was placed June 7th, 2021 at 8:20 p.m. and it was answered.
Okay. And who's the contact name on that outgoing call?
Rogan Gibson.
And this is Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir. This is Paul's phone.
And this is data that was stored on Paul's phone that you recovered in your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And that's an outgoing call to Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir.
And how long did that call last?
It recorded that call as 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Okay. And we see actually between line 3 and 4 a slight difference in that time. I believe line 4 says 4 minutes and 18 seconds. But your testimony, looking at this data, the correct length of the call.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, 1037 on the East Coast and 737 on the West Coast, you are listening into that courtroom there in Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where Alec Murdaugh is on trial. This is the second week of that murder trial. He is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. We've kind of been dipping in and out as that trial is expected to last for about a month. We will continue to follow this and bring you more from inside that courtroom. Now, I do want to take you to some other news that we have been following all throughout the morning. Take a look at your screen there. Tom Brady announcing his retirement from the NFL again, but this time he says, quote, "It is for good." I want to bring in Rich Salgado, the CEO of Coastal Advisors LLC Insurance Consultants, to talk a little bit more about this. Thank you so much for being here.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. So first off, your reaction when this video was posted and you heard that he is going to retire again, but says this is for good.
I got to be honest with you, I was in shock because, you know, he is a determined guy. You know, he wants to win. He loves the camaraderie. You know, he's a football guy. And again, to hear the news and to see all this, it's a little bit shocking, but you know what? Maybe it's due. You know, he's done everything imaginable. No one's going to be able to duplicate what he's done as a, you know, football player, quarterback. I mean, what did all the Super Bowls that he played in, that he won. I mean, that is just, you know, I keep saying that they're probably going to have to name a trophy after him. You know, he deserves it. I mean, who's better than him?
That's what we're seeing in a lot of tweets and posts from several different players here, calling him the GOAT, greatest of all time, of course. So I guess the big question here is we know that he retired a year ago. He posted that lengthy Instagram video. Now he's retiring again. Do we think this is it for him? Do we think he's going to announce in a couple weeks, hey, I'm coming back?
You know what? I with him, anything's possible. But it seems like this time he might have his mind set, and you know he's got this great opportunity waiting for him at Fox. So he's not leaving the sport. He's just not putting on a uniform, and he's not getting beat up. So right. And then you know he's got his kids to think about. You know he obviously just went through this whole drama of a divorce and. You know, he's got kids that he's probably he'll now have more time to spend with. I mean, I understand the working the weekends on the football games, but he'll be around more. So maybe that's what he's looking for, and it's about that time.
But he's not really, I guess you could say, stepping away from football because, as you mentioned, he does have this deal with Fox. So it's likely that he's not really going away. We're still going to see him. He's just not going to be on the field, as you said, getting injured and pushed around.
That's yeah, exactly right. I was joking around with one of the Fox executives that I know, and I'm saying, well, your viewership's going to go up. You know, female viewership will go up now that he's in the booth, and that'll be a positive thing, obviously, for ratings. But this working games, it's not that simple as people may think. you know, if you look at it, you're going to have to go, you know, to teams' facilities like on a Thursday or Friday. You're going to have to do interviews. You're going to have to prep. Saturday, you're going to have to prep. You're going to have to interview. And then Sunday's the game. Then, you know, you eventually get home at some point, whether it's Sunday night or Monday or, you know, the holidays you're going to have to work. So it's, you'll see enough of Tom Brady and he'll see enough of football. But like I said before, he's not going to have to go through the rigor of getting beat up or getting hit or getting ready for training camp.
I can't help but notice the Tom Brady jersey that is hanging up behind you there. I imagine there are so many people who have that same jersey just hanging up, and today people are getting a little emotional. We did have our Fox 13 Tampa team. They made the announcement live on the air, and they were clearly getting very emotional. This is a bigger deal for so many people than most people realize.
Well, I'm fortunate to have a friendship and a relationship of over 20 years with Tom. And, you know, I know his family, and the big joke is, you know, him and his dad, you know, he'll always say to me, "Hey, Big Daddy, remember one thing, I'm the real Tom Brady," because he's Tom Brady Sr. And we got to get, you know, we get a chuckle out of it. But yeah, I've got that. I've had that jersey since Tom's first Pro Bowl, to believe it or not. That's how long I've had that shirt. And, you know, obviously working in the professional athlete space, I've gotten to meet so many incredible and wonderful players that I've worked with, have relationships with, and to this day I still have relationships with. So I don't have 100 jerseys, or I don't even have 20 jerseys, but I do have that one. And you know, I cherish his friendship, and I wish him nothing but the best, because he deserves it. And a lot of people don't realize what a giving and caring friend he is. Very supportive, and again, nothing but the best from me to him and his family.
And a lot of people feel like they know him because they've, you know, seen him on Twitter, Instagram, every social media platform. They've watched him play for over 2 decades here, but you actually do know him. Tell me a little bit about Tom Brady and what he's like in a personal setting.
He's a fun guy. I mean, you know, he is like everyone else. A lot of people, you know, you get this picture painted because you're watching all these news clips, and, you know, you either know Tom Brady as the football player, the quarterback, you know, the GOAT, but there's the other side of him, that he is a normal, down-to-earth person, very sincere, and a great guy. You know, he could be a clown and a jokester like anybody else, or when it's time to be serious and real, he's an intense guy, as you can see by, you know, years of him playing at a competitive level, and, you know, trying to push other people to be great like him, you know, trying to win, trying to get to the point.
All right, so what do you think, and we talked about this already, but what do you think is going to be his future? Do you think that, again, this is it? Do you think we're going to see him never return, never put on a jersey again and go there on the football field there and play again, whether it's for the Bucs, the Patriots, any of them?
I think he's most likely done. And he's got, obviously we just discussed this before, an incredible opportunity of going into the TV booth. He has business ventures, his TB12 company. You know, he not only is he cheer people on to win and strive and be successful, he is showing people how to live a healthier, cleaner life. And so he's got that going on. He's got some endorsement deals. Tom Brady is an entity, a corporation. So he doesn't need, you know, the football part of it, unless it's something in his mind or personal. But everything else that he has going on, believe me, he will be busy and you will see him out there. But not on the football field.
Right. Unless he's reporting out there, of course.
Yeah, exactly. But those guys, they're in the booth, man. Those guys, you'll see Tom on the field before the game, you know, doing his thing with whoever his partner is. And he will obviously stand out because so many people are going to be like, wow, that's Tom Brady, but he's not playing. And it'll be Tom Brady. If he chooses to go to the TV route, that'll be him working for Fox Sports, Fox NFL Sunday. You know, the games, not the in-studios.
All right, Rich, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here. Is there anything else that you want to add about Tom Brady, about his retirement, any of it?
Again, I'm not sad because, you know, he's had a long run and he's been great. So I'm just happy for him and whatever path he chooses to take. And again, the only thing I could say to Tom and his family is I love you guys, and more and more success and great health. And I look forward to the future, seeing them down the road at some point. And Tom, you're the man. Way to go. You're the GOAT.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich. We appreciate it.
You got it. Have a good day.
You too. All right, everyone, I do actually want to get to some other breaking news that we are following right here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at this video just coming in from our D.C. station here. Authorities saying that 3 people have been shot at the Potomac Avenue Metro station there in Washington, D.C. Limited information at this point as this is all developing here. The shooting reported around 9:20 a.m. Eastern Time, so about an hour ago, at that station over on 14th Street. D.C. police say 3 men were wounded in that shooting, and officials say 1 person is now in custody. Metro officials say train service is suspended in several different areas as a result of that shooting. Again, information there is very limited, and we actually do have a live picture here from the scene that just popped up. Take a look. It is still a very active one out there as police are working to investigate. Again, if you are just joining us here, I do want to let you know about this breaking news that we are following out of Washington, D.C. 3 people shot at the Potomac Avenue Metro station there in D.C. a little more than an hour ago. The shooting was reported around 9:20 a.m. at the station on 14th Street. Police there in Washington telling our affiliate that 3 men were hurt in the shooting and 1 person was taken into custody. Now, at this point, it is still too early in the investigation to have any idea about a motive or many details, to be honest. We don't know the conditions of those 3 men who have been injured, but if we do get any more details or a news conference here, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us right here. We are live for you in D.C., where there was a shooting that wounded 3 people at a D.C. metro station. Right now, we are waiting for police to give an update, as well as the mayor. You can see the police tape is up right now for this whole block here. In this portion of D.C. We have limited information right now, but as soon as we get more, and of course when that news conference gets going, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us here worldwide today. We always appreciate it, where we bring you top feeds, breaking news stories when they happen, all right here on Live Now from Fox. Happening right now at the Capitol is a border security briefing. This is the first major hearing from the GOP-controlled House, and they are doing it on the border crisis. And I want to go to that right now because they have a witness testifying of a father that lost a son due to a fentanyl overdose, where the fentanyl came over illegally from Mexico. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox to this really emotional testimony that we are all going to listen as we top the hour right here on Live Now from Fox.
Pretty basic. Green means go, yellow means get ready to stop, red means stop. Mr. Dunn, you may begin, and we again thank you for being here, the work you and your wife are doing in your foundation, and like everyone on the committee, we are sorry for the loss of your son. Mr. Dunn, you got your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, committee, for having me here today. I'm the co-founder of the Forever 15 Project, a nonprofit that my wife Janelle and I started after the passing of our son Noah. On August 21st, Noah died as a result of fentanyl poisoning. More specifically, illicit fentanyl poisoning. He was 15 years old. He was a sophomore at Johnson High School in Hays County. He was murdered by a drug dealer selling counterfeit Percocet pills. The pill he took contained 8 milligrams of fentanyl, which is 4 times the lethal dose. There was no Percocet in the pill. There were no other drugs in the pill besides illicit fentanyl. Noah was the 3rd victim in less than 2 months in Hays County from illicit fentanyl. Kevin McConville, another Hays student, passed away from a counterfeit Xanax that contained illicit fentanyl. And Ryan Garcia, also of Hays CISD, passed away from a counterfeit Percocet pill. Since then, we've attended many seminars and summits, one by the DEA in Houston, Texas. So now we're very familiar with all of the information regarding illicit fentanyl. Illicit fentanyl is primarily manufactured in Mexico by the drug cartels and smuggled through our southern border. And it is true that most seizures happen at border checkpoints. I believe 60% of all fentanyl seized last year was in San Diego and Imperial Valley. However, due to the lethality of this drug, any amount smuggled in a backpack or a fanny pack or even in somebody's pocket can be enough to kill thousands of people. So as you can see, it's not just a border checkpoint issue. Any amount over, I would probably under 1 milligram could be lethal in some instances, but 2 milligrams is the most common number put out there. And without immediate medical intervention, a person is not likely to survive. That's how fast it kills. In our activism work, you know, we've come across several families that have also lost their children to this illegal drug or this illicit drug. And it's both sides of the political aisle. For us, this isn't a political issue. This is an issue about the safety of our children and the citizens of this country. We're working with several state legislatures who are primarily Democrats in our area on legislation to stop this from happening as well. So it's, you know, it's a definite problem that's impacting our communities. I don't have time to read the names, but in the 5 months that since Noah's passing, we've met 28 other families who've lost primarily teenagers to this drug. The current statistic is it's the #1 killer from 18 to 45. Honestly, we believe that next year that number will probably drop to 15 to 45. And we've had some children as young as 13 years old die from this drug. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. We appreciate you and your wife being here today. Sheriff, recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, and distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address this committee regarding the status of our southern border from the optics of a community and local law enforcement perspective. I have served our border communities for 38 plus years, and prior to that as a member of the United States Army. I currently serve on national, western, and southwest border sheriff associations, and we have 3 objectives: public safety, national security, and humanitarian. In my submitted brief, I have shared with you all the overview of Cochise County and the history of our border. I have personally experienced the good, the bad, and the ugly of being a border county. Currently, this is the ugliest I've experienced. I am proud of our relationships with our local law enforcement partners, local, state, and federal, that serve our communities. To best understand my presentation is to understand we were over 2 years ago. My county was one of the safest border counties based on our collective government efforts, messaging, and yes, enforcement operations supported by the rule of law. What's the direct impact to my county? My citizens and law enforcement address mostly gotaways, the fight and flight syndrome in my county versus those giving up. 100% camouflaged migrants being illegally smuggled by the cartels with the price tag of per undocumented alien begins at $7,000 and up. These smugglers include juveniles being recruited via social media by the cartels, border-related bookings. Detention costs within my jail in calendar year 2022 was $4.3 million, absorbed by my local and state taxpayers. Border-related crimes are at an all-time high. Death, murder investigations, aggravated acts against my citizens, failure to yields, search and rescue, plus recoveries, and yes, assaults against law enforcement officials. My deputies have been placed in life-threatening scenarios as the cartels show no regard for my citizens and those that wear a badge. Agents, troopers, deputies, and officers are addressing dangerous scenarios and criminals as a direct result of an open border being exploited by the criminal cartels for violence, fear, and greed. In calendar year 2022, 1,578 suspects were booked in my jail for border-related crimes. Only 78 were foreign-born. In 2021, over 5 million dosages of fentanyl were seized on the Arizona border. In 2022, over 20 million dosages were seized. In 2022, over 12,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized on the southwest border. I want to share a personal tragedy with you of a good citizen named Wanda in my county. She was heading to her 65th birthday party to meet her family and her son when a 16-year-old USC who fled from law enforcement, the deputies, was carrying 3 undocumented aliens, ran his vehicle through a red light at deadly speeds, cutting her vehicle in half and killing her. In closing, my fellow sheriffs and I have tried to partner with this administration to include the President of the United States with high hopes to share a collective message, a collective action plan, support the rule of law, prioritize our southern border, and provide updates reference community impacts and concerns with little to no success. By allowing our border security mission and immigration laws to be discretionary, these criminal cartels continue to be the true winners. Their exploitation of mankind is simply modern-day slavery, allowing thousands of pounds of illicit drugs into our country and that continue to erode core values of families, schools, and subsequently killing an average of 300 Americans every day is unacceptable at any level. Experiencing migrant deaths without a reasonable process why members of U.S. Congress and this administration intentionally avoid reality is gross negligence. Our voice of reason has been buried during what I call intellectual avoidance by this administration and, yes, members of U.S. Congress. Communities have been neglected and banned to rely on our own local and state resources to address border that is in a crisis mode. Our southern border, against all public comfort statements out of Washington, D.C., is the worst shape I've ever seen it. When I look at public safety, national security, and humanitarian on our southern border, this is the largest crime scene in this country. The morale of agents is extremely low, and the collective frustration is very high amongst law enforcement at all levels, and most important, the citizens of my county. With the recent efforts to cancel Title 42, this only serves to complex a border that needs an immediate immigration reform by U.S. Congress, but most important, needs to be secured. I'm a true believer that Customs and Border Patrol are the experts of border security, while sheriffs and police chiefs are the experts of community. Together, this is a recipe of success for all communities. I will leave you with this final statement. We all serve the priorities of Americans based on our shared oath of office to keep them safe, enhance their quality of life, and support the rule of law, absent political affiliation or the concern of re-election. I ask each one of you to reflect on this statement as you make your next decision to vote. Once again, I thank this committee for the invitation and opportunity, and now stand ready to answer any questions here in a few minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sheriff. Now recognize Judge Samaniago. I think I got that right. Judge, thank you for being here. You got your 5 minutes. Just hit your mic.
Members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for inviting me to testify. My name is Ricardo Samaniego. I'm an elected county judge of El Paso, Texas.
Judge, can you pull that a little closer? Would you?
Pardon me?
Pull that a little closer. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. El Paso, Texas, one of the safest, largest communities in America and the veterans capital of the USA, where I serve a population almost 900,000 residents in a metroplex consisting of El Paso, Texas, Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, and Las Cruces, New Mexico. These three cities form a combined international metropolitan area of 2.7 million individuals and constitutes the largest bilingual and binational workforce in the Western Hemisphere. I would like to start by emphasizing that over 4 years ago, Customs and Border Patrol requested the assistance of myself and other local officials. I believe we truly stepped up to the request and facilitated their internal processes. El Paso, Texas has been the epicenter of the migrant surge, both recently and nearly 4 years ago, when border communities such as mine were faced with unprecedented numbers of migrants who were seeking to enter our country through El Paso. We have learned how to safely, humanely, and expeditiously treat asylum seekers who pass through our community on their way to unite with sponsors. I'm here today to share the El Paso story, a success story which strikes a delicate balance between security and compassion. However, before I tell you the story, I must disabuse you of information which I personally know to be false. There is no open border in El Paso. Immigrants seeking asylum largely present themselves to Border Patrol for processing. El Paso is required to abide by the same immigration laws that other border communities must follow. There is no invasion of migrants in our community, nor are there hordes of undocumented immigrants committing crimes against citizens or causing havoc in our community. Claiming this continues a false racist narrative against these individuals or perpetuates violence that the El Paso community is all too familiar with. When our citizens were target of a racially motivated mass shooting August 3rd, 2019, they killed 23 El Pasoans and Mexican citizens and wounded 26 other innocent bystanders. Our community was deeply devastated by this tragedy. Thirdly, humanitarianism and security are not binary choice. It is the federal government's responsibility to do both. Provided with a sufficient financial support, we can assist the federal government in fulfilling its mandate. Our initiatives, efforts, and processes are directed to avoid any type of chaos. When El Paso County was faced with the increasing number of asylum seekers, we established a migrant support service center to assist migrants to connect with their relatives and sponsors and guide them with a same-day self-paid travel arrangement process. Approximately 35 to 45% of these migrants fall in this category. The benefit of this process is that migrants are moved quickly and safely out of our community at their own expense. The center opened on October the 10th, 2022, and has a capacity to assist up to 1,000 per day. To date, the center has assisted 26,829 asylum seekers. No immigrant is placed on a bus and shipped to another city without coordination and a sponsor waiting at the receiving city. El Paso's partnership with Catholic Charities of Houston is a great example of interjurisdictional cooperation. With federal funds, Catholic Charities chartered a bus daily traveling from El Paso to Houston with 52 passengers, manifested with confirmed self-paid travel for flights out of Houston the following day. This model initiated discussions with collaboration with other interstate and intrastate partners such as Dallas, Austin, and Denver. When the city of El Paso declared a disaster, we did not get the resources we needed, but instead saw the state of Texas National Guard, the placement of barbed wire lined haphazardly in certain areas, and pseudo barriers of tanks and cargo containers were put up. Prior to the city's declaration, I had sent correspondence and communicated with various state officials that what my community needed was assistance with transportation, staffing, food, and sheltering. The state never addressed these needs that we requested. To be sure, we cannot locally resolve the immigration issues facing our country. So I finally want to take the opportunity to thank our Congresswoman, Veronica Escobar, for her leadership and for consistently ensuring that the federal government is aware of the realities on the ground. So I thank you for being here. I welcome you to our beautiful community. I would love to host, and I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dunn, yeah, I know the list of names of people who, in many cases, thought they were taking one drug and died of fentanyl is long. One of the names that you probably have on your list is Matt Capolato in Riverside County, and his daughter, who thought she was taking a Xanax and died. She actually only took half of it as part of her study routine and died of fentanyl overdose. That has led to a murder charge in Riverside County, and our district attorney is prosecuting that. How it will end, we'll see, but it certainly is an example of the kind of response that I hope both the federal government and the state and local will start looking, that these people who traffic in that, leading to these tragic deaths, are more than just drug dealers, they're murderers. And I want to thank you for being here today. Sheriff, I'm going to primarily talk to you because the judge, I think rightfully so, gave us a good example of facilitating undocumented workers who have been released in this country, getting around the country and all the humanitarian work they do. First of all, are those the people you run into?
Congressman, it's not. We don't give the give-ups. I can't remember speaking with our Border Patrol CBP agents. We don't get give-ups in Cochise County. What we get is the gotaways, the ones that are camouflaged 100% from booty to headgear, that fight and flight, do whatever it takes to get away from us.
So out of 5 million people that have come here, we could be talking, the judge could be talking about 1 million who just want opportunity, maybe jobs. But that's not who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the other at least 1 million who are often repeat criminals and are evading in order to perpetrate crimes.
That is correct.
I want to go through a couple of quick quotes because you're at the border. I, too, am at the border. I have a little over 50 miles of the Mexican border in California. And so these quotes are particularly important to me. The Secretary of Homeland Security said, "The border is closed, the border is secure," in March of 2021. Was that true then?
No.
Is it true now?
No.
He additionally said, we are working day in and day out to enhance its security. He said that November 16, 2022. Had you seen that kind of improvement?
No, I have not.
You haven't as of today. Just a few days ago, he said the border is not open. Would you agree with that?
No, and if I could support that statement also, the majority of people, just to give you an example, we have an interdiction team that goes out almost daily. Yesterday they were out for their shift, had 15 smuggling events. We had a media crew riding with them yesterday, and the majority of people we talk to, the migrants that have been smuggled, which I call modern day slavery, what they're doing to these people, they tell us the reason they're here is because President Biden and the welcoming sign.
Now, the Vice President said just a few months ago, the border is secure. We have secured the border. Would that also be inaccurate?
Yes, it would.
Now, a lot of people talk about the Trump era versus now. Is it fair to say that it got better, but it was still a difficult time for you even then with some of what you were dealing with at the border?
Yes, after 38, almost 48 years of working this border, I've seen the good and the bad, the ugly. It was better under President Trump. This is, like I said, this is the worst I've seen, mainly because of the aggression by the cartels and the aggravated acts toward law enforcement in the community.
And I want you to take the remaining time and just tell us that difference between the Trump era and now with the border wide open. What does it do for your ability to provide law enforcement for other purposes to your county?
Well, with the amount of arrests we had in 2022, our border population, or it's been border crimes that's been arrested and booked in my jail, equates to about 40 to 44% of all the population in my jail. You equate that back into the patrol side of it for the troopers, the local law enforcement, sheriff's office. We're spending a lot of time keeping our community safe, diverted from the normal stuff that we do, the proactive stuff, into addressing border crimes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Ranking Member Mr. Nadler, is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Dunn, again, I want to express my sincerest condolences to you and your family, and I want to thank you for being here today. Judge Samaniego, I want to turn to you. Thank you so much for coming today. Having a witness who has grown up and lived on the border is so imperative. Your knowledge and lived experience are invaluable for policymakers here in Washington. Unfortunately, the Republican majority seems interested only in showboating. They continuously talk about a so-called Biden border crisis, even though this administration has actually kept in place numerous policies from the Trump administration that many of my colleagues and I have expressed concerns about. Judge Samaniego, in your testimony, you note safety and compassion are not mutually exclusive. I think this is a very important point. As Republican Representative Tony Gonzalez stated over the weekend, border security and immigration are two separate topics. One can be for a strong border security presence that prevents terrorists, fentanyls, and bad actors from entering our country, and one can be for welcoming future Americans in through the front door. Judge Samaniego, can you discuss how El Paso has balanced these two competing dynamics, ensuring the safety of its citizens while also being compassionate toward migrants?
Thank you. One of the things that we recognized is our collaboration. We're not reacting at this point. We've been working 4 years. Almost every Friday we meet with law enforcement, we meet with Border Patrol, the diocese, the NGOs, and we know that by doing what we do right, the whole nation benefits from that. If we do not process the migrants properly, then it falls on other cities. I think El Paso is extremely focused on the fact that we're not a community, but a part of a nation. And if we do not do the right things, then New York gets hit and other communities get hit simply by the fact that there's an unorganized process. Our strategy is really very organized, very compassionate, and making sure that we get individuals in the right place at the right time. And so when we have someone like from New York that comes to El Paso, the mayor, to tell us to help him through this process, obviously, that's why we're there. Our impact is not just on our community. Our impact, I believe, it's on the values of our Constitution, of the values, in my case, as a Democrat, and then we make sure that we're helping the rest of the country. We don't do things right, and I can guarantee you that the impact is going to fall on the other cities around the country.
Thank you. We keep hearing from our Republican colleagues that the border is open and that Biden caused this crisis. Could you comment on this?
Well, we don't see that. We process every individual that comes through. We make sure we coordinate. We get a lot of information. And I must emphasize, it was the Border Patrol and the federal government that asked us to step up as a community. And when we don't do the right things, it backs up their system. They start getting more and more people. The detention centers are extremely limited compared to what a community can do. So either you put the pressure on the federal government, or you put the pressure on a community that has, almost 14 sites where we could get people sheltered. We can process people, like I said, 35 to 40% are individuals that already have a sponsor, they have money, and they can move into the communities and other communities. We get a lot of calls of a lot of states and cities throughout the country that want migrants. And if we do the right thing and we process them, then we could get the migrants to them as well as to help our community. And we talk about three things. It's safety, which is extremely important for our community, humanitarianism, and the economy. We do not do things right, and I can guarantee you it impacts the entire economy. We've seen it when things begin strained and the movement of product doesn't come into the country. We get hit extremely hard. We get a lot of calls about not moving traffic properly. And we're one of the largest movers of products in the whole country. So we do things right, and I feel that everybody gains from our efforts.
Thank you. One of the topics you touched on in your testimony is the need for all levels of government and nonprofits to work together to effectively process the migrants who are crossing the border. Do you have a good relationship with Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Protection? And can you discuss how often you coordinate with them?
Every once a month we help. Well, one of the missing elements is that we don't get support from the state. And if we had the three, you need the local government, you need the federal government, and the missing component, and because of political reasons, we don't get that third part of the stool. And that is extremely, extremely important to us. We need their support. We don't need militia. We don't need policing. Our strategy has been extremely effective without using law enforcement, and we suffer tremendously by not having the proper support from the state government.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since President Biden took office, we have seen a tremendous surge in the terrorist watch list arrests at the southern border. There were 2 terrorist watch list arrests in fiscal year 2017, 6 in 2018, 0 in 2019, 3 in 2020. In 2021, President Biden's first year in office, terror watch list arrests surged to 15. In 2022, there were 98 terrorists arrested at the southern border. In this fiscal year so far, there have been 38 arrests. According to Border Patrol, there have been approximately 1.2 million known gotaways since President Biden took office. In November alone, 73,000 border crossers evaded overwhelmed Border Patrol agents, but were detected by other forms of surveillance. These crossers are known as gotaways. Often these border crossers are evading being caught by Border Patrol because they have a criminal record or contraband to hide, unlike most migrants who cross with the explicit intention to meet Border Patrol. But today I want to ask about other sinister news in the immigration space. I have a copy here of an email circulated last Thursday, January 26th, at Mount Pleasant High School in Rhode Island. Its assistant principal, Stephanie Harvey, someone with a doctorate in education, is fundraising among its faculty and staff to pay a debt to a cartel that trafficked a student. The email, calling it an urgent matter, reads, "We have a student who came to America with Coyote, which is a group that helps people. This group gives you a time frame to make a payment of $5,000 to those who bring them into the States. Our student needs our urgent support to raise another $2,000 to meet his goal of $5,000 by February 1st, 2023. Sheriff, is this helpful?
I'm sorry, sir?
Is this helpful to have faculty raising money to pay a Mexican cartel to bring someone into the country?
Congressman, no.
Okay. The ranking member said that many of President Trump's policies have been continued. Is the fence continuing to be built on the southern border?
No.
Is the Remain in Mexico policy being continued?
No.
Is the agreement with the Northern Triangle countries to immediately deport illegal immigrants who come into this country, has that policy been continued?
No.
Sheriff, let me ask you something. We now have in this country 2 million individuals who have gone through the entire process and have been adjudicated for removal. In other words, they came to this country, they applied for asylum, they weren't entitled to asylum, they came here for economic reasons.
All right, everyone, we are now going out to D.C., get an update from police and the mayor. 1 dead, 2 injured in a shooting. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Chief Gonzalo from the Metro Transit Police Department and the general manager for the Metro Transit System. Shortly after 9 a.m., there was an altercation on a Metro bus at 14th Potomac Avenue. There was an individual brandishing a weapon, engaging passengers on this bus. He followed one of the individuals off the bus. The intent of which he's trying to do is not clear at this point, but he shot at this individual, striking him in the legs. That individual ran off and has now since been interviewed and transported to an area hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. We believe this to be a series of individual events, and I'm going to talk you through it. That's the first event. Our shooter goes down the escalator to the Metro platform. At that point, he engages someone who's attempting to buy a Metro card. Again, another altercation occurs. He shoots this individual also in the leg, brings him over the turnstile. Again, we're not sure the intent of all of this going in. That individual breaks free and has now been transported to an area hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Our shooter goes down the escalator further to the platform. He engages with another individual, a female, a woman at this point, and has a gun brandished to his side. Attempts to either rob her, confront her, get into some kind of altercation with her. There's 2 Metro Transit employees that are watching what's happening. One of them attempts to intervene to protect this young lady. By doing so, he's immediately shot by our shooter. He remains on scene and has been pronounced. His heroism has to be recognized here today. A second WMATA employee engages the shooter and attempts to de-escalate this situation. And I believe he successfully does so because no one is shot after this individual was shot. Our shooter gets on the train, gets off the train. Again, it's unclear what the motive of all this is, but our 1st District officers got a call for service at about 9:20. That call comes in after our Metro bus shooting. Our 1st District officer takes this individual into custody. We're confident we have the shooter in custody. We have 4 victims in total. We have 2 with leg injuries, 1 with a fragmentation injury to his finger, and our decedent. Everyone's, again, at area hospitals receiving treatment, and our Metro Transit employee, again, our thoughts and prayers go out to him and his family and the heroic actions he took place here today. At this point, I'll turn it over to Mayor Bowser. Thank you.
Hi, Randy Clark, General Manager of Metro. Thank you, Chief, not only for your going through the entire incident that happened, but also MPD's quick response. I think it was just a couple minutes when the first call came in, and our continuing collaboration with Metro Transit Police. Obviously, incredibly sad day here at Metro today. Appreciate the chief recognizing one of our employees. Quite frankly, I think will be known as a hero. Tried to intervene and help one of our customers that was under a potential assault from the assailant, and more information be coming out on that over time. We appreciate everyone's kind of thoughts and prayers for the Metro family today. It is a very tough day for us here. Just quickly, this scene is still obviously active. As the chief said, this will take a little bit. Some people are interested in service. We'll have more information coming out on social media and if at that. You should expect service to be maybe sometime mid to late afternoon. We'll be back open for service. We are operating a bus shuttle right now. We appreciate our customers' understanding and patience while this scene is resolved and we handle activities inside of Metro. So again, thank you for people's thoughts and prayers about a really heroic individual at Metro today. And we'll be looking to try to work with all of our employees to get through this difficult time. Thank you.
I just want to send my deep condolences to the Metro family. We don't know a lot about this shooter at this moment, other than we had a person with a gun who's created yet another tragedy in our city. We will work hand in hand with Metro to complete this investigation as we move forward. Any questions for the chief?
Benjamin, can you explain, was it the station manager that tried to intervene, and who was the second Metro employee?
At this point, I don't have the identities or the rank structure of those individuals that have been involved. And we're not going to put that out just yet. We want to work with our Metro Transit colleagues during this difficult moment, and we'll put that information out when it becomes available.
But the other Metro employee that tried to intervene, though, you said that the shooter then went onto the train. What happened after the shooter went onto the train?
Again, similar to the situation on the bus, he's walking around brandishing a firearm and just randomly engaging people in conversation. He's clearly agitated about something. We're just not sure at this point. That's going to take some time to get to the investigation, to the bottom of that.
And then it was 1D officers that were responding to the shooting that went down into the station. And where did they find the shooter?
They found him on the platform. He's standing there now alone. All of our victims and witnesses have since moved on. He's still armed at this point, and took him into custody.
And we've heard that there was an announcement made on the train for people to get down, and the lights went off. Is that true?
I'm not aware of that at this moment. Go ahead, next question.
Could you go back over the numbers, exactly how many you have injured and deceased?
Sure. We have one decedent. It's our Metro Transit employee. We have 2 individuals that are suffering from leg wounds, and 1 individual with a fragmentation injury to his hand.
Was the suspect arrested on the train? I wasn't clear on that.
The suspect was arrested on the platform.
He had gotten off the train at another station?
No, everything remained. It started here and stayed here.
But you said he got on the train.
Yes.
The train didn't move?
The train didn't move. Yeah, the train stayed on. He got on it and got off. Other individuals actually tackled our shooter. And so we have a lot of witnesses to this event, and we have several victims, but I want to ask all the witnesses that have any information about what happened, even the slightest bit of camera footage or video footage or what they saw, what they heard, please call us at 202-727-9099, or you can text us anonymously at 50411.
Were the cameras on the station working? Attacked the receiver?
Yes.
Could you go back and talk, I mean, you talked about the heroism of all these individuals. Could you run that down for us and how you feel about these individuals who tackled this guy?
I wish we could have been there faster. Our officers were there within minutes of getting the call for service. But due to the heroic actions of our citizens, our community, to disarm this shooter, I can't put a price on that. I think they saved lives, and that's to be commended. But the fact that our citizens have to intervene with armed gunmen is disturbing to me. We do the best we can each and every day. Our officers are there within minutes. We got this shooter into custody, and now we'll just let the investigation go forward. We have a question over here.
Can you tell us who exactly took the gun from the suspect? Was it one of the passengers or bystanders who tackled him?
We recovered the weapon on the tracks, and I'll leave it at that.
And then can you tell me, is there surveillance video where the Metro cameras in the station working? Have you reviewed any of that yet?
Yes, and I have reviewed them, yes.
Chief, to be clear.
Hold up. Well, there's
Sierra.
another question here.
General Manager Randy Clark and Muriel Bowser, what do you have to say to people who see a scene like this and don't feel comfortable riding the Metro?
This is what we're very focused on. We're focused on how we get guns and how we get guns out of our city, whether it's the Metro, it's the street, is individual homes. We know that we have guns that are creating tragedies in our city and in our nation, and we all have to be very focused on that. I know that we will work hand in hand with Metro to make sure that our officers are working this investigation and being just as supportive as possible.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing I'd add on to that is, we are working very hard. We've increased police patrols, I think 25, 30% in the last 6 months. We've hired mental health crisis intervention counselors. We're installing more video and upgrading our video systems, which, again, this case would be a great example of the value of that. I think we're doing everything we can, and I want to really reiterate the mayor's saying. We have a gun violence problem in America, and sometimes, unfortunately, that comes into Metro, but this is not a Metro-specific safety issue. It's an American gun violence issue, and I think that's becoming increasingly clear all over America, day in and day out. Every one of you and your colleagues across the country cover these incidents, and sooner or later our country has to come together and say enough of this.
Hey, Randy, you've been on the job for just over 6 months now. You've had your fair share of really, really bad Metro incidents on buses and on train platforms, but none were the life of one of your employees was taken. Can you just speak to how you're feeling? I'm watching you. And I can't imagine how tough it is right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously just a brutal day for us here at Metro. I talked to some of this individual's colleagues quickly. People are hurting. And, the people that work at Metro, are just like people that work at the city and others, they're public servants. They come to work every day to serve their community. And to think that someone came today doing their job, then tried to intervene and protect another person that lives here and lost their life is really sad. And I just hope that we can all reflect on that and give thanks to the people that work so hard for us in public service every day. And we have some mourning to do, obviously, at Metro.
Just a quick follow-up real quick. For the riders who need to take a train or a bus to get back home today, I've asked you this question before. What do you say to them when they see another instance of violence?
Yeah, and it's really hard, and I appreciate their mixed feelings of that. I'll be back on the train later today and tonight. The system, I still believe, is a very safe system. We have, the mayor, I think, probably more eloquent than me, has said we have a gun violence issue, and that is happening on streets. It's happening, unfortunately, Metro. There's shootings in Florida and California just again the other day. I think it's a larger societal, systemic issue, and we are, again, working really hard to make Metro safe every day.
It sounds like this guy had an altercation with somebody on the bus and then just went into a rage and started attacking whoever he encountered. Is that what it sounds like? And how do you stop that?
So this is going to be part of the investigation, sir, so we're not going to get any more details about the initial altercation, but as that becomes available, we'll make it available.
Chief Benjamin, just to be clear, so you said that the citizens tackled the gunman on the platform?
Initial reports is that occurred, yes.
So individual citizens took it upon themselves to go after this guy and got him on the run?
Yes, and we want to talk to those individuals. If any of those individuals were part of that event or witnessed that event, we want to talk to you, so please call us.
You don't know who they are.
A lot of people are being interviewed right now, sir, so as we get that information and we need more witnesses, that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for the public's help here.
So where's the shooter now?
He's in custody.
The Metro employee who intervened, they were not Metro Transit police, right? They were just other employees.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about any more of their unpleasant history or anything of that nature.
Mayor Bowser, can you tell us the status, off-topic question, of Jason Lewis after his...
No off-topics, Mark. Let's be respectful.
All right, thank you, everyone.
I can talk to you off the scene. Okay.
All right, that is the sad update there in D.C. as we learned that a Metro subway worker was shot and killed trying to disarm the suspect there that went on a rampage earlier this morning. The timeline of this incident started as an altercation on a bus. The suspect then left the bus and shot a person in the leg and then ran on to the Metro station and shoots another person in the leg and then goes onto the platform and points a gun at a woman. And unfortunately, the Metro worker intervenes and is shot and killed. and the suspect in custody right now. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We still have plenty of coverage for you across the country. When we come back, we'll take you out to Florida for an update on a large human trafficking update right here on Live Now from Fox.
Know who you may.
And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Pasco County, Florida. The sheriff there giving an update on a large human trafficking bust. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And I said, there is evil in this world. And as I go through this, you're going to see how evil people are and how evil they could be. And the last thing I want to leave with before I get started on this is that please remember, Florida statute says you do not need to know somebody's age to be charged with a felony if you have sex with a minor. So whether they said or what's your age or not know what is not your age or whatever the question was, they do not need to know her age to be charged with a felony. So as I begin, I said with everything, we can't do this without teamwork. You know, teamwork in law enforcement, teamwork with our citizens. And with me today is Attorney General Ashley Moody. General Moody has led the charge against human trafficking in the state of Florida. You know, making sure that groups come together. Well, it's law enforcement, you know, outreach groups, you know, partnerships. That's what the general has done. But the other one too is the general has an outstanding group of women and men in the statewide prosecution office. That is who we are working with right now. Those women and men are passionate about this. They're passionate about fighting crime. They're passionate about putting these bad people in prison. But the other one they're passionate about is making sure that victims get help. And I'll get to that later on, but right now the victim is getting help because of the teamwork here. And also with us is Sheriff Al Nienhuis. Criminals know no boundaries. And neither with law enforcement working together, we work together to try to save people. And in this case, we went into Hernando County, and as we had to go up there to do search warrants, Sheriff Nienhuis made sure that his people were there, right there with us, side by side, because when you hear what goes on here, you have to have you absolutely have a heart to say we have to help out any way we can. So let me begin. The victim was living with her aunt in Newport Richey. She was living there for a while, and starting in November of 2021, the victim at that time, she's 15 years old. At their house, they hire a pool company, and there's a new pool guy who shows up. His name is Stephen Graham. Stephen Graham's an adult. He is, he knows better. It's not like you're dealing with a 20-year-old kid. You're dealing with a grown adult. Stephen Graham is the pool guy. He goes once a week, and he starts building a relationship with this young girl. You know, he basically starts grooming her. And from November until June, he's grooming her this whole time. In June, he ends up having sex with the victim. They go in the woods, they have sex. She's 15 years old, 1-5, 15 years old at the time. They have sex. These relationships continue for the months that go on after that. So then, November 21st, 2022, the victim, she gets into a fight with her aunt. She runs away from home. Her goal was to get to the pool cleaner, Stephen Graham. She starts walking down the road, walking down Ridge Road. I go back, it's about 3 o'clock in the morning. She gets picked up by Mark Poor. Mark Poor is a convicted sexual predator in the state of Florida. This guy shouldn't have been on our streets. He picks her up, they go, he buys her breakfast. After that, he pays her $40 for sex. Pays a 16-year-old girl $40 for sex. He then transports her to a Wawa, which is State Road 54 and 19. The victim starts walking towards Stephen Graham's house, up there in the corner. While going to Stephen Graham's house, she runs into John Malley. John Malley had just, I guess, come home from a jog. He was out, he's standing there. This is probably about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Meets her. They start talking. He says, "You want to come to my house and have a shower?" She goes inside to have a shower and then have sex. While, after sex, he tells her, "Hey, I have a young son who lives here, so you can't stay here all day. I don't want him to walk in and see you. So then, you're going to have to leave later on." So around 3 o'clock, Stephen Graham takes her to a 7-Eleven because she had finally got in touch with John Malley took her to Stephen Graham. Stephen Graham and the victim are at the 7-Eleven. While she's in the 7-Eleven, it's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she sees DeAndre Poole. She runs into DeAndre Poole in 7-Eleven. They start talking. She eventually, slips him a phone number, some type of way to get a message at each other, so they get in contact with each other. But she ultimately leaves with Stephen Graham. She then takes off with Stephen Graham. They go down US 19. They find a abandoned Golden Corral, and they have sex in the parking lot. So from there, Stephen Graham says, "Hey, he can't be here." So she then takes off, and Stephen Graham house, they go near Florimar. Apologize here. Graham, sorry, 7-Eleven. Then she hooks up with DeAndre Poole. She meets back up with DeAndre Poole. Those two then go out. They start selling drugs, using drugs, getting drunk. They're on ecstasy. They end up driving back to the Roadway Inn. They go to Roadway Inn, which is at US 19 and 52. At there, they have sex. And then DeAndre says, "See you later." He takes off. He leaves her in the room. So around midnight, she starts wandering around the hotel. As she's wandering around the Roadway Inn, she meets these two individuals, criminals, Alan Schiavo and Brandon Dunn. Those two, they start drinking, they start using drugs, they have sex, the three of them. So then the evening of November 22nd, the Roadway Inn, this is the same evening, she then leaves, she meets Timothy Colon. And these are chance encounters. This is not like these were setups. This is a young 16-year-old girl, totally intoxicated, totally on drugs, totally wasted, wandering around a motel, and these individuals, instead of doing the right thing, take advantage of this young girl. So she meets Timothy Colon. Timothy Colon meets her. They start talking. They end up having sex in his car. At that point, the victim tells him, "I'm 16 years old." Timothy Colon turns around and says, "From now on, you're going to tell everybody you're 20 years old." You talk about absolute evilness. This is a person that you talk about predator, somebody who's going to harm an individual. This person was absolutely, the epitome of evilness here. Total manipulation. I'm not telling anybody else, but to tell somebody, straight up, the girl says, "I'm 16 years old." You do something about it. They should have done something before that. But this person just says, "No, you're going to tell everybody you're 20. and then the evil pit that she's in gets even deeper and deeper and deeper. So then at that point, Timothy Colon says, all right, we're going to go back to my house. Well, he goes to Wise Guy's bar. They go to Wise Guy's. It's an after-hour bottle bar. They drink some more. They're doing drugs. They go back to his house, which is in Hernando County in Spring Hill. Timothy and her have sex. They then introduce Candace Teldogen. Candace comes into the scene. They have a threesome at Timothy's house in Hernando. They then go back to his Pasco house, and the three of them have sex again. They videotape it this time. So then at this point, Candace then starts taking control of the victim. Candace takes her back to her house in Hernando County. She starts giving her wigs. She starts giving her provocative clothing. And she also gives her a stage name by the name of Sassy. So then she starts having the victim go to these strip joints. She's dancing at these strip joints. At one of the strip joints, she meets Jamie Manning. Jamie Manning and her, she's doing a dance. During that time, she ends up having sex with him. Jamie then also travels the next day to Candace's house to meet the victim, and they have sex again. Another place was another club. She meets Stephen Graham. Stephen Graham comes to the club. She calls Stephen and says, hey, Stephen, I'm dancing here. Stephen pays her $80. This is the pool guy from the original Start All Over Again. He comes back, pays her $80 for a lap dance. Then he also has sex in the club. This guy just, all of them. I mean, I can't say enough how evil these people are. She then ends up at one point going to Wise Guy's bar again. On another night, she meets Jeremy Nano Sky. This guy. Why at the club? He says, I'm a record producer. She says, I'm a singer. One thing leads to another, and the next day they link up and they have sex. The other one is these two individuals here at different points in the strip joints. These two meet up to have sex with her too. While she's dancing, they get in touch with her. They have sex with her also. The one comes later on. They're at a house party. It was at Candace's house. Pierre Williams had just been released from state prison. Pierre Williams says that he's interested in the victim. But the victim, she says she was reluctant. She don't have sex with him. At that point, Timothy Colon sees what's going on. From all indications, Pierre says, yeah, I want to have sex with her. Timothy tells the victim, you're going to have sex with this guy. And supposedly there's a very heated verbal argument that goes on. But the victim felt pressured, so she went upstairs and she had sex with Pierre Williams. They end up going to La Vista Motel. At that point, when she's out of her basically domain, Candace calls up and notifies law enforcement that this is where this girl is. This is where she's at the La Vista Hotel. Deputies arrived at the La Vista Hotel where the victim is passed out, drunk, on drugs, totally out of it, naked on the bed. So our deputies did the exact right thing. They got her all the help she needs to help her into recovery. This is when our detectives started taking over because we said this doesn't line up. A 6-year-old passed out on a La Vista Motel on 19, on drugs on this bed. Things aren't adding up. This is where the criminal investigation started. This is where this case broke. And then we were able to start bringing all these people together. But I just want to show you how quickly things can escalate. She was only missing for 2 weeks. 2 weeks she was missing. And all this happened to her. You know, when most people, they watch these movies and they go, I can't believe this happened. This ain't what happened. This is a sad reality for this girl. This wasn't a movie. This is a girl's living hell that she went through. You know, these are the things, drugs, alcohol, sex, coercion. These are all the things that go on with human trafficking. But this is when I go back to why we do these things and bring it out to your public light. Because we need your assistance. When we post those runaways, when we post people out there we need help with, we need help. When you see that 16-year-old girl walking down the street in the middle of the night, make a call to law enforcement. Because it's better that law enforcement show up to try to help that kid than a convicted sexual predator picks her up and starts her down that path to the hell she was living in. These are all the individuals that were involved. These are the charges that are going on. As I go back to, this is still an ongoing investigation. I know there's people watching. I know you're standing here right now going, what about this? What about that? All those what about ifs and what about that's are being investigated right now. Because we're working with General Moody's team, we are going to get to the bottom of it. Anybody that was involved in this, we're going to keep coming after you. Because that's what the victim deserves here. As a parent, be involved in kids' life. Those parents, her aunt had a very tough job. She was trying to raise her, do the right thing. But in general, always be aware of social media, what your kids are on. Always know who your kids are talking to. Hey, I know it's hard as a parent. I know it's absolutely hard, especially in today's day and age. But you got to be involved. Because the more you're involved, the more you know. The more you know, the safer your kids will be. So with that being said, I want to thank General Moody again. I want to thank Detective Reagan, who's here with us, and he'll be able to answer some questions. But Florida Attorney General Moody has led the charge. When I told her about this case, you could tell when General Moody gets mad, she gets really mad sometimes. She was really mad. She was very upset because I know how passionate she is to protect these kids and make sure that this victim is going to be taken care of. So with that, General.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Sheriff, you did a remarkable job of piecing together in a coherent way a lot of independent situations that are built by a common thread, and that is the victimization of a child. And to have somebody like you at the helm of this incredible agency is so important. We're so lucky in the state of Florida to have you leading the charge here in Pasco County. Thank you so much. And thank you to your deputies that, as they described this case and the work that went into it and piecing it together and the partners that they worked with, you could feel their sense of purpose and passion and responsibility of protection for this community. And that is meaningful to me as the Attorney General, and not just as the Attorney General in a state where protecting our kids is one of our highest priorities, but as a mother of young school-age child, to know that there are people like you in this state protecting them 24/7, it gives us great comfort, and we thank you. Thank all of you here. It is not lost on anyone that today is the day after Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And what is significant about that is it's important to remember that though we recognize prevention and awareness of human trafficking in January of every year, it is a year-round effort. And it is not just an effort by those of us in this room right now that are announcing this case, that are wearing a badge. It is an effort of all of us, responsible community members that want to be a part of this effort, that want to be a part of protecting our children. And what today's case shows is that it really will take not just those who have signed up for these dangerous jobs, these incredibly important positions of being deputies and police officers, but those of us that care about the children in our community and want to be more proactive. What today's case shows us is there are ways that you can. It takes one person noticing something out of place, one person noticing that a child might be in danger and reporting that and knowing how to report that, that will help us solve these cases and take these dangerous predators off the street. This involved many different adults taking advantage of a young child in numerous ways. And while we're looking at human trafficking charges, statutory rape charges, child exploitation charges, what's important to remember is there were dozens of adults that are not being charged today that did come in contact with this child over the course of these 2 weeks and could have reported this. The silver lining in this case is that this child has been rescued, has been recovered, and is now receiving the services that she has long needed and will need into the foreseeable future. The cases don't always end this way, where a smart deputy responding to a call takes notice, digs in, brings in intelligence and other partners to help build out the case. Many children and young adults, women, live in long periods of time of torture and sexual exploitation, sexual abuse. The silver lining in this case is we had rapid responding deputies that had been trained, who knew how to follow up, knew how to build this case, and that's what we're consistently trying to improve and build upon here in the state of Florida. I commend not only Sheriff Naco, but Sheriff Nienhuis, whose deputies in Hernando County sprang into action. As you know, human trafficking knows no jurisdictional boundaries, which is often why the Attorney General's office is brought in to assist as this crosses over circuit lines, it crosses over county lines, and we're so grateful for your efforts as well. The operation that led to the arrest of this individual is a remarkable demonstration of the dedication and expertise that our law enforcement officers in Florida have, and that they're willing to work in collaboration with prosecutors. And I have full confidence that my prosecutors will continue working this case. There will be others that are a part of this investigation. I want to thank Rita Peters, who is a longtime sex prosecutor, works with our office. She has been invaluable as we develop and uncover facts and bring charges. Florida is, as the governor has said many times, a law and order state, and part of that is we will do everything in our capacity to protect children. Many of you saw last week I stood at his side as we announced new legislation that would be proposed to come down even harder on adults that sexually exploit and offend against our children. We will seek enhanced penalties. We will make sure that the minimum if you rape a young child is life. If you even have an inkling that you might harm or sexually offend against a child in this state, you may want to think about moving. Florida is zero tolerance. We will catch you, as today's case demonstrates, and you will be put behind bars where you belong for a very long time. I started off by saying why this case is so important, not only in that we rescued a victim, but that the community as a whole needs to see how they can be a part of solving these crimes. Again, there were dozens of people who are not charged who at any moment could have called and reported to our abuse hotline. In fact, in Florida, if you suspect that a child is being abused, everyone has a responsibility to report that. It is your business. Let me repeat that. If you are suspect that a child is being abused in the state of Florida, it is your business, and you do have a duty to report it. And if you see that, you can always call 1-800-96-ABUSE. If you want to be more engaged in our fight against human trafficking, you can go to youcanstopht.com and report human trafficking to 855-FLA-SAFE. As Attorney General, this has been one of my highest priorities, to build better collaboration among our partners, to develop an expertise within law enforcement, to take advantage of our cyber tools and use those to rescue victims. You will see us focusing on this more and more in the coming years. I appreciate the vigor and the passion of the deputies that are with us today. I thank all of you for digging in and learning from this case and moving ahead and rescuing others throughout our state. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll turn it over to the FSA president, not just the sheriff of Hernando County, the Honorable Sheriff Nienhuis.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you again. As the General said, I'm Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis. I happen to be this year's president of the Florida Sheriff's Association. And as I'm listening to this, I don't think there's a law enforcement, no matter how much experience they have, that these cases don't turn their stomach. You listen to it, and you almost find it hard to believe that this was a 2-week ordeal. It's something, if you saw on TV and on some sort of show or movie and said all this happened in 2 weeks, you go, that's not realistic. That could never happen. And here we're living it. And so I think it's important. A couple things are important to remember. There's a reason that our laws are different for minors, and that's because minors, their brains are forming, they're automatically rebellious, they're very susceptible to something like this from the right individuals who do some grooming, offer them some promise of some excitement. And then, of course, like we see all too often, once they get in the middle of this and they say, whoa, I didn't sign up for this, it's too late. And then they have to become survivors. And they do things and say things and act in ways that they normally wouldn't do. And if you ran into this individual sometime in the middle of that 2 weeks, you might find it hard to believe that she was that age, but that's a defense mechanism to be able to survive in an environment that the rest of us can't even begin to imagine, much less survive in. So I think it's important to remember, as the general said and as Sheriff Nako said, that just because somebody may be acting like they're 20 years old and they seem very street smart, that could be because they learned it in less than 2 weeks. It doesn't necessarily mean they're actually that age. And it certainly doesn't mean that they are a willing participant. They may just strictly be in survival mode and not know who they can trust and who they can't. And as we've seen, very quickly, their life spirals out of their control into a situation that is very likely, and we see it every day, people this age, if they're doing drugs, especially if fentanyl's involved, they're going to likely overdose and very likely end up deceased at a very young age. And so that's why it's so important what the general said about if you see something, and Sheriff Nako did as well, if you see something that looks unusual, if the hair in the back of your neck stands up about a situation, just doesn't seem right, even if there's things in that make you feel like, well, maybe I'm wrong, I'm overreacting, those types of things, it's still important to call law enforcement. This is a case where we'd rather be wrong and inconvenienced a little bit than be right and have nobody call. So please call. Another thing I want to talk about is, I don't know if they can change the slides, I don't know who's up here, but Timothy Colon, that was our involvement mainly in this case, and our involvement became much late in the investigation, assisting. As a member of the Florida Sheriff's Association, every sheriff's a member. I can tell you that when a sheriff says we need some assistance, whether it's us going to their county or them coming to our county, sheriffs don't ask a lot of questions. It's whatever you need, you got, because oftentimes it involves something like this. But I will tell you from a little bit of personal experience, Mr. Colon is not unfamiliar to Hernando County Sheriff's Office, which I think is also an important point to make, that these individuals are often well-known criminals, and he was recently charged with conspiracy to commit armed robbery. He is well known in our county, and maybe this case will help us solve other crimes that are very, very serious that he may be involved in. I think it's also important to realize that this case had ties to at least Pasco and Hernando County, and maybe at least a couple other counties in that 2-week period. So it is important to be able to work together on these multi-jurisdictional cases. And the Attorney General, whether she's talking in front of a camera or privately, what you see is what you get. She does not tolerate this, and her folks. We had a similar case. Actually, a relative was involved in the sex trafficking of a minor, and she was just as fired up on that case as she is on this one. And so I'm sure that this victim will get justice. But Florida Sheriff's Association works hard at protecting, working with partners like the Attorney General and the Governor, helping keep our young people, who aren't always the best at making decisions, safe from predators like the several you see up here. So again, thank our media partners for coming out, and I guess I'll turn it back over to Sheriff Nako.
So again, I want to thank General, the Sheriff, and with us today, Detective Reagan. He was one of the leads on it. Sergeant Irizarry and Lieutenant Myers. So their teams, and there's so many other people involved, but we want to have them here because if there's any specific questions to have them answer. But is there anything we can talk about? There's some things we won't be able to talk about because it's an ongoing investigation. The places where she had been working at, there's an ongoing investigation. So just want to put that out there right now.
How's she doing?
So she's at a center right now for human trafficking victims, and she was brought there, trying to get her there as quick as we could. I don't know her day to day, it's one of those things that it takes a long time. I can tell you in general with human trafficking victims, our fear is that, like the Sheriff alluded to, in those 2 weeks, she probably transformed way faster, way more than she ever want. How do you take that out of a child? How do you get that? How do you get that? You're never going to remove a memory, but all you can do is help them out. So, this is somebody that, like in any human trafficking case, we're always fearful that they run away again. We're fearful that, she tries to link up with this group or some other people that were involved in it. So those are the type of things. From all indications, as I said, I don't know her day to day. I've been told that she's doing better, but at the same time this is not something, it's not like you broke your arm and you're in a cast and you'll be fine. This is physically, she was absolutely abused. Mentally, she was tortured also. How do you help that person that has Stockholm Syndrome? How do you help that person that, doesn't know absolutely what they've gone through, and that traumatization. How do you help them out through that?
Talk about this issue in Pasco County.
This is no different in Pasco than it is anywhere else. This is a United States issue. This is probably a global issue in different ways. In different ways, in the fact that I know when we talk about human trafficking, people often think it's people that are being trafficked out of, different countries and brought here for sex slavery, labor slavery. Those things happen. What we generally, unfortunately, what we deal with is a lot of times, there's kids that are in the foster care system, and there's some phenomenal foster care parents. There's some people that probably shouldn't be foster care parents because these kids are going from house to house to house. And what happens is these kids end up going from, one location to another. They're constantly being moved, and at some point they break, and they're looking for somebody who loves them. And they find out usually in a guy, such as a Timothy Cologne-style person, that takes them in, and they feel like, oh, this person's going to take care of me. And then they pass them off to a person like the Candace Tegdogen, and they keep going down that trap. Those are the things we find. The other one is the runaways. The runaways, like in this situation with this victim, they get caught up in this lifestyle because they don't know how to get out of it. These are kids. We know what kids are like. When they do something bad, they look around, how do I get out of this situation? I don't want to be in trouble. Now, her trouble keeps getting worse and worse, and she has no idea how to get out of it. So the sheriff said she's just surviving. And so this is what we deal with. I see more in the Tampa Bay region. I see more in Pasco is, it's not, there is a human smuggling element. That absolutely is true. What's coming through Mexico, absolutely 100%. That is coming through our country. That, we see more and more of are cases such as this. It's the runaways. But absolutely, human smuggling, that is a huge industry on the border right now where the cartels are smuggling people into this country. And when they smuggle them into the country, they got to pay a fine. So the fee is a couple $1,000s. It could be $8,000, $10,000. These young girls, young boys are coming in. And I'll tell you right now, you never pay off your debt. You're always brought in. So basically, by an open border, all these people are bringing there's human smuggling coming in. These kids are crossing the border. They're in our country, and they're being exploited also. But what we see here in Pasco is more cases such as this.
And I know this is an ongoing investigation, but you're talking about 12 individuals here. They were looking for someone, it sounds like, in most cases.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this guy, what's his name? John Malley. Literally, a guy walking down the street sees a 16-year-old kid and says, hey, you want to come to my house and take a shower? Hey, let's start having sex. Oh, by the way, I can't let my kid know because, I want to basically be embarrassed. I don't want to ask him questions. How many more strikes is like, you see a 16-year-old kid on the street, you don't want to invite them in a house. It's stupid. I mean, you're an absolute moron. What is wrong with you? I mean, unless you're just an absolute deviant, which he is. He's an absolute deviant. That's a predator in my eyes. This guy shouldn't have been in society anymore. He should have been locked up forever. Mark Port. This is all my opinion. Is that these people, this is a convicted sexual predator. What is he doing on our streets? This is what General Moody and Governor DeSantis is talking about. These people do not belong back in society again. If you have a house and you have kids in that house, why would you allow predators like this in your house? But we allow them in society. We can't lock our kids in our house forever. We have to let them outside. We have to let them on the playgrounds. We have to let them on the streets. We have to let them walk to the mall. We have to let them, do stuff. But you can't allow the predators to be out there predating on these kids. You have to protect them. But that's what I go back to. These are the individuals we're dealing with. The Timothy Colognes of the world. These people, don't get me started. This guy is should never see the light of day again. He honestly should never be making out of prison.
Do you believe that Candace was running some kind of sex trafficking ring? Or do you believe that there are people above her or them that they were answering to that you're going after now?
So we're going to find out. We're going to keep digging into this, see what goes on. So I'll tell you. So a senior in high school can be 18 years old. State of Florida, that's an adult. Candace, I think she was just looking for anybody she was going to, be able to use. Like, we're standing here right now, we're talking because the girl was 16 years old. What if I was saying she's 19 years old? I mean, there's a difference age-wise, there's a difference legally, but if you're a mother, father, grandparent, uncle, or aunt, it's still the little girl that, you help ride a bicycle, teach her how to ride a bicycle, learn how to walk, do those things. But a 3 years difference doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 25 years old. Basically, it sounds like all they're doing is drugging people up, getting them addicted, taking them to the strip joints, making them dance. I don't know. It's part of the investigation. It's a theory, my theory, but I mean, who knows what she's making off the side of this? You know, if she's dancing, okay, did she get a cut of that money? I don't know. Pardon if I'm screwing up the investigation on this, but that's what you're dealing with. I mean, it's all about these people. It's all about money and their own pleasure. They're evil. That's all there is to it. So,
how difficult was it to? I mean, this is quite a web here of people who are mostly not connected or loosely connected. So maybe this is a question for the detective, just to try to unravel this web that was created in just 2 weeks' time. Can you just talk a little bit about the difficulty in that investigation?
Yes. So difficulty, absolutely. It's from the moment that we received the investigation and I began my interview and the investigation on December 5th. I mean, me, my team, and Pasco Sheriff's Office as a whole worked collectively. We were able to identify where she visited through video surveillance. I mean, it wasn't until January 28th was when we made our last physical arrest. So, I mean, you can imagine it was long days, weekends, you know, just trying to put everything together. So.
We got time for one more.
Thank you.
Your name, sir? That's Detective Paul Reagan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Spell your first and last name.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Spell your first and last name.
Oh yes, P-A-U-L-R-E-A-G-A-N. Thanks.
Yeah. Last question.
How to identify a trafficker? What signs should be considered?
So, for I will say, you know, if you're a citizen, you're like, what is a trafficker? What's trafficking look like? It's a house in your neighborhood that always stands out, unfortunately. Or it could be a house that just, you know, young girls, young boys are constantly moving in and out of. You know, things that are going on, weird things are happening. Like the sheriff said, you know, Timothy Colon is not, you know, he's not unknown to law enforcement in Hernando County. Those are the type of things to look for. The other one, too, is, I mean, this girl's going into strip joints. As I said, as part of the investigation going on, you know, what is happening out there, why, you know, we're going to be digging into that one. If there's a young girl just wandering down the street when she probably should be in school, she should probably be in bed at home, that's that's something that raises eyebrows. You know, I'll tell you, when our detectives or our deputies are on patrol at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and there's a young girl in the car with an adult, you bet, like the general said, they're being trained because of her training, the general's training, that human trafficking training we go through. They know now, ask more questions, keep digging deeper. Those are the type of things, but I'll tell you, it's our citizens. We need our citizens out there so badly, because when there's that flyer that goes out for a missing child, you know, share that. Go on there, look at that. When you're in that convenience store, I know it's sometimes hard, but hey, maybe you do remember, you do see those faces. So that's the one thing. Human trafficking is a very hard crime to say, that's it. I can see it, I spot it. It's the little peripheral things around it.
Very disturbing cases there in Florida as the Pasco County Sheriff detailing those arrests. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're going to take our first break here of this hour, and we're taking a look at the Dow as we go into that break there. And you can see down 340 points in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it for you. This is all coming ahead of the big announcement from the federal Chairman Powell a little bit later today. So we'll be bringing that to you on the interest rate announcement that we all know what is coming right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us worldwide here, as always, bringing you top stories, top feeds. And remember, when it's live, it's happening worldwide right here on Live Now from Fox. And that's exactly what we're going to continue to do, is take you out to the U.S. House hearing focusing on border security. This is the first major hearing from the GOP-controlled House. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Burden on many states and local governments. President Carter said that. The ongoing migration of persons to the United States in violation of our laws is a serious national problem. President Reagan said that. I was especially concerned about the growing problems of alien smuggling and international terrorists hiding behind immigrant status. President Clinton said that. I could go on and on. The only folks that can actually fix this problem is the United States Congress by passing laws. And we had a chance to do that with a bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill that passed the U.S. Senate on a bipartisan basis. And guess who stopped it? House Republicans. So it is simply a false narrative that this is Biden's border crisis. It is a crisis of over half a century, and the people that can stop it are we in Congress. I urge Republicans, instead of doing hearings and doing talking points, to actually work with Democrats on a comprehensive immigration bill that will, in fact, solve this problem. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Daniels, with respect to that previous point, there's been about 4.7 million apprehensions under the current administration. Is that unprecedented in your eyes?
Yes.
2.7 million people have been released into the United States. Is that unprecedented, in fact, way off the charts compared to past numbers?
Yes.
The extent to which fentanyl is pouring into our communities, is that precedented?
Yes.
Or is it precedented? It's unprecedented, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I would ask the Judge Samaniego, you testified that there's no invasion. There were 162,000 encounters in the El Paso sector alone in the first quarter of this fiscal year. Does that sound correct? According to Border Patrol numbers. 55,000 in December alone. Is that correct? We had the Democrat mayor of El Paso who has been busing people to New York City. Truth?
No.
The Democrat mayor of El Paso has not been putting people on buses, sending them to New York City.
Not without notification at the other end.
Okay, but they're putting them on buses and sending them to New York City. And New York City today is asking the federal government for money to process individuals that they're dealing with overflowing in New York City. Now, you testified earlier that you weren't getting help from the state of Texas. Now, the city of El Paso declared emergency, but has the county declared emergency?
No.
No, the county has not declared emergency.
No, we did not.
The earlier testimony that you had before, you testified that this effort to want to secure the border is racist. So here's a question for you. 50% of Border Patrol are Hispanic. Border Patrol overwhelmingly wants us to change policies to secure the border. Not just as some are testifying that we need more resources. I know that Mr. Daniels, Sheriff Daniels, testified that having 20,000 additional agents would be helpful. The answer to that is, of course. Of course having more personnel would be helpful. But the question is what do they most want? Mr. Daniels, what does Border Patrol most want to secure the border? Do they want policy changes to actually enforce the law, or do they want more resources? Which would they rank higher?
Policy changes.
What kind of policy changes? Enforcing the laws of the United States at the border?
Enforce the rule of law, and I'll share this add-on too, support from, they feel like they're not being supported by this administration.
If we had a law that said that we should follow current law to detain individuals claiming asylum for the pendency of the adjudication of that claim, to require that they be detained according to current law, would that be banning asylum?
No.
And if people are claiming in this committee that it is banning asylum, would that be untrue?
Yes.
Hector Garza works in Laredo, Texas for Border Patrol. He's a friend. He is Hispanic. He said, the mother of all caravans isn't just materializing out of the ether, it's just the most recent wave of an invasion that is being aided and abetted by liberal activists who believe that subverting United States law is the best way to achieve their radical policy objectives. Mr. Daniels, do you believe that Hispanic Border Patrol agent Hector Garza is racist by describing what we're experiencing at the border as an invasion and suggesting that it is in fact the policies of liberal activists represented by my Democratic colleagues in this committee and in this House, that is what is subverting United States law. Do you believe that is racist?
No.
Judge Samaniego, do you believe that there, in light of your statement saying that these policies that are being promoted to secure the border, that you think that Border Patrol agent Hector Garza, a lifelong public servant working for the Border Patrol in Laredo, Texas, an Hispanic, a Texan, it's racist for that Hispanic American to say that it is an invasion, that his Border Patrol personnel are overwhelmed, that he believes that it is the liberal policies that are making a mockery of our current laws to say that we should enforce the laws, that we should enforce the laws on the books, that is in fact a racist statement by Hispanic Border Patrol agent Hector Garza?
Well, it's a freedom of speech, and he can say whatever he needs to say. I can tell you that if you ask the Border Patrol in El Paso, they're looking for assistance, that we do not detain them because they don't have the space, they don't have the personnel.
I appreciate that, but I would just suggest to you is that that is not a racist statement to say that we think we should secure the border. This chart, Mr. Daniels, can you see it from there? Can you see the uptick in the numbers here, way up here?
Yes.
That chart reflects the uptick in migrant deaths. That's 2020 to 2022. Almost 1,000 migrant deaths at the southwest border of the United States. We had 53 migrants die in a tractor trailer in San Antonio, cooked in the Texas heat. 57 were killed when a tractor trailer crammed with migrants rolled over the highway, crashing in Mexico's southern state of Chiapas. Ask me this, is it Christian for migrants to be treated like that and to die in tractor trailers? Would anybody at this panel think it's Christian? Mr. Dunn, you go to church in Hays County. Is it Christian to allow migrants to die like that?
No. Time has expired.
It is not. Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. Before I call on you, I have a few articles that I want to read into the record. El Paso forced to bus immigrants out of town amid mass migration, from the New York Post. El Paso joins Governor Greg Abbott in busing migrants to New York City, from Texas Tribune. And El Paso looks like a third world country after Texas border city, from the New York Post. Without objection, recognize the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the witnesses, all of you, for being here. Mr. Dunn, I want to join my colleagues in expressing my condolences to you and your wife, Janelle, and your family for your profound loss of Noah. For 4 years, Donald Trump pursued some of the most inhumane immigration policies as president. He cruelly tore thousands of children from their parents and did everything in his power to dismantle any parts of the U.S. legal immigration system and refugee resettlement system, a system that has been called the crown jewel of American humanitarianism, not by liberal radicals, but actually by the Association of Evangelicals. Today, my colleagues across the aisle want to go even further than Donald Trump, with policies that would effectively end asylum and place unaccompanied children in Remain in Mexico type proceedings. Not even Donald Trump went that far. But don't take my word for how extreme this is. Even other Republicans have said that these proposals go too far, calling them extreme, and again, not liberal radicals calling them extreme, or calling them anti-American. That was from another Republican, other Republicans in this Congress. In fact, one Texas Republican said, and I quote, "Border security and immigration are two separate topics. One can be for a strong border security presence that prevents terrorists, fentanyls, and bad actors from entering our country, and one can be for welcoming future Americans in through the front door." So here are some facts. Since Congress created the Department of Homeland Security in 2003, we have spent over $350 billion on the agencies that enforce immigration law. Federal immigration spending has surpassed what was promised in multiple immigration bills that would have reformed the actual system so that there are legal pathways for people to come to this country. But we know that throwing money at the border without also fixing the legal immigration system is not going to be successful. We have passed In December of 2022, Democrats passed the fiscal year 2023 omnibus, which included $60 million to hire additional CBP officers and support personnel at ports of entry, and another $70 million to strengthen non-intrusive inspection systems that scan vehicles and cargo to disrupt the flow of drugs, including fentanyl, at ports of entry. Not one of my Republican colleagues voted for that legislation. In June of 2020, Congress passed the infrastructure bill, which included $430 million to modernize our ports of entry and improve CBP's ability to detect illicit drugs. 200 House Republicans voted against it. We put that money in because we know that over 90% of fentanyl is seized at ports of entry. Now, I understand that the issues that we are talking about today require my Republican colleagues to tell a lot of statements that aren't true, to use nativist rhetoric, words like invasion and flooding that have actually been used throughout the history of this country to demonize immigrants to this country, different waves of immigrants that have come into this country, but that is not the way that we are going to solve this problem. Judge Semeniago, I want to thank you for your service and also for sending us the wonderful Congresswoman Escobar, who is such an important voice here on this committee and in this Congress. I want to call your attention to this chart that shows that when the Biden administration rolled out a clear process for Haitians to seek admission into the United States in June through August of 2021, and then again beginning in April of 2022, the number of Haitians presenting themselves at ports of entry increased. In fact, as we maintained that clear legal process for Haitians, people coming outside of the process basically ended. In your experience, meeting with people seeking safety, do you hear a persistent desire to follow a legal process to enter the United States?
Absolutely. I've seen some incredible situations where they're waiting in Juarez under very difficult circumstances. And sometimes the only reason they cross is because it gets so difficult for them. So they really are interested in doing the right thing. And I'm glad you mentioned the separation of children. There's nothing more heartbreaking. And I want to give credit to our Congresswoman who's really stepped up. So sometimes it doesn't take a law, it just takes a person. In El Paso and everywhere else, no longer is a separation of children because she found it to be offensive. She stood up for it, she's championed for that. And we no longer do that. And I think that's quite an accomplishment.
Thank you. My time is yielded. I do ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter the following statements into the record. The American Immigration Lawyers Association, Church World Services, Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, First Focus Campaign for Children, Human Rights First, Kids in Need of Defense, National Immigration Law Center, National Immigration Project, Project on Government Oversight, and the Southern Border Communities Coalition.
Without objection. I recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Bartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Semeniago, do you believe in the rule of law?
Pardon me?
Do you believe in the rule of law?
Absolutely.
So let me ask you a question. You were talking about asylum seekers. How many of them are actually legitimate asylum seekers, cases percentage-wise, based on the current law?
I think that's an impossible question because they have the right to say that they have credible fear, and it's not my position or my role to determine whether that's true or not, but that's the court.
But the cases, when you go and look at these cases, what is the percentage of them actually legitimate? What do you assess? That is actually was not abuse?
From the stories I've heard and what they go through and how they're persecuted in their countries and how, you know, how they're treated, and it's not economically driven as much as it's fear driven.
So what is the percentages actually that could be legitimate? No, when I was in Texas, you know, a few years ago, and I talked to some people there, I actually been in El Paso too, it was under 10%. I'm not sure if this number changed now, but would you say that majority of them are not?
Well, I mean, you're asking for a non-objective. I mean, I can't.
Okay, then let me question. If there are a lot of illegitimate cases, do you think it hurts legitimate asylum seekers that actually can be killed by their government?
Well, absolutely. I mean, they're seeking to get away from their difficult situation, but I cannot tell you. That's up to the court.
So do you believe that, and I agree with you that it shouldn't be where the court really should be doing it because we're delaying the process, and do you believe that have such a large number of people at the border doesn't allow us actually to help legitimate people that could be dead? Because we have some people that, very desperate people, a lot of countries, there are a lot of things, that is real bad. But we have people really in a life and death situation. Do you believe to have such a scale of people coming to the border and maybe abusing the system and cartel take advantage of some of these people actually hurts legitimate people?
Well, that's the broken system. I mean, we're asking, the system says you have the right to express credible fear.
But the system should be checked at the border and should be go in the first port of entry. So there is a lot of abuses of the system. Do you believe we then need to tighten a little bit asylum procedures from our standpoint, that Border Patrol can do a better job, that we don't have to wait for a lot of cases that when they get to the court system? Do you think it's illegitimate?
I can tell you that the number of times that a migrant is vetted is unbelievable.
But they're not vetting for credible fear right now because they're so overwhelmed that they just say, I have a credible fear. Cartel gives you a piece of paper, say what you say the right thing to do, and they just let you go. And hopefully they give notice to appear. Some of them don't even give them anymore because they cannot process it. It's becoming a situation where it's becoming, no one can handle this amount. So do you believe we need to improve that from your perspective, that it's not enforcement issue, that enforcement alone needs to be tightened? Is that?
Absolutely, it needs to be improved, but I think you're not giving us a solution. It's not an easy solution for us to determine whether it is or it isn't credible fear, because the law says that if you express it, then we have to accept it.
Well, at least we agree something the law maybe need to be tightened, because we're really hurting the people. Do you believe that cartels making so much money on desperate poor people that the message spread, they all come to the country, is really hurts legal immigration, but also it's really creating modern-day slavery because these are desperate people. Do you believe that would be characterized like that?
Well, what I've said over and over again is that if you stop the process, you help the cartels. When the process is moving, it's very difficult for them to do the things that they do. When you push them back to what is...
You don't think all this money actually are helping them to empower them and control now almost the whole border with a lot of money, have better resources than our Border Patrol has? You don't believe it helping them because all of these people pay them a lot of money, and from desperate countries, they don't make enough money to pay unless they become enslaved by these people.
I agree, but every time that the process stops, that's when they get abused, they get raped, and so there's people that legitimately can come into our country. If we can help them process and get them quickly moving, less likely with a cartel.
And I think we need to work on that. Maybe we can at least find common ground on that. And what would you say, Sheriff, from your experience, what really needs to be done? And we have like a few seconds left to really find common ground to stop this insanity.
I'll talk fast. I actually spoke with Secretary Mayorkas about putting judicial oversight at the southern border so they can address these asylum claims, these credible fear claims. As we know, the high percentage don't qualify under law to do that. Secretary Mayorkas stated, I 100%, that's a quote, I 100% agree with you, Sheriff, but we've seen no action over last year to get that done because we could address it at the border, not within our communities.
Thank you. My time has expired. Thank you.
I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Dunn, I also want to convey my condolences at your loss of your son, Noah. I'm a father of 4, and every day I pray for my children. I'm also a Little League dad, and I've seen young children go from promising athletes to drug rehab. Terrible situation. Drug abuse, the scourge in our society, does not discriminate. Working hard to make sure nobody falls victim to the scourge. And Sheriff Daniels, I also want to thank you for your good work.
Thank you, sir.
I have a brother that served the LAPD for 30 years.
Thank you for your service.
He's got some interesting stories.
Yeah, I bet you do.
You mentioned human trafficking. You mentioned $3,000. Is that the price to smuggle a human being into this country?
No, it's $7,000 and up to be smuggled by the criminal cartels. For the drivers that are coming to my county, going to 3 hours north to Phoenix, Maricopa County, it's $3,000 per person.
I just got back from Central America, and the going price now is about $22,000. And most of the women, 80% of the women, by the time they get to El Paso, to our southern border, are either raped or sexually abused. Yes. And I would say that that's a lot of desperation, putting yourself at risk, a woman preparing herself for that eventuality and paying $22,000.
I would agree.
You know, like many of us here, I've had the opportunity to go to the southern border, El Paso, San Isidro, Canadian border as well. My job in Homeland Security. Only have 3 minutes left, so I'm going to talk about the San Isidro border crossing. When I usually cross that border, come back to the U.S., I identify myself to the border agents, tell them who I am, ask them how's the day at work going, and usually get average answers. One day, agent told me, look behind you. See all those cars? I said, yes. He says, they are essentially filled with Russian and Ukrainian undocumented immigrants. I said, it's new? They said, no, it's been happening for a few months now. Well, the Russian-Ukrainian war started. Those undocumented Ukrainians are now Ukrainian refugees. April of 2022, less than a year ago, I went back to San Isidro, actually to Tijuana, Mexico, to visit a refugee camp of Ukrainians. This is what I found behind me. The Mexican government took a baseball field, turned it into a refugee camp. The Mexican police were guarding that camp to make sure those refugees were safe. American private and public donations poured in. Doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals came in from across the country to make sure healthcare needs were taken care of. This became a processing center for Ukrainian refugee camps. Refugees would come in 24 to 48 hours. They would board a bus, be driven to the pedestrian West Crossing. Title 42 would be waived. They would get a parole status and walk across the border. This is an example of how you deal with the refugee crisis right here, ladies and gentlemen. This doesn't look like El Paso. This is the way you address the refugee challenge. The Biden administration, thankfully, is now working on implementing a similar program, parole program for Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans. But we still have the Afghanis that fought alongside our troops that are still hanging out there somewhere. Same thing for Syrians. And Sheriff Daniels, I ask you those questions because it's an issue of incentives, folks. Very, very desperate individuals, you got to give them a reason to go through the legal process because they are desperate. And the refugee challenge is not just the United States. It's a worldwide issue. And the solution isn't just here. Our neighbors, Canada and Mexico, have to be part of the solution as well. Under existing laws, this is the way you do it. I'm out of time. Chairman, I yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for being here. Mr. Dunn, our prayers are with you and your family for the loss of your son. This hearing is designed to bring to Washington the concerns of the people at the border about this border crisis and seek out its origins, which are clearly down at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue in the White House. From day one, this administration has blatantly ignored U.S. immigration laws and policies designed to keep America safe. And after several visits to the border myself, it's clear we need border enforcement now. The open border and amnesty policies have made this crisis worse every single day. It encourages more vulnerable populations to make what is a very dangerous journey. Americans should be outraged by the Biden administration's failed leadership. On January 30th, KFOX 14 in El Paso reported on Border Patrol reports in the article entitled Unprecedented Number of Migrants Reported in El Paso in the First Quarter of 2023. More than 64% of the migrants encountered during this time frame were single adults. some attempting to evade arrest and not seeking asylum. Unaccompanied children encounters increased by 59% in the last fiscal year of 2022, the same time frame, as opposed to 8,000 unaccompanied children encounters. El Paso sector recorded only 5,000, so that's up. The sector led the nation in the first quarter of the fiscal year with total migrant encounters across all 20 U.S. Border Patrol sectors. Agents apprehended 37 individuals with criminal records, rescued 61 migrants, including tender-age children, some abandoned in the remote desert, and intercepted 22 narcotics loads. A defense attorney.
We've been listening there to the Capitol hearing on border security. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to get the latest update on a deadly shooting that happened in D.C. earlier this morning. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up next. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. You can see the Dow right now ticking down there ahead of the Fed Chairman Jerome Powell to be making some remarks a little bit later this afternoon. Almost 400 points there in the red. We'll continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to continue on with some of the top stories and headlines that we've been following for you. Earlier this morning, we were showing you the breaking news that happened in D.C. with a shooting that led to one person dying and 2 others wounded. Suspect in custody there, but it was a wild morning, and we want to bring in the very latest updates right now. Let's go out to Fox 5's Sierra Fox with the very latest, and you've been covering this story this morning.
Good afternoon. You just said it best. A wild morning indeed here in the nation's capital. This all unfolded at the Potomac Avenue Metro Station. And just for perspective, this is about a 10-minute drive from the U.S. Capitol. So first, we're told that the shooter was on a Metro bus. Then he shot someone on that bus. Right after that, he went to the Metro platform where he started engaging with someone who was buying a Metro card, shot them in the leg. Then he went down the steps and attempted to rob a woman at gunpoint. And sadly, that's when a Metro employee stepped in and was shot and killed. So there are a total of 4 victims in this case. We're working to learn more about the specific motive, why the shooter was randomly attacking people here in D.C. The good news here is that the suspect is in custody, so there is no public threat in the community, but I'm sure you can see behind me the caution tape is still up. There's a heavy police presence out here as investigators still look into what happened here today. And what Mayor Muriel Bowser, as well as the WMATA General Manager Randy Clark, said is that it's just so sad that one of their employees had to step in to save a life, and they want to make sure that people know this person is going down as a hero. But of course, these are sad circumstances. There have been a number of shootings and violent acts on metro stops here in the nation's capital. And people we spoke with who live in this area, neighbors, people who ride the metro, say they just want this to stop. And they don't know what the answer is, how to get it to stop, but they say enough is enough. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Terrible tragedy that played out earlier this morning, especially for that Metro employee. Sierra Fox, thanks so much for giving us that update right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come. And we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to right outside of the Capitol. Here's a word you don't hear too much in D.C., bipartisanship. But that is what is happening right now for Background Checks Act, as some members from both the Republicans and Democrats coming together on the Background Checks Act proposal. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Comprehensive background checks are an effective deterrent against illegal ownership and subsequent gun violence. They are the most effective and proven tool we have to make our community safe, to make our country safe, and most importantly, to protect our children. Our Bipartisan Background Checks Act will make sure that firearms are kept out of the hands of domestic abusers, out of the hands of felons, and out of the hands of the mentally ill, while still respecting the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with Mike again this Congress on this really important community safety measure. Not just as elected officials, as human beings, we have no higher calling, no higher responsibility than to take care of our kids. And that's what I think about every time I work alongside Mike on any of our gun violence prevention measures. So Mike, pleasure to work with you again. I yield the floor.
Brian, thank you very much. I'm honored to work with Brian Fitzpatrick. He's good on this issue. He's just a good guy, and he cares about public policy, and he wants to make sure that this institution of representative government works for the American people. The ones that he represents, the ones that I represent, and the ones that every other member of Congress represents. I also want to thank the advocacy groups who have joined us today. They've stood with us from day number one, and they are incredibly important in the effort that we're trying to put forward. And as Brian said, I have introduced this bill in every Congress since the tragedy at Sandy Hook Elementary School. And twice it's passed the House of Representatives with the help of Brian Fitzpatrick. And it's understandable why we're committed to this. Every day, 30 people are killed by someone using a gun. And if you add suicides and accidental deaths by gun, it goes up to over 100 people a day. And background checks will help that issue. It will ensure that we take another step in trying to stop people who are a danger to themselves or to others from getting their hands on firearms. And as Brian said, it's bipartisan. Over 90% of the American people support expanding background checks. 72% of NRA members support expanding background checks. And the little trivia takeaway from this is the only corner in America where background checks are not bipartisan is over on the floor of the United States Senate. And we want to make sure we change that this year. So thank you all for being here and for your interest. And I'll introduce Keenan, the Jamestown, or Keenan James from Everytown.
Thank you, Congressman Thompson, and good morning, everyone. As stated, my name is Keenan James. I'm the Senior Director of the Everytown Survivor Network with Everytown for Gun Safety. I'm also a gun violence survivor. In 1993, my brother Sean was shot and killed in Tacoma Park, Maryland, a case that is still unsolved nearly 30 years later. And so I carry with me in my heart that hurt, but it's also the resolve that's in me to help fight for others. And that's why I'm here standing at Congress asking them to help make our community safer. Last year, Democrats and Republicans found common ground and came together to pass the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, breaking a nearly 30-year logjam in passing major federal gun legislation into law and showing the world that bipartisan action on gun safety isn't impossible. What is the vast majority of Americans believe that it's inevitable. We wouldn't be standing here today with last year's historic win under our belt without the momentum created by the time-consuming, unglamorous, and sometimes heartbreaking, heavy-lifting grassroots activism of gun violence survivors and Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action volunteers. Momentum is on our side. Last year's victory was the beginning, not the finish line. Today we stand with Congressman Fitzgerald and Congressman Thompson, two gun safety leaders who have consistently put public safety ahead of partisan politics, to say that background checks are common sense and constitutional, and requiring them on every gun sale should be the law of the land. It's why over 90% of Americans and 89% of gun owners support them. I heard that same from law enforcement when I worked at the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives in the Department of Justice. Background checks save lives. We've done a lot to strengthen our gun laws over the years, including last year with the enhanced background checks for those under 21. But there are too many loopholes that allow someone to buy a gun without any kind of background check at all. In fact, Everytown's research found that one website alone listed 1.2 million ads a year with guns without background checks. While no one law will stop all the gun violence, and no law can stop all dangerous behavior, background checks are a crucial step to stemming the easy flow of guns to prohibited people. For gun violence survivors like me, the fight is personal, and the fight we will continue until we win. Thank you, and I would like to introduce our next speaker, Uzimi from Giffords.
Thank you, Congressman Fitzpatrick and Congressman Thompson, for having me here today. My name is Udzi Vokiwa, and I'm the Federal Affairs Director at Giffords. Every single day, in every state in America, families and communities are devastated and traumatized by gun violence. Gun violence comes in many forms: homicides, suicides, mass shootings, and it's a crisis that takes tens of thousands of lives every year. And the burden of this violence is not equally distributed across communities. Black Americans make up around 14% of the population, but are more than half of all gun homicide victims. If we are really serious about ending the gun violence crisis, we have to stop making it so easy for people who want to do harm to get their hands on guns. In the past 3 decades, the background check system has stopped nearly 4 million sales to people who should not have guns. But because federal law doesn't require a background check on every gun sale, people who shouldn't have guns and are legally prohibited from accessing them can easily buy guns from unlicensed sellers with no background check and no questions asked. Requiring background checks for all gun sales and transfers, with reasonable exceptions for hunting, self-defense, and family gifts, is the strongest policy solution to prevent prohibited individuals from getting their hands on guns. And that's exactly what the Bipartisan Background Checks Act would do. Universal background checks is not only a strong policy solution, it's universally supported by Democrats, Republicans, and gun owners. We are so grateful to Congressman Fitzpatrick and Congressman Thompson for sponsoring the Bipartisan Background Checks Act to ensure that no gun is sold without the buyer first undergoing a background check, and for working across the aisle to advance a common-sense policy solution that will save lives. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Christian Heine, the Vice President of Policy at Brady.
I, too, want to thank Congressman Fitzpatrick and Congressman Thompson for their continued leadership on this critical issue. It is so important to see this kind of bipartisan support right out the gate for an issue that we know has wildly bipartisan support throughout the entire country. This issue, and in particular background checks, is something that gun owners and non-gun owners, Republicans and Democrats, they agree on everywhere. And like Congressman Thompson said, the only building in America that you can walk into and not find that overwhelming support is on the floor of the U.S. Senate. My name is Christian Heine. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Programs at Brady. I'm also a survivor of gun violence. Nearly 18 years ago, my mom was murdered with a single bullet to the spine. Gun violence to us, to survivors of gun violence, it's not something that can be captured in the horrific numbers we have heard so many talk about today. We know that we are experiencing historic levels of gun violence in every corner of this country in ways that no other industrialized country accepts. And yet we allow it to persist and continue, and it doesn't have to be that way. But for us, gun violence isn't those astronomical and horrific numbers. Gun violence is the empty chair that I had on my wedding day. The fact that my mother will never be able to understand the joys of being a grandmother. My nieces will never know or get to meet their grandmother because she was senselessly murdered due to easy access to weapons that somebody who would do harm shouldn't have had access to. This bill is so critical. It is the foundation upon which all gun laws work. The Brady background check system has been proven to work. We are stopping millions of individuals who would do harm from having access to these weapons, but we can't do it unless we require it across the board. We have got to do the simple first step. It's the foundation upon which all other gun laws can work. And I am so thrilled to be here representing Brady, to be in front of these champions of gun violence, trying to push this nation to simply do what's right and to simply do what so many Americans at every community are calling on this elected body to do, to act. And so I'm thankful to be here. Let's get this through. Let's get this to the President's desk, and let's have an impact in everyday American lives. I am honored to be able to hand the microphone over to Maria Cooley with the incredible organization March for Our Lives.
Hello, everyone.
My name is Mariah Cooley, and I'm a board member with March for Our Lives and a student at Howard University. I'm honored to be here alongside our congressional allies who are demonstrating once again what courage means as they reintroduce the Bipartisan Background Checks Act. I'm also horrified that we still have to do this, and that Congress hasn't performed a very basic function and acted to keep us safe from gun violence. Other folks have talked in great detail about the contents of this bill, but I want to share with you all what America's young people are feeling, and that we are watching. We are watching because we have to, because guns are killing us and maiming us, all because Congress has yet to vote on bills like these. We must be clear that the gun violence epidemic is entirely avoidable. We can save lives, and we can save lives with bills like these. This gun violence epidemic is a choice that our leaders make when they don't vote for bills like the Bipartisan Background Checks Act. They are choosing to prolong the pain and suffering of gun violence, but if the last 5 years make anything clear, it's that young people will step up if our leaders don't. We will protest in the streets, vote in the polls, and run against tired and old leadership and win. If that's what it takes to keep us safe, then we're going to keep fighting. So we're glad to see that this bill is being reintroduced. It is truly an act of courage and honorable tenacity and a sign of how much our lives mean to you. And we thank you. And now we'll be passing it off to Greg Jackson from the Community Justice Action Fund.
Good morning. I'm Greg Jackson, the Executive Director for the Community Justice Action Fund. And coming to this event today, I drove by what should have been a memorial for me. In April of 2013, I was shot as an innocent bystander, and the bullet that hit me hit 2 arteries, and I nearly lost my life, nearly walking distance from the Capitol. And behind me, you'll see members of Congress, you'll see staff, you'll see press, gingerly walking into work, not realizing that every day black and brown individuals are at risk of gun violence in their communities. Gun violence has now become the #1 cause of premature death for black men under 44, the #1 cause of premature death for all youth. And in places like Louisiana, a black man is 70 times more likely to die than a white person in America, 70 times. This is a crisis that we cannot afford to leisurely address. We have to move with urgency, because every single day we are losing our youth, we are losing our futures, we are losing our leaders, and we are losing our communities. I was shot nearly 10 years ago, and every year since then, 100,000 people have been shot or injured or killed. And those are more than numbers. Those are real people. People like the members of the Charleston, South Carolina church, who were murdered because of the loophole around our background check system. There was an individual who came into church, who applied for a gun, was able to work the loophole, purchase his guns, prayed with folks who were praising their God, and then proceeded to slaughter them with his firearms. That's what this broken loophole or broken background check system has done to communities all over the country. People are not manipulating this for personal or self-defense or protecting their families. They're manipulating the system to destroy the lives and communities of those all over the country. And that's just one example of so many people that are being lost every day. We know that gun violence is not only taking a physical toll, it's taking a real economic toll. And for anyone who stands against this package, we must also challenge them to push forward because of the economic toll. Every year, over $557 billion are lost from our economy due to the cost of gun violence. And so whether you care about the lives that are being lost in our streets, or you care about the tax-paying dollars that are being put into these buildings every day, then it reinforces how urgent it is to prioritize the Bipartisan Background Checks Act. So we stand here as Community Justice, as an organization that focuses on empowering those who have been impacted, demanding Congress to take action on the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, not only for us, but for them, for every survivor, and every single taxpayer across the country.
All right, everybody, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to go out to another in-demand House hearing that is still going on. This one all having to do with $5.4 billion in potentially fraudulent COVID-19 loans during the pandemic. We'll have it for you coming up next year on Live Now.
Spiking unemployment.
And we're back here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here. As always, next story and hearing that we are going to go to is one that is highly in demand. It's another major hearing, this one focusing on the COVID-19 pandemic and the fraudulent business loans that were being made by individuals that were really over-profiling their businesses or maybe didn't even have businesses at all, obtaining loans. A watchdog for the U.S. says that $5.4 billion in taxpayer waste went to those business loans. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Instead, these funds were often used on unrelated expenditures and even to push divisive ideologies onto our students. We will work to ensure that the watchdogs in our offices of Inspector General and our law enforcement officers, agents, and prosecutors have the tools they need to track down fraudsters and recover illegally obtained COVID-19 taxpayer funds. This committee has, for too long, stood on the sidelines while taxpayer dollars were wasted by bureaucrats whose only priority is getting money out the door. Today, we will hear from Inspector General Michael Horowitz, GAO's Comptroller General Gene Dodaro, and Assistant Director David Smith with the Office of Investigations at the Secret Service. Thank you all for being here to testify about your efforts to conduct oversight of pandemic funding. I now yield to Ranking Member Raskin for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you kindly. Our committee's purpose is to ensure that government is effectively delivering on its promises to the American people. And as the new ranking member, I'm eager to work with you and the rest of the committee in carrying out this shared responsibility in a thorough, serious, nonpartisan, and even-handed way. When I heard that our first hearing would spotlight pandemic relief programs, I was pleased because I thought it would follow up on everything the Democratic majority had been doing in the 117th Congress since COVID-19 began. I was hopeful for an opportunity to consider together how we can identify schemes of fraud and self-enrichment, ripping off the taxpayers, and continue to strengthen the structural efficiency of critical government programs that help families and businesses across America meet the challenges of the pandemic. Just as the political system and the campaign finance system have recently been proven shockingly vulnerable to imposters, hustlers, con men, big liars, outright fraudsters, and fakes, some of the programs developed to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic have proven vulnerable to the relentless, deceitful, and fraudulent designs of criminal predators when they too decide to exploit the generosity of the American people. The traditional language of waste, fraud, and abuse does not quite capture the confidence games and organized criminal artifices and schemes that have targeted and exploited relief programs built on the solidarity and goodwill of the American people. The House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus, which was chaired in the last Congress by then Majority Whip Clyburn, in which I served on, led the effort to identify and combat these criminal actors. The subcommittee conducted no fewer than 7 hearings focused on rooting out fraud in relief programs. I will never forget how under Chairman Clyburn's leadership, in our first week or two of existence, the subcommittee recovered an improper $10 million Paycheck Protection Program loan. Less than 3 months later, we helped secure the return of $109 million from a nursing home chain that was not using the loan as Congress had specifically intended. In March of 2021, we exposed how the Trump administration's reckless mismanagement of small business relief programs and refusal to implement basic anti-fraud controls led to nearly $84 billion in fraudulent loans. Just months later, we issued another report highlighting how the Trump administration awarded $95.7 million in pandemic food box program funds to 3 companies that all raised severe red flags. Then again, in April of 2022, we showed how Trump White House officials overruled career Department of Defense officials to approve a $700 million national security loan to a single company in violation of legal requirements, and so on. We used the spotlight and bully pulpit of a small subcommittee to expose and reverse colossal frauds taking place against the American people. While I remain optimistic that this hearing can meaningfully explore ways to ensure that taxpayer dollars go where intended, I confess I'm troubled that some of our colleagues seem to want to cherry-pick facts and deploy distorted figures to attack the underlying legitimacy of the programs themselves, the programs that were a lifeline and salvation for millions of businesses and families across the country. Recall that while the former president denied, trivialized, and dismissed the COVID-19 pandemic, it was Congress which acted responsibly and swiftly and in bipartisan fashion to create and supercharge programs that saved countless businesses and families from bankruptcy and ruin. These programs included expanded unemployment insurance benefits and the PPP program, which empowered families and businesses to avoid economic collapse. As a result of our actions, the COVID-19 economic recession was the shortest on record. The programs were by no means perfect. Antique government IT systems, many running on obsolete software, collapsed and were incapable of adapting to the scope of the crisis. States entered the pandemic at a 50-year low for unemployment insurance system funding, and UI claims burgeoned from 211,000 to 6.6 million, a 3,000% increase over a three-week period in March of 2020. People unsure of how they would pay their housing or medical bills panicked as they waited hours on phone calls for customer service representatives or reached endless busy signals in unemployment insurance purgatory. My home state of Maryland was no exception. In the one-year period from March 2020 until March 2021, my district office received 1,400 anguished constituent requests for help with unemployment. This is in contrast to one constituent request we received in all of 2019. Congress asked agencies and states to do the near impossible, and they did their very best. Expanded UI benefits kept an estimated 5 to 6 million people out of poverty in 2020 and 6.7 million people above the poverty line in 2021. The Center for Budget and Policy Priorities estimates that expanded benefits may have saved the lives of as many as 27,000 people in high-risk occupations who may have died from COVID had they not had access to benefits. Organized criminals and fraudsters took advantage of these circumstances by exploiting weaknesses in our IT systems. This problem was compounded by critical decisions made by the Trump administration that hamstrung pandemic relief anti-corruption oversight from the very outset, crippling the government's ability to detect fraud. Despite specific legislative instruction from Congress in our pandemic relief bills, the Trump administration regularly told agencies to ignore data reporting requirements. But congressional Democrats and the Biden administration have worked diligently from the start to recover funds stolen by organized criminal groups and other fraudsters, help states modernize their IT systems, and build new structural capacities to detect and prevent fraud. Under President Biden's leadership, departments and agencies across the government move swiftly to strengthen program integrity and bolster efforts to prevent, detect, and pursue fraud, which festered under the lackadaisical stewardship of the prior administration. In the days preceding this hearing, Republicans have claimed that Democrats on this committee and in the Biden administration neglected to conduct meaningful oversight of these programs. The record demonstrates these assertions are baseless. Democrats have systematically ferreted out fraud, waste, and abuse in pandemic relief, although we all can certainly be doing a much more effective job, and that's what this hearing should be about. As the work of the 118th Congress commences, I urge all of my colleagues across the aisle and on our side to remember the crucial role this committee must play in eliminating fraudulent schemes by imposters in order to protect the integrity of the programs that we adopt and that America needs. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to yield back.
Ranking member yields back. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our panel. I'll go through and introduce each member, and then we'll turn it over to begin their opening statements. But let me say this. This is a pretty quality panel. I think if you wanted to have the perfect hearing to determine waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government, I can't think of three better witnesses from three more appropriate agencies to come before this committee. And I think you'll see this is going to begin a trend of having credible witnesses that are here to talk about serious, substantive issues. And I'm very proud of this witness panel today. Our first witness today is Mr. Gene Dodaro, the 8th Comptroller General of the United States and head of the U.S. Government Accountability Office, or GAO. In a career spanning over 49 years at GAO, Mr. Dodaro has worn many hats and testified before Congress dozens of times on important national issues, including waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in the nation's response to the coronavirus pandemic. Mr. Dodaro's extensive experience at the helm of an agency, often referred to as the congressional watchdog, is invaluable. We're glad to have you here for this very important oversight topic, and we look forward to your testimony. Our second witness, no stranger to Congress, is Mr. Michael Horowitz, who is the chair of the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, or PRAC, and Inspector General of the Department of Justice. Mr. Horowitz is testifying today in his role as chair of PRAC, an entity created by the CARES Act to support independent oversight of pandemic relief spending. The PRAC coordinates cross-agency investigations by agency inspectors general, enabling faster identification of fraudsters across multiple programs. This is a very important role. Mr. Horowitz and the committee looks forward to learning more about your and your colleagues' efforts to detect fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement of taxpayer dollars. And our third witness is Mr. David Smith, Assistant Director, Office of Investigations at the U.S. Secret Service. As the 28th Assistant Director for the Office of Investigations, Mr. Smith leads the agency's global investigative mission, comprising 161 offices and over 3,000 employees. Mr. Smith's office also oversees the Secret Service's National Pandemic Fraud Investigations and cross-agency coordinated efforts, including investigations of foreign nationals stealing COVID relief funds. I look forward to hearing about the agency's investigations into pandemic relief, fraud, and ongoing efforts to counter such activities. Welcome, Mr. Smith, and we'll begin with Mr. Dodaro. And I hope I pronounced that right. I apologize if I didn't.
It was excellent, Mr. Chairman. Very good. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee. I'm very pleased to be here. I commend you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing, and I'm very pleased to see the attendance. I'd like to focus my comments this morning on 4 points that I believe were the main causes of the widespread fraud that has occurred and what could be done to deal with these issues. First, agencies should have been much better prepared in order to prevent fraud in the first place. We worked with the Congress back in 2016, and the Congress passed the Fraud Reduction and Data Analytics Act, which required
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us. We'll go back out to that hearing a little bit later today on Live Now from Fox, heavily in demand as always. You're watching Live Now as we're taking a look here at the Dow. As you can see, a dip there in continuing. 323 points in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. When we come back, we'll take you out to the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial that continues in South Carolina.
On the timeline, that was cache. That was the cache SQLite database, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. So now I want to ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is this?
It's a database. It's tables from a database that denote longitude, latitude, timestamps, accuracy.
And for whose phone?
It says on the top, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone.
And this is from the cache?
Yes, sir.
And is this actually from the same table in the cache database as was the source in those GPS locations we were looking at on the timeline for Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. They were both cache databases.
What is the earliest entry on this?
It appears that the first entry is at June 9th, 2021 at 2:51:21 p.m.
So that's 2 days after Maggie Murdaugh was murdered?
Yes, sir.
And it took 8 days to extract her phone?
Yes, sir.
If it had been extracted in 6 days, would we have this data for the night of the murder?
It's possible. It appears it may be, yes, sir.
That latitude and longitude of the oldest entry, do you know where that is?
No, sir. I would have to plot it to know for sure.
Would you disagree with me if I said that that's a SLED building, given that it's the date?
No, sir. I would say that most of these are probably the SLED Annex building in Columbia.
Okay. And it is. Yesterday, you were asking questions about a Faraday bag, and there was some discussion that often there's no real point if it's already in airplane mode. But you said that one difference between removing the SIM card or airplane mode and a Faraday bag is that the Faraday bag would block GPS signals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If this phone had been placed in a Faraday bag until whatever the breaky issues were could be resolved, would it have preserved GPS data?
It should have, as long as the Faraday bag was not defective and sealed properly, then it should have blocked the GPS.
Okay. And then we would presumably have GPS data going back to 6/7.
Yes, sir. I would imagine so in that time frame. Yes, sir.
I'm begging for some help, please. Apologize, Your Honor. Almost done. I don't think I've offered this into evidence.
Which one was it? That one?
Your Honor, I would offer this as defendant's Exhibit 45.
Is that what you was just looking at? Yeah. No objection. Submitted without objection.
One, I guess, final question. I said something we would come back to if I can. It's one of the state's exhibits. Do you have 284 there?
Let's see. I have 283. Yes, sir, I have 284.
I'm sorry, and I said the wrong number, 282. Sorry.
That's okay. I have 283, I have 290, and I have 284 up here.
Okay. Well, I'll find that one, and that will be our last question. 282. Handed you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 282.
Yes, sir.
You turn to page 16.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the text message, going to check on them, be right back?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is there anything on there indicating it was delivered around 9:31 p.m.?
It shows the time on here is recorded as June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 p.m.
And in the rest of the information around that text message, do you see anything?
Around this particular text message?
Yes, sir.
Just that its status is unread.
Let's see the exhibit, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor. Mr. Barber asked you about the potentiality of Alex and Maggie's phones being carried at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that there were no steps on Alex's phone at about the 8:55 time frame when we see steps on Maggie's phone, correct?
Correct.
Don't leave the witness. At 8:55, and we can refer to the report again if you need to. Between 8:53 and 8:55, do you see steps on Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir. I see steps from 8:53 and ending at 8:55.
And do you see any steps after that on Maggie's phone?
No, sir, I do not.
And if you want to pick up Alex's steps report, well, if you don't mind, look at the exhibit number on the back real quick.
It states Exhibit 290.
And would you look at the steps, the time frame of 8:05 to 9:02 p.m. on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And do you see any steps on Alex's phone for that entire time period?
From 8:05:35 p.m. to 8:09:52 p.m., it shows 74 steps.
And let me stop you. I think you misspoke. The start time was 8:05 and some seconds p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the end?
The end for that one was 8:09:52 p.m.
Right. All right. And do you see any steps after that prior to 9:02 on Alex's phone?
No, sir.
And that video was recorded again at what time?
The video was recorded, the camera was started at 8:44:49 p.m.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this time, these times that Mr. Barber wrote. So this one. And this is the information that Mr. Barber wrote down while he was having you read off some of these events, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at 8:55:04, I believe this was a screen-on event. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And if you need to look at the original report, that's fine. All right, and then at 8:54, we see another orientation change at 54:40, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at 9:06:12, we have an orientation change that starts at 9:06:12, correct?
Let me just verify the seconds real quick. At 9:06:12, yes, sir, I see the start of an orientation change to portrait.
Okay, and 2 seconds later, what happens?
You see a call.
And from who?
It's from PA on the report, but that's Alex Murdoch's phone number.
Ends in 1227?
Yes, sir.
And I believe Mr. Barber asked you, and I can't remember if you wrote it down, what time does the screen turn off? Or is Maggie's phone screen on during that call at 9:06:14? Let me ask you that. You can take a look at the report.
Yes, sir. I see a time ending for the screen on at 9:07:00 p.m. and it looks like the screen started and came on at 9:05:44 p.m.
Okay, so the screen comes on at 9:05 and it turns off when?
It turns off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And when was the next time Maggie's phone screen turns on?
It turns on at 9:31:44 p.m.
All right, between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I think you testified about this, but I'm going to ask you again. If the screen is off, will a phone record an orientation change?
No, sir.
And so Mr. Barber was asking you about the phone being thrown at this 9:06:48 time frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you can't tell us exactly when that phone was thrown, correct?
Correct.
With the information that you've recovered from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
But if that phone had been thrown after 9:07 with the screen off, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
If that phone had been thrown at 9:08:58, when that text from Alex comes in going to see him, if it had been thrown in that time period, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I think that's... All right, and let's look at Alex's steps one more time. Do you have this report with you, Andy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could you hand it to me?
Yes, sir.
This is State's Exhibit 290. Let's look at the steps a little later tonight, real quick. And I'm going to need Elmo, please. All right, let's look at record 26. This is something we've previously talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's 283 steps between 9:02 and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and record 27. What is that? What is indicated in that record, sir?
It shows that the phone recorded 195 steps starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:22:39 p.m. and ended at 9:32:14 p.m.
Okay. Okay, record 28. What does this record indicate, sir?
This record shows steps being recorded by the phone of 60 starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:35:55 p.m. and ending at 9:45:37 p.m.
Okay. So at 9:22, there's 195 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 9:35, there's 60 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've testified, we've talked about this quite a bit. You know, a step count, is that something you can 100% rely on as the exact number?
No, sir, it's not 100% accurate.
And Mr. Barber asked you about the phone will record distance as well, correct?
Yes, sir, it can record distance and show it in meters.
All right, and you've already testified that the steps is not always exactly accurate. In your opinion, the distance that's recorded by a phone from steps, is that generally accurate?
No, sir.
All right. And with the distance that the phone records, would that be, in your opinion, more or less accurate than the steps that are recorded?
The distance is recorded, I would consider to be a little less accurate than I would the steps.
All right, because there's some variables, correct?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
There's different variables about stride length as far as when somebody's walking. Some people stride further than others. Some people, when they walk too, they'll walk faster than that, so they can cover a greater distance in a short amount of time, but they're using more steps a lot of times because they're not striding maybe as far.
Okay. But we see 195 steps at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 60 steps at 9:35, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is 60 less or more than 195?
60's less.
And would you expect the distance traveled at 9:35 to be less than the distance traveled at 9:22?
I would have no way of knowing. Just depends on if somebody was up walking around versus sitting down. It's just hard to say.
But more steps were taken at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Just a couple more things. The defense exhibit, what number is it? The text messages exhibit. Defense exhibit 54, please.
Yes, sir. I have a copy of it up here. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Sir, would you mind bringing this? This is Defense Exhibit 54. Okay. And I believe Mr. Barber had you read this, but I want to make sure he did. And that's looks like entry number 2 there on the that we see up on the screen. Can you read that, please?
Yes, sir. It's June 7th, 2021. It's at 7:55:26 p.m., but this is in UTC time. So to go back -4 hours to set it to our time zone would be at 3:55:26 p.m.
All right, and that's 3:55 in the afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir. That's in the afternoon. You subtract 4.
All right, read that text, please.
It says, T.Y., I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home.
Alex what?
Wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia. And there's some emojis, and it says Alex, but I'm not sure if that's going into the next thread or not.
Let's go to the second page of that, please. We want to make this 100% clear. Sir, can we highlight the time? Actually, go back to the first page. Excuse me. All right, and just highlight for us the time on the text entry, the text that he just read, where it says 7:55:26. Can you just highlight 7:55:26, please? There you go. All right, and just want to be 100% clear about this. This is Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
Yes, sir. Or UTC.
Yes. Also you known as UTC, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is not local time.
Correct.
It's 3:55:26 p.m., correct?
Correct. Right. Our time zone.
All right, go to page 2, please. All right, let's read text entry number 6. What time is that in local time? It says 8:03 p.m. What is that in local time?
In local time, I would subtract 4 hours from that. It would be 4:03:14 p.m.
And what does this text say again?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they are treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Okay. Let's go now to entry number 8. And again, that's 8:06:43 Universal Time. What is that? Eastern Time?
It would be subtracting 4 hours. It would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
And what does that text message say?
It says, I am scared for him and Alex and all of us.
All right. It says him. We just read the text at number 6. From the context of this message, who do you think him refers to?
I believe it refers to his father, Mr. Randolph.
But it says she is scared for Mr. Randolph and who?
And Alex and all of us.
Mr. Barber asked you about that camera that came on Maggie's phone, and I believe it was around 8:54 or 8:55. And you can, if you have that report, if you need to look it up real quick, you can.
Yes, sir, I have it. Do you need to know what exhibit number it is?
Yeah, you want to read it?
It states exhibit 283.
So that camera that came on, can you look at the exact time again? At 8, I think it's 8:54 time frame.
Yes, sir. It shows an end time of 8:54:35 p.m.
What was the start time?
It was 8:54:34 p.m.
So that camera was accessed for how long?
1 second.
And I know you testified that from the data you have, you can't say with 100% certainty how that camera was activated, correct?
Correct. It's just showing as an application usage. It could have been that the phone thought it saw something and the camera was activated. Could have been running in the background. For 1 second, it doesn't look like somebody might have touched it to cut it on.
Okay. If it had been someone actually trying to turn on the camera app, would a second of one, let me rephrase that. In your experience and expertise, you've reviewed phone data that shows cameras being turned on that by persons at certain times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you see a camera activated to be used as a camera, i.e. to take a picture or to take a video, how long is that camera app on generally?
It's usually several seconds to a minute because the camera has to come into focus of the picture it's going to take.
And if a camera app is on for only 1 second, in your opinion, what does that lead you to believe?
Where it's located in the application usage log, and for 1 second, to me, it would indicate that the phone's camera was possibly looking to see if it recognized a face or recognized something that was running in the background.
Nothing further for this witness.
Further. Yes, Your Honor. Very, very quickly on this camera usage. Are you familiar with something on the iPhone called Springboard?
Yes, sir.
What is Springboard?
It's usually things that are set that once you touch them, it'll bring it up to focus. As far as with applications of different things.
If the metadata, I'm trying to say this in an understandable fashion, but if Knowledge C had data about that camera app that indicated the usage came from Springboard lock screen, would that tell you anything about how the camera was activated?
If it showed it was coming from the lock screen Springboard, it would mean that on your iPhone, if you look at it, you have at the bottom right corner a little camera there, that you would be hitting that from there.
Okay. Have you checked to see if that metadata is the Knowledge C for this camera event?
No, sir, I didn't review the Springboard metadata.
And we saw when the easel was up, there's kind of a little flurry of activity screen on and off orientation changes happening right around when this camera usage happened. And if it were coming from the lock screen, if we had some metadata that would show that, which we may well have, could it be that she was trying to take a picture of someone, say a perpetrator?
If for 1 second, it would be to start and stop in 1 second. I would imagine that would be difficult, but could somebody accidentally activate their camera and then shut it off? Yes, sir, that is possible.
And if the perpetrator or perpetrators responded by shooting at her, could that explain why it went off in 1 second and there were a bunch of orientation changes very shortly thereafter?
I would think if somebody went and activated their camera and then they're in fear, they wouldn't think to just shut off the camera.
Right. But if they had their finger on the phone, it could happen, right?
There's a lot of possibilities could happen, not knowing how a person reacts.
Does the camera app ever store a snapshot of the app? In other words, a screenshot that might have an image, even if you didn't take a picture?
I haven't seen that with the camera stuff. I've seen snapshots be captured of apps running in the background.
But have you looked through the snapshots in this time frame? All the ones on the phone, are they all there?
The ones I looked at, I did look at one. The last one from my recollection was a Facebook that was open in the background.
No further questions.
You may step down. You may step down, and ladies and gentlemen, we will break until for an hour and 15 minutes, around 2:35.
And with that break there, we were just listening to some of the timeline being questioned amid that phone evidence right there as the double murder trial continues. I want to show you right now the Dow at almost 350 points there in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, I want to go out to some tape playback of the White House, President Biden, and speaking right now.
Wages are up, and over the last 2 years, more Americans have applied to start a small business than any year on record. And everybody applies to for a new small business. That's about hope. And our economic plan is working, and it's important part of that plan is promoting fair competition across the entire economy. You heard me say that capitalism without competition isn't capitalism. It is just simply exploitation. And so that's why we've been more outspoken about promoting competition than any president since Teddy Roosevelt. And that's why I've created the Competition Council, which you see around this table. That's why when we last met in September at the council, we challenged them to come up with new ways to deal with, eliminate unfair hidden fees known as junk fees and that sneak up on consumers. So this group stepped up. As a result, we're requiring internet providers to list fees up front on clear, easy-to-read labels, just like the labels on food products you buy. And now you can compare your choices easily to find the best deal that you want to go to. We also convinced major airlines to rebook cancellation flights for free rather than charging customers for rebooking. We pushed banks to ditch surprise overdraft and bounce check fees, saving Americans an estimated $1 billion a year as a consequence of that. And last month, we took a big step toward promoting competition in the labor market when the Federal Trade Commission proposed a rule banning non-compete agreements for 30 million Americans. 30 million Americans. You worked as a bellhop in one hotel, you couldn't go across the street to another hotel to be able to make $2 a week more or $2 a day more. And these contracts that say you can't do a job in the same field, even if it's a better deal, like a security guard who wants to take a job across town. But you can't because you signed a non-compete agreement. I think it's wrong. I think we all think it's wrong. And now today, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is proposing a new rule to lower credit card late fees. Right now, credit card companies charge an average of $31 whenever you can't pay your bill on time. That's on top of the interest that you're already paying. Now, nobody's saying that you shouldn't pay your fees on time, and no one says the bank should lend you money for free. But that's what banks should charge interest for. But in the Obama-Biden administration, Congress passed a bipartisan law that said banks cannot charge late fees that are significantly more than the late payments cost them in the first place. And so, well, it doesn't cost $31 for a bank to process the late fee, but that's how much they're charging you now. And folks, that's a junk fee, if there ever was one. And it can drain hundreds of dollars a year from the pockets of hardworking American families, especially folks who are already struggling to make ends meet, but not anymore after today. Today's rule proposes to cut those fees from $31 on average to $8. That change is expected to save tens of millions of dollars for Americans, roughly $9 billion a year in total savings. And over the next few weeks, my team is going to meet with state and local officials across the country to identify things they can do to crack down on junk fees in their own jurisdictions. And today, I'm also calling on Congress to pass the Junk Free Protection Act, a ban to ban 4 of the most frustrating charges Americans face. The first one of those is some airlines charge extra to pick your seat, including for parents who just want to sit next to their child on the plane. They charge extra. You don't know that going in, though, and it's wrong. Secondly, when you book a hotel, you should see the full cost right then and there instead of getting hit with what's called a resort fee, which can be over $50 a night and when you check out. And third, you should be able to switch your internet, cable, or cell phone plan without the $200 early termination penalty some of these companies charge. And fourth, you should lower the huge service fees that companies like Ticketmaster slap onto tickets for concerts or sporting events that can easily add hundreds of bucks to a family's night out. Congress should pass the Junk-Free Protection Act so we can crack down on these fees and give hardworking Americans just a little bit more breathing room. Look, the bottom line is this. These unfair fees add up. It's a basic question of fairness. And with the help of the folks in this room, we're going to keep building an economy that's fair, an economy that's competitive, and an economy that works for everyone. Now I'm going to turn this over to Director Chopra, and you fire away. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You know, back in the day when credit cards just started to get going, if you were late on your payment, you just got a tiny late fee, a little bit of a nudge to remind you. But you know, today, $30 million in penalties are charged on Americans every day. That's $12 billion a year. That really bites people's budgets. So what we did is we took a look at the law and the rules, and we found a legal loophole that credit card companies have been exploiting to charge billions of extra dollars way beyond their costs and way unjustified to deter late payments. And think about it right now. People are seeing their bills from holiday travel, from Christmas gifts. They want to be able to pay it back. But we see across the economy businesses building a model on these junk fees. So we have launched the process to cut those fees down from $12 billion, and we project, as the president mentioned, will save people $9 billion a year. That's just one fee. And look, we want credit card companies and families to work together, and they already face consequences when they're late. They get an avalanche of interest when they are late, and interest rates now are hitting 20% for the average card. And what I think we also see is companies using inflation as an excuse to raise fees even more, and that is wrong. So we are going to take that work and see how we can cut away and chip away at some of these junk fees, building on our overdraft work and so much more. I'm really glad that so many of us are here and looking across government, Mr. President, to see how these fees are distorting fair competition. People want to be able to see the price up front and know what they're getting and not be surprised for something they can't even budget for. So we're really proud to push forward with this, and hopefully people can start seeing some real relief next year.
Well, I hope they will too. Look, one of the things that we all know in each of your departments, people have lost faith in government's ability to deliver. They've lost faith in the private sector and what they advertise that they say they're delivering. And it's about just letting people know that, you know, we see what's happening. And it's totally appropriate to do what we're doing. And it really, I think, is this whole idea here is we have to rebuild confidence in our ability to deliver for the American people. And I think that's a big chunk of what we're doing here. I'm going to turn it over to Brian, Director of National Economic Council.
Great. Thanks, Mr. President. We're going to invite the press to leave, and then we're going to move on to the agenda at the time.
And that was the portion that the media got to see there at the White House Fair Competition meeting. A little bit later this afternoon, President Biden will be meeting with Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy to discuss the debt ceiling. At this moment, it doesn't look like there will be any playback of that, but that could always change. If it does, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to now go out to soon. The Tyre Nichols funeral is about to begin in Memphis, Tennessee. We will be bringing that to you live when it happens, all right here on Live Now from Fox Worldwide. As always, here for you, bringing you the top stories, headlines, and of course, breaking news as it happens.
Strength like no other, strength like no other reaches to me. You are my strength, strength like no other, strength like no other reaches